Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Become an Ancestor in Immortal Cultivation World. Chapter 61. Lin Sheng had a wry smile on his face, glanced at the female cultivator who was covering her mouth and snickering, then turned around helplessly and walked into the back room. I've met Senior Bai. Lin Sheng glanced at Bai Yuaning, who was lying on the bed with a lazy face, and quickly lowered his head. You're still calling me Senior. Didn't you call me sister and sister very happily that day, but you really messed up my sister. Bai Yuaning bit her green-white fingers and glanced at Lin Sheng. Suddenly she seemed to have discovered something. Her beautiful eyes lit up and a blush appeared on her face. Senior, what you said is wrong. You were the one who screamed happily that day, but this junior was extremely passive. Giggle. Bai Yuaning let out a laugh like a silver bell, and suddenly sat up, stretched her slender jade legs forward, and lifted Lin Sheng's chin with her pink feet. Good brother, do you want to take the initiative once? The delicate fragrance came to his face, and Lin Sheng looked up along the white and tender thighs. He was slightly surprised and quickly took 2 steps back. Is it possible that Senior regards me as a lamb and comes to pick out my wool when nothing happens? Giggle, gleaning wool. This metaphor fits the situation. With a smile on her brows, Bai Yu lay back on the bed again, and took out a small round fan from somewhere and started fanning herself. Good brother, don't worry, I won't pick your wool today. Hearing this, Lin Sheng looked slightly relaxed, almost thinking that the few strands of soul he had finally saved were about to be sucked away again. As a major repairman of the foundation building, this witch couldn't be beaten, and she couldn't run away. She was really big. Seeing Lin Sheng's reaction, Bai Yuaning smiled sweetly again, waved the fan in her hand and said, Good brother, how about you stay with your sister in the future? My sister will provide you with the body, and you will be responsible for capturing the soul. How great. If it doesn't matter, we can still practice dual cultivation, and my sister will feed you back the wool she has collected from you, ensuring that you will have a perfect qi refining in 5 years. No way. Lin Sheng righteously refused and said, Senior, if you want to imprison me, I will explode my body and soul. Why didn't you detonate the soul that day? Now that you know the benefits of your sister, you can't bear to leave her. Bai Yumo gasped and interrupted Lin Sheng's words. That day doesn't count. Kiki, you may be duplicitous, but your body is very honest. Bai Yu's charming eyes were as silk, looking somewhere with a hint. Senior's charming skills are too shocking. This junior is in a whirlpool, so it's understandable that he has a normal reaction. Lin Sheng looked serious. Senior, if you don't want to kill me, then I will leave. Bai Yumo looked sad. Men are the most ruthless. Okay, you can leave. Don't come to me again after you leave. Oh my god, if you don't come to me, I will burn incense. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, turned around and left, leaving Bai Yuaning alone feeling sad. Under the gaze of his spiritual consciousness, he saw Lin Sheng running very fast and reached another street in a blink of an eye. Bai Yuaning couldn't help but feel annoyed. Am I that scary? I originally wanted to tell you something else, so I might as well die. Single quote. Brother Lin, what happened? Why are we running so fast? Go Buli turned his head and looked back from time to time, but he didn't see anyone chasing him. Lin Sheng turned around and looked, and when he saw that Bai Yuaning had indeed not chased him out, his expression relaxed. Don't mention it, there is a man-eating female goblin in there. No way. Go Buju looked suspicious. Lin Sheng waved his hand. Forget it, let's not mention it. Talking too much will affect your lifespan. Go Buju was even more confused when he heard this. What does it mean to affect my lifespan? Fellow Taoist, are you sure you want to hear about the overhaul of the foundation building? Go Buji looked confused and pointed to his ear. Brother Lin, what did you just say? Please speak louder next time. I was born deaf and can't hear clearly. Oh, I understand. Lin Sheng nodded slightly, with a look of appreciation on his face. This Go Boji is also an interesting person. Go Buhui smiled shyly. Hey, Brother Lin, how are the alliance operations arranged? Have you asked? This. Lin Sheng's face darkened. He was just thinking about escaping and didn't ask anything. He looked at Go Boju, who was full of hope. Fellow Taoist, you are not participating in this operation, why are you asking? Go Buju smiled shyly when he heard this. Brother Lin, can you take me with you? I can give you some spiritual stones. Since fellow Taoist wants to participate in this action, why not directly sign up in the name of the Go family? The Go family is ranked at the bottom, and the alliance almost ignores it. The clan does not want to participate in this operation, so I was the only one to sign up, but the alliance refused because of my low level, so. Okay, fellow Taoist, if you are not afraid of death, then just come with me. Lin Sheng said, turning around and walking towards the alliance hall. Thank you, Brother Lin. Hey, Brother Lin, why did you look back again? I'm going to ask the operation if they can take you with them. Huh, didn't you run very fast? Why are you back again? Bai Yuaning was like an angry little daughter-in-law, and Lin Sheng felt dizzy when she saw it. Senior, please don't be angry. It's my junior who was wrong. HMPH, where did you go wrong? Junior is wrong everywhere. There is no sincerity at all. Bai Yuaning curled her lips. Tell me, what are you doing here again? Lin Sheng had a wry smile on his face. If he didn't know about the Alliance's actions, he really didn't want to come back. The Alliance's work was too unreliable. Everything he did was just one sentence without any specific information. Senior, what is the purpose of this Alliance operation? Previously, Senior Lee said we would meet in 3 days, but now that Junior comes here, there is no instruction. You came back just to ask about this. Just as Lin Sheng was about to nod, he suddenly saw a touch of sadness on Bai Yuaning's eyebrows. His heart moved and he whispered, the main thing is that I want to come back and see my sister. As soon as she said this, Bai Yu frowned, bit her lip, and said coquettishly, my dear brother, do you want to practice with your sister? You want to say it, but you can't hide your face. This, Lin Sheng suddenly felt at a loss. If he nodded, would he be attacked immediately? If he shakes his head, will he offend this female demon again? Simply don't say a word, silence is golden. Giggle. Bai Yuaning smiled delicately. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. There is a problem with the teleportation array. The Alliance operation has been postponed for 7 days. Since you are here, you are afraid that no one will notify you. Here, no matter whether the monk walks in or out, he can't escape my eyes. Lin Sheng smiled awkwardly. Then what is the Alliance operation about? Save people. Who to save? But save the first batch of people who enter the fairyland. Do you even know about the fairyland? Bai Yuaning's voice was a little surprised. I heard it from a friend. Lin Sheng explained with a smile. Is he from the Go family outside? Bai Yuaning rolled her eyes at Lin Sheng. I don't know exactly who to save, but that fairyland is extremely dangerous. You have to be careful not to die in it. Bai Yuaning licked her lips as she spoke. Otherwise, I won't be able to harvest my brother's wool in the future. Lin Sheng completely ignored Bai Yuaning's naked gaze and frowned slightly. Why doesn't the foundation building overhaul take action? That fairyland is a spiritual place. If the foundation building monks enter, they will be suppressed into the chi refining realm. It is too dangerous, so naturally no foundation building monks will take action. Bai Yuaning said and pointed at Lin Sheng. After you, the devil, enter the fairyland, you are not allowed to kill my Bai family members. I see. Lin Sheng looked astonished, and it made sense. The foundation building overhaul was afraid of death, and the gold core ancestor was no exception. Then he grinned. Don't worry, sister, my brother will never take the initiative to kill anyone during this trip to the fairyland. But if the Bai family seeks death on their own, don't blame me for being ruthless. Kiki, why can't my brother be more cruel to my sister? What, wasn't my brother cruel enough to my sister that day? Bai Yuaning was stunned when she heard this, and then smiled sweetly. My dear brother, why have you suddenly changed like a different person? Lin Sheng looked frivolous. Does sister like me more before, or like me now? Of course it is now. Good brother, why don't we practice? Bai Yuaning said with a charming look and winked. Lin Sheng was about to refuse when he suddenly thought of something and frowned. That's not right. Since it is to save people, why is it that the Alliance is not in a hurry at all, as if it is deliberately delaying? Because the person you want to save is the daughter of Ancestor Mengxia. Bai Yuaning's words were astonishing. Since we are saving Patriarch Mengxia's daughter, the Alliance should not delay. Aren't we afraid of offending Patriarch Gold Core? This matter involves the secrets of the Li family and Ancestor Mengxia, and I don't know much about it, sister. Bai Yuaning said and waved to Lin Sheng. Good brother, come to the bed. I will share my cultivation experience with you. My sister is an overhaul of the foundation building. I can give you a few words at will, which will be of great help to your foundation building. Quote. You don't want to remind me, you are obviously greedy for my body and the soul in my dantian. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and shook his head repeatedly. No, my brother has just entered the qi refining late stage. It is still early for him to reach the stage of foundation building. I will go to find my sister when he is ready for foundation building. When Bai Yuaning heard this, her face showed a hint of resentment. If you miss today, it will be difficult for you to see me in the future. We are destined to come thousands of miles to meet each other. If not, it is God's will. We are destined to meet you thousands of miles away. Bai Yuaning repeated silently, her beautiful eyes shining brightly. The more she looked at Lin Sheng, the more she liked him, and the lust in her eyes began to rise. Seeing the change in Bai Yuaning's eyes, Lin Sheng felt a little scared. If nothing happens to my sister, my brother will leave. Why don't you sleep at my sister's place tonight? Bai Yumo clapped his hands as he spoke, and 4 pretty naked maids walked in from the side door. Each of them had a gorgeous peach blossom tattooed on their chest. This is my sister's peach blossom girl, it will definitely make my brother want to die. The 4 Taohua girls knelt on the ground and bowed to Lin Sheng Yingying. I have met Master Lin. Although the scene in front of him looked extremely fragrant, the Eximo species in Lin Sheng's dantian suddenly trembled, and an inexplicable feeling of fear came to his mind. There's something wrong with this woman. Single quote. Although Lin Sheng was shocked, his expression did not change. No, I am afraid that I will not be able to enjoy such a beautiful thing, so I will say goodbye. After saying that, Lin Sheng turned around and left without waiting for Bai Yuaning's reply. He walked very slowly, paying attention to the movement behind him every step he took. Seeing that Lin Sheng was about to leave the room, Bai Yuaning's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he sighed quietly. That's all, you can go if you want. There's something wrong with the blood and energy method, so don't practice it anymore. Thank you, senior, for informing me. Lin Sheng quickly left the Alliance Hall without looking back. Lin Sheng had long suspected the blood energy method, but now that he had practiced it, it was too late to regret it. He could only take it one step at a time. Go Daihui outside the main hall had already been waiting impatiently. When he saw Lin Sheng coming out, he couldn't wait to greet him. Brother Lin, how are you doing with us? Fellow Taoist, rest assured, this matter has been taken care of. Lin Sheng responded with a smile. Although he had forgotten about this matter again, it doesn't matter. It should be no problem to bring a monk in the early stage of qi refining into the fairyland. But fellow Taoist must remember that if you follow me into the fairyland, you can no longer call yourself a Go family member. You must call yourself my protector. Go Buji nodded repeatedly, looking excited. I understand, Brother Lin, don't worry. Feeling the fluctuations in the cultivation level in the early stage of qi refining on Go Bubbing, Lin Sheng couldn't help but tremble. He was probably the only one who could do such a thing by letting a monk in the early stage of qi refining serve as a guardian. Fellow Taoist, the Alliance operation will only start in 7 days. Don't get too excited. It's getting late now. Is there a place to stay here? Yes, of course. Brother Lin, come with me. It's on East Street. Dengtian Inn. This name is quite domineering. Lin Sheng raised his head and glanced at the brand new plaque on the wooden building, then followed Go Buju into the inn. Ordinary Alliance disciples need to spend spiritual stones to stay in a hotel, but Lin Sheng, as a participant in this Alliance operation, naturally does not need to spend any spiritual stones. After checking the list, the maid opened a room for Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng looked at the room. It was ordinary, with no other furniture except a bed. It was an inn after all, and it didn't even have all the furniture. Zuimengfeng, which was under constant fire, knew that a bed alone was not enough. The environment is too bad. Go Buji muttered in a low voice. This was also the first time he entered an inn room. He thought that the Alliance arranged a good accommodation, but this place was not as exquisite as the cave mansion he dug casually. That's all, I didn't spend any spiritual stones anyway. We monks don't care about those external things. Lin Sheng said as he took out the golden light formation and laid it out. He did not dare to use the rank 2 formation, spirit gold locking air formation. Although Li Dongqing did not mention the formation, nor did Li Ziyuan, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it's better to be cautious. Anyway, it's just to block the consciousness of the foundation building's overhaul, and the golden light array is enough to deal with it. Brother Lin's words make sense. Go Buju nodded in agreement. No wonder Brother Lin was able to achieve chi refining late stage at such a young age. This kind of mentality is enough for him to study for a lifetime. Seeing that Lin Sheng had laid out the formation, Go Buju knew that it was time for him to leave, but now was a good opportunity to get closer to Lin Sheng. How could he just give up? The chi refining late stage has been achieved at a young age, and there is also a chi refining Zochin monster. In time, it will definitely become a foundation building overhaul, and it is worth investing in. Making a decision in his heart, Go Buli smiled wretchedly. Brother Lin, you have nothing to do at night, why don't you go out and have fun? I'll treat you. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised and looked up and down at Go Buju. You can't tell. Fellow Taoist is quite wealthy. It costs a lot of spiritual stones to be happy. He, it's okay. Our Go family's property has recently brought in a few new girls, all of them beautiful. Brother Lin, why don't you take the lead? He, fellow Taoist, has your Go family's business been brought to secret realm? Lin Sheng smiled and nodded the Go divination stick. If the alliance finds out about this, it will be enough for your Go family to drink a pot. Go Buhui smiled shyly. Hey, I can't help it. The competition is fierce. If he wasn't an acquaintance, I wouldn't take him there. Brother Lin, what do you think? If you don't want to go out, I can just go and bring the clan sister. When Lin Sheng heard this, he felt quite moved in his heart. He could tell at a glance what Go Bojue was planning, and it was nothing more than wanting to make good friends with him. Normally, he would have agreed, but there are still some important things to do at the moment, but it is not the time to enjoy it. Fellow Taoist, we will talk about the happy things later. Let me ask you, can the disciples of the Li family come here? Go Buju was slightly surprised. He saw Lin Sheng's ambiguous expression just now and thought he was going to agree. Unexpectedly, he actually said such words. Although he was confused, Go Buji still answered patiently. The disciples of the Li family arrived the day before yesterday, and I happened to be on duty. There are about 19 people in the group, and they are currently staying at the West Street Inn. Then have you seen Bai Yumo? Bai Yumo. Go Buju looked slightly stunned. Taoist Li Ziyuan, Lin Sheng reminded. Go Buji looked hesitant. I know Li Ziyuan, and there is indeed a female cultivator with him. As for whether it is Bai Yumo, I'm not sure. Lin Sheng nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, that female cultivator should be Bai Yumo. I have to trouble fellow Taoist with something. You go find her to see me, but don't mention my name. You only need to mention Bai Lianghua. Just 3 words. It doesn't matter, I'll take care of this matter. Go Buhui patted his chest. But, Brother Lin, why are you looking for Taoist companion Li Ziyuan? Lin Sheng grinned. Fellow Taoist, you really want to know? This matter will also affect your lifespan. I understand, I don't know about this. Go Buju waved his hands repeatedly, turned around and walked out of the room. Lin Sheng laughed dumbly and shook his head. Asking Go Buhui to find Bai Yumo was not a whim, it was a matter of repeated consideration. If a messenger pigeon is used, it will be easy for the disciples of the Li family to discover his identity, and Bai Yumo's current situation is unclear. It would be unwise to provoke him rashly. And letting Go Bojue pass the message would transfer the risk. If something went wrong on Bai Yumo's side, Go Bojue would be beaten up at most. He would not know anything, so it would be impossible to kill him. If he is killed, then it will be treated as if Lin Sheng's guess is wrong, and at most he will burn a few candles of incense for him. If he is a Taoist, he will be a dead fellow, but a poor Taoist will not die. ... Are you looking for me? Bai Yumo frowned slightly, looking up and down at Go Buji, but he had no impression of this person in his mind. Go Buhui looked nervous and nodded. Yes, fellow Taoist Bai, there is someone who wants to see you. Who? I can't tell you that person's name. He only asked me to tell you 3 words, Bai Lianghua. As soon as he said this, Bayomo's complexion suddenly changed, his eyes suddenly showed murderous intent, and he stared at Go-D. Feeling that his body was tightly locked by the killing machine, Go-Buli's expression changed drastically, and he explained continuously, I only know these 3 words, and I don't know anything else. If fellow Taoist is angry, please don't involve me. I have 80. Get out, Bayomo said coldly. Okay. Go-Bo Rui turned around and left, not daring to stay for a moment. Seeing that Go-Buji's figure was about to disappear, Bayomo's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle, and after a moment, he chased after him. Where is that man? Looking at Bayomo who suddenly appeared in front of him, Go-Buju almost lost control again, thinking that this woman was coming to silence her. Fortunately, he heard what was behind her and couldn't help but feel relieved. He spoke very fast at the moment, not daring to pause. That person is in the East Street Inn, room number 3, Tianzi. Bayomo said coldly, if I hear the gossip, you will be dead. Don't dare, fellow Taoist, walk slowly. Go-Buji quickly lowered his head, but when no one responded, he quietly raised his head, but there was no one in front of him. Bah, are you scared of Father Go? Go-Buji spat so viciously, glared at the passing Alliance disciples, and left quickly. Hey, clan brother, that guy seemed to have glared at me just now. You must be wrong. That person is in the early stage of chi refining. You are in the middle stage of chi refining. How dare he glare at you? He really glared at me. No, I'm going to find my way back. Don't act recklessly. This place is a stronghold of the Alliance. Don't you want to die? Even the Shao family won't be able to protect you by then. Lin Sheng, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, a smile appeared on his lips, he took out the formation flag and opened a passage, and a slender figure quickly flashed in. Zhang. The sound of the sword sounded, Bayu's ink face was like frost, and he held the sword and pointed it at Lin Sheng. You beast, what do you want from me? Mrs. Bai, are you so hostile to me? You should know that I saved you that day. Lin Sheng smiled evilly and pointed to the bed. Why don't you sit down and have a good chat? I have something to ask you. Dream, you must want to do something like a beast to me. Bayomo's beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. Hee. Lin Sheng chuckled and joked. Why did Mrs. Bai go to the appointment when she knew I wanted to do beastly things? Is it possible that Madam is thinking about it very much in her heart, but she can't hide her face even if she doesn't say it? It is very reasonable to learn and use Bai Yuaning's words to ridicule Bayomo. A trace of shame and anger flashed across Bayomo's face, and he wanted to stab him with a sword, but he was afraid of angering the devil and doing what the beast did. Okay, put down the sword and let's have a good chat. If you do this again, I'll get angry. Lin Sheng's expression was solemn and full of warning. Bayomo sneered. So what if you're angry? Do you still want to kill me? Ha ha ha. Lin Sheng laughed loudly and pointed at the golden light array. Killing you won't help, but doing other things won't. In this array, no one can hear you even if you scream. You beast. Bayomo was so angry that he regretted coming so rashly this time. He was simply throwing himself into a trap. Lin Sheng grinned. Speak nicely and don't provoke me anymore. I'm a petty person and my self-control is still poor. Tell me, what's the matter with you? Bayomo slowly put down his sword, his face still cold. Do you know who this alliance operation is to save? Lin Sheng said and touched his chin. But the daughter who saved Patriarch Mengxia. How did you know? Bayomo frowned slightly. Don't worry about how I know, you just need to answer me whether it is true or not. Lin Sheng's face was slightly cold, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. It seemed that this little woman couldn't do anything without a lesson. Seeing the ferocious look in Lin Sheng's eyes, Bayomo felt slightly shuddered and whispered, yes. I heard that there is a secret thing between the Li family and Mengxia Ancestor, do you know? You actually know about this? Bayomo looked shocked when he heard this. If you say nonsense again, I won't be polite. Lin Sheng said, unbuttoning his clothes to increase his persuasiveness. Bayomo's face turned pale and he backed away in panic. Tell me, what is the secret between the Li family and Mengxia Ancestor? Lin Sheng was naked from the waist up, his eyes full of fierceness, and he had to sit on the bed with his big horse and golden sword. Bayomo's face turned slightly pale and he whispered, if I tell you, you will let me go. Okay, I keep my word. Lin Sheng smiled evilly. Bai Yamo lowered his head, not daring to look directly into Lin Sheng's eyes. The ancestor Mengxia and the ancestor of the Li family had a marriage. What? Lin Sheng looked shocked, thinking he had heard wrongly. The ancestor Mengxia is more than 350 years old and has a marriage with the ancestor of the Li family. Are you lying to me? This matter is related to the Qingqing sect's Kung Fu. Bai Yamo explained in a low voice. The Qingqing sect's Kung Fu requires the cessation of love and desire. The Kung Fu technique was not perfect when Mengxia's ancestor core formation, so the Li family's ancestor it provides her with the lust required for the technique. It turns out that Li Dongqing has eaten soft rice. No wonder the Zhanqing sect takes care of the Li family so much. The relationship is to take care of the pretty boy. Lin Sheng's face showed emotion. How can Li Dongqing talk about Mengxia's ancestor being so ugly? Sure enough, no one who can become the foundation building overhaul is simple. Bai Yamo frowned and said, Mengxia's ancestor was the most beautiful woman in Qi before core formation. However, core formation failed and her skills backfired and she became what she is now. Oh, so that's it. Lin Sheng suddenly realized. No wonder Li Dongqing didn't show up when Patriarch Mengxia came. He felt that he was ugly. It has nothing to do with this matter. Bai Yamo looked helpless. What's that? Lin Sheng looked curious, suddenly thought of something, and frowned. No, since Li Dongqing and Patriarch Mengxia had a marriage, isn't Patriarch Mengxia's daughter Li Dongqing's daughter? Why did he delay? Rescue. Could it be? I understand. Li Dongqing has been tricked. No wonder he didn't go to see Ancestor Mengxia. He had a chicken stolen, so it's good that he didn't kill anyone. Am I right? Lin Sheng looked at Bai Yamo with bright eyes. That's not entirely true. Ancestor Mengxia was already pregnant before she and Senior Li became Taoist couples. It's just that Senior Li didn't know about it. Later, Ancestor Mengxia cut off her love, and the matter was exposed. Quote. Lin Sheng's face was shooping. Well, licking the dog after the sea. No, Li Dongqing has been out of the status of licking the dog. He tasted the sweetness and brought the Li family to the hegemon of the alliance. Let me ask you, when Li Dongqing was with Ancestor Mengxia, was he foundation building? Bai Yamo shook his head. No, the foundation building pill was a gift from Ancestor Mengxia. Sure enough, this old boy has licked it. If the Ancestor Mengxia doesn't die, I'm afraid no one can shake the Li family's status. Bai Yamo whispered. I have said everything that needs to be said, can you let me go? Hey, Mrs. Bai, this doesn't look like you. Are you begging me? Lin Sheng grinned. Bai Yamo looked sad. Li Ziyuan and you have settled matters, and you are still unwilling to let me go. He, Madam Bai, what are you thinking about? The matter between me and Li Ziyuan has long been settled. If the Li family doesn't mess with me, I will naturally not take the initiative to mess with the Li family. Lin Sheng pointed at Bai Yamo as he spoke. This is between you and me now. You are collaborating with foreign enemies, you are dissolute and indulgent, and you are secretly having an affair with me, and you are colluding with each other. If you were immortal, you would have to be dipped in a pig cage 3 times and 6 times. Although you are a monk now, the family law of the Bai and Li family will not let you go. Ha ha ha, what are you still thinking about? You are one of your own. Every word Lin Sheng said was like a sharp knife piercing Bai Yamo's heart. She was shaking all over and her face was bloodless. Lin Sheng smiled evilly when he saw this. Are you in a hurry? Let's have a shot before leaving. ... Where did Madam go in a hurry? Li Ziyuan put down the teacup and looked at Bai Yamo, who walked into the room with a calm expression. I received news from Bai Lianhua earlier, so I went to look for him. He was kidnapped by rogue cultivator to save me, and there has been no news since. Bai Yamo's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes were a little red and swollen, as if he had just cried. Oh, have you found Bai Lianhua? Li Ziyuan looked surprised. I have never found it. It is false news. The spiritual stone that the messenger monk deceived me has also disappeared. Why does Madam need to take action in person? Just leave it to my servants. Li Ziyuan frowned. Now that the Wonderland is about to open, don't wander around, or you may be plotted. I know it. Bai Yamo lowered his head, but his heart was extremely miserable. He had already suffered this conspiracy. The next day, the golden light array opened a passage, and Go Bujia walked in with his head tilted. Brother Lin, did you have a good rest last night? Haha, fellow Taoist, you were sneaking around my door early in the morning. Why, Lin Sheng was naked from the waist up and lying on his side on the bed with a smile on his face. But I didn't see anything I wanted to see. Are you a little disappointed in the picture? Go Buju smiled obscenely. Hee, no, I'm afraid I'll see something, and I'm even more afraid of disturbing Brother Lin's good deeds. Haha, tell me, what do you want from me? Lin Sheng sat up and put on his clothes. It's nothing serious. I discussed it with the elders of the clan last night and decided to join Brother Lin's family. I will follow the Lin family's lead in the future. If possible, the Go family hopes to move to Dongshuan Peak. After Go Buju finished speaking, he stood aside with a somewhat uneasy expression. After hearing this, Lin Sheng looked at Go Bug with doubtful eyes, as fellow Taoist joking. Go Bug looked embarrassed. This is what I say from the bottom of my heart. Lin Sheng was thoughtful when he heard the words, and after a moment he said in a concentrated voice, what happened to the Go family? Go Buji whispered. I received a message from the clan yesterday that the Ancestor Foundation building failed and there is not much time left. That's it. Lin Sheng nodded slightly. In this world, the Qi refining monks are attacking the Foundation building realm. Failure means death, and there is no possibility of survival. Even if they use the spirit pill to extend their lives, it will only give them a few more days to breathe. That's all. Lin Konglong, the head of the Lin family, has stayed in the Qi refining Zochan realm for 30 years and does not dare to attack the Foundation building realm. It is for this reason. Ancestor of the Go family lives long. 90-3. You want to give it a try when the deadline is approaching. Lin Sheng smiled hoarsely. The three major levels of foundation building are mana, qi and blood, and inner demons. When the end is approaching, people's vitality and blood have long been exhausted. Even if they attack the foundation building, they are just a try before death. The success rate is 0, and they will definitely die. The saying that only those who have achieved qi refining late stage before the age of 40 are eligible to hit the foundation building realm is not just a casual statement. Only those in their prime of life with strong qi and blood can qualify for foundation building. Even so, the failure rate is still high. If you don't do foundation building before the age of 60, you will never have foundation building again in this life. This is the iron law of the Immortal Cultivation world, and no one has broken it yet. This is why Li Ziyuan attaches great importance to the blood energy method. Lin Konglong, the head of the Lin family, knows that there may be problems with the blood energy method, but still trains essence-nurturing disciples just to increase the success rate of foundation building. As for the foundation building pill, which is widely rumored in the Immortal Cultivation world, although it can increase the success rate of foundation building by several %, its main function is not to help the monks to foundation build, but to save the lives of the monks. It can protect the monks from dying if the foundation building fails. Obviously, the ancestor of the Go family must have failed to swallow the foundation building pill when his time was approaching. Even if he was given the foundation building pill, he would definitely fail, and he would not be able to get through it no matter what. The behavior of the ancestor of the Go family is also a common behavior among senior monks in the Immortal Cultivation world. Lin Sheng believes that San Bolin will definitely give it a try and die with satisfaction when his death is approaching. Seeing that Lin Sheng had not spoken for a long time, Go Buju sighed in his heart. It seemed that the Lin family was not willing to take the Go family in. He was about to say goodbye when he heard Lin Sheng say slowly. How many monks are there in the Go family? How many people are there in the Qi refining late stage? Go Buji looked delighted. There are 113 monks left, among whom 3 of them are Qi refining late stage. They are the elders of the clan, and the young disciples are generally in the early stage of qi refining. Lin Sheng nodded slightly. With just these people, Dongshuan Peak could carve out a territory, and there was no need to worry about the dove occupying the magpie's nest. Is there any causal entanglement with other forces? Go Bo-ju waved his hands repeatedly. No, my Go family lives by itself and never offends others. Very good. Lin Sheng smiled. Brother Lin agreed. Go Buji's eyes lit up. Haha, of course I agreed, but what I said about the Lin family doesn't count. You have to go to Qinghai County and ask the Lin family's steward. This. Go Buji looked stunned. He saw that Lin Sheng was both a chi-refining late-stage and a chi-refining Zochan monster. After all, his status in the clan should be extremely high. How could he not keep his words? Although Lin Sheng didn't know what Go Buju was thinking, he could probably guess it by looking at his expression, so he comforted him, just let the elders of the clan go to the Lin family to take care of things. I think there should be no problem with this matter. Go Buhui nodded, that was all he could do. Brother Lin, I will inform the elders in the clan now. I will come back later. Fellow Taoist, walk slowly. Lin Sheng smiled and waved. After seeing Go Buju leaving the room, his brows immediately furrowed. What happened to the Go family is too coincidental. Could it be like that Yuntianba again? Single quote. That's all. Anyway, the blame for this matter has been passed to Uncle Six, so I don't want to think about it anymore. Lin Sheng murmured and fell asleep. He was too tired last night. Although monks are generally strong and healthy, they usually don't feel tired, but they have been using their brains too much recently and need to take a proper rest. If you can lie down, you will naturally not sit down. Night. Sure enough, Go Boji came again, and what Lin Sheng didn't expect was that he actually brought 5 slick maids. Brother Lin, these are all girls from the lower clan. After hearing about Brother Lin's past, they felt admiration and begged me to bring them here. I'm really annoyed, so I can only bring them here. Brother Lin, you have to teach them a lesson. Go Buju said and looked at the clan girls. Every one of you doesn't know how high the sky is and how high the earth is. You will definitely suffer hardships when you walk on the path to immortality in the future. Seeing Go Bohui's serious nonsense, Lin Sheng admired her and looked at the maid. He wanted to reject it righteously, but his words changed inexplicably when he came to his mouth. I will teach them for 2 or 5 days. After 5 days, the fellow Taoist will come to pick them up. God's will dictates, and Lin Sheng can only obey. No problem, now that we have Brother Lauren, we must teach them well. Go Buji smiled and quickly exited the room as he spoke. When several maids saw the clan brother leaving, they saluted Yingying. I have met Senior Lin. My name is. Hey, don't say your name, I can't remember it either. Come forward and let me take a good look. 5 days flew by. In front of the teleportation array, there were many Alliance disciples who were traveling to the fairyland, and Lin Sheng was naturally among them. Brother Lin, how have you been these past few days? Go Buju asked in a low voice. Very good. Lin Sheng smiled and nodded. He glanced across the crowd and was a little surprised when he didn't find Xiao Wenbin. I've sent my clan sister to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion of Qinghe County. Aha! Lin Sheng was stunned and looked at Go Buji. Fellow Taoist, what do you mean? Go Buji grinned. They are unwilling to return to the clan, so they must follow Brother Lin. I have no choice but to send them to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. They are really lucky to be favored by Brother Lin in their previous lives. Lin Sheng frowned slightly when he heard this. Fellow Taoist, you didn't do this well. Go Buju was shocked. Could it be that he had good intentions and did bad things? Seeing Go Bojui's stunned expression, Lin Sheng shook his head. Let someone pick them up. Their qualifications are mediocre, what use are they to me? I understand. Go Buju nodded repeatedly, took out the messenger pigeon and let it fly. He was filled with emotion. This disciple of the Lin family was really a heartless person. When Lin Sheng saw this, his face showed satisfaction. He looked at the Li family disciples in the crowd and met the eyes of Bai Yumo, who was also looking over. The latter looked away in panic. Interesting. Single quote. Lin Sheng smiled dumbly. Suddenly, a sword light flashed across the sky, and Li Dongqing arrived gracefully. The Alliance disciples who were talking about it immediately fell silent and saluted one after another. Li Dongqing smiled and nodded slightly. This Alliance operation has been full of setbacks. I am very happy that you are standing here alive. Although many disciples died during this trip, there are also many disciples who have emerged, and you are the mainstay of the Alliance. To be honest with you, the place where this teleportation array is connected is a fairyland. Since it is a fairyland, you must be aware of the opportunities and dangers involved. But the purpose of your trip is not to chance in the fairyland, but to save people. The beloved daughter of the leader of the Zonqing sect is trapped somewhere in this fairyland. As soon as this statement came out, everyone had different expressions. Except for a few people who knew it well, most of them were surprised. If this operation can rescue the beloved daughter of the leader of the Zonqing sect, the fairyland will be open to all families in the future to explore at will. If it cannot be rescued, then this place will be closed permanently. I'm afraid the permanent closure is fake, just a few leading families sitting together to share the cake. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and looked around, trying to find Bai Yuaning's figure. I dare to ask, Senior, where is Patriarch Mengxi's beloved daughter trapped? What's the danger? Someone asked aloud. The beloved daughter of the leader of the Zonqing sect is trapped in a rank 3 formation. It is unknown how dangerous she is. Rank 3 formation. That's a formation that even gold core ancestors can't break. How can we get in? At this time, Li Ziyuan stood up immediately. Fellow Taoists, don't worry, I have a rank 3 breaking talisman. Since there is a rank 3 breaking talisman, why doesn't Senior Li take action himself? Someone else asked. Because the secret realm is a spiritual place, it is difficult for the ancestor to take action. Li Ziyuan explained quickly. It's hard to take action. I'm afraid it's too dangerous to go in. I don't know which stubborn person said such a sentence. Li Dongqing frowned slightly, his consciousness clearly enveloped everyone, but he didn't find out who said it, and he was a little surprised. This person was quite capable, and he couldn't help but look at Lin Sheng. Am I the one taking the blame? Single quote. Lin Sheng's face suddenly darkened, but a second ago he was still smiling at the excitement. The impact of this sentence is not small. If the Qi refining monk is allowed to go to a place where the foundation building is afraid of overhaul, isn't this using people as cannon fodder? Everyone's expressions were different, and they were already thinking of quitting. Seeing that the atmosphere suddenly became solemn, Li Ziyuan showed displeasure. Are all the disciples of the alliance greedy for life and afraid of death? Anyway, it's a show of hands. If anyone doesn't want to go, please raise your hand. Everyone looked at each other. No one dared to raise their hands. This was no joke, not to mention the ancestor of the Li family in front of them. The ancestor of Mengxia was staying in Qinghai County. Go Buji's face was full of pain. He wanted to raise his hand but didn't dare. He clearly said that he was exploring the fairyland, but why did he turn into rescuing people? He looked at Lin Sheng as if asking for help. Fellow Taoist, don't look at me. You are going there yourself. If you don't want to go, just raise your hand. Lin Sheng muttered in a low voice. Although these words were soft, Li Ziyuan heard them. He raised his hand and pointed at Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng, tell me, are you willing to go? Everyone looked over one after another, with different expressions for a while. Coming for me. This is not a good thing to say, for fear of making the gold core ancestor dissatisfied. Single quote. Lin Sheng was slightly frightened, but his expression remained calm. If it were to save others, I would still hesitate a bit, but what I am saving is the beloved daughter of Patriarch Mengxia, so I will fight even if I risk my life. Many people sneered after hearing this. Are you saying this to show that you are capable? Seeing everyone's gazes, Lin Sheng sighed in his heart. This Li Ziyuan is too insidious, and they agreed to be even. Isn't this just looking for trouble? Li Dongqing frowned slightly, naturally seeing Li Ziyuan's intention, and coughed lightly to attract everyone's attention. This rescue operation is initiated by the Alliance. If you don't want to, don't force it. But in the future, you will not be able to share the interests of this fairyland. You should think carefully. As soon as these words came out, everyone's escape route was blocked. If they didn't consider themselves, they had to consider the family behind them. However, there were also members of the lower class families in the crowd. They themselves were not invited by the Alliance, and they usually did not share in the Alliance's benefits, so they quietly took a few steps back and separated from the crowd. Li Dongqing turned a blind eye to this move, and a few more people left the crowd. Go Buju originally wanted to leave, but Lin Sheng whispered something, which frightened him to the spot. The Alliance loves to settle accounts with the Queen. If you leave now, your family will be doomed. Li Dongqing looked calm and glanced at Lin Sheng inadvertently. Is there anyone who wants to quit? I guarantee with my life that the Alliance will never settle scores in the future. You risk your life, how long can you live? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself. Knowing that Li Dongqing's consciousness enveloped the entire audience, he stopped talking. A look of struggle flashed in Go Buji's eyes, but he finally chose to believe Lin Sheng's words and did not leave the crowd. Seeing that no one was leaving, Li Dongqing glanced at Li Ziyuan and left with his sword. Everyone, please come to the formation. Li Ziyuan waved in greeting. Everyone was unwilling in their hearts, and there was no way out at this point, so everyone was so depressed that they walked into the formation. The teleportation array lit up the light beam, and Lin Sheng felt his consciousness was in a trance for a moment. When he came back to his senses, he saw a new world, and at the same time felt an inexplicable pressure on his body. Under the bloody sky, there is an endless stretch of desolate land. There is no grass growing on the land, and there is no sign of any biological activity. The spiritual energy in the air is thin and filled with a faint smell of decay. Fellow Taoist Li, you told me this is a fairyland. A monk said with anger on his face, pointing to the surrounding environment, this is a fairyland. This is obviously the Jedi land. Li Ziyuan looked displeased. Fellow Taoist, do you think you have seen a fairyland? What should a fairyland look like? This. The monk immediately froze on the spot, but these words stopped him. Li Ziyuan glanced at everyone. This place is a fairyland. If you want to call it Jedi, you can. Okay, fellow Taoist Li, don't say anything else. Where is Patriarch Mengxi's beloved daughter trapped? I can't wait to save her. A monk said impatiently. Okay, let's not talk nonsense anymore. Come with me, everyone. Li Ziyuan said, taking out his flying sword and taking off into the air. Everyone also showed their divine abilities, some were riding swords, some were driving boats, but this time they did not run on the ground. Yes. Judging from the way Li Ziyuan was familiar with the road, it was obvious that this was not his first time here. Lin Sheng deliberately fell behind and kept it secretly in mind. Everyone did not fly for long before they saw a huge depression. Looking down from the sky, the shape of the depression was like a concave Tai Chi diagram, with the yin and yang fish eyes being the two entrances. The beloved daughter of Ancestor Mengxia is trapped in this place. Li Ziyuan said, pointing to two dark fish eyes. This place is connected in all directions. You must follow my pace and don't fall behind, otherwise you will be trapped. Die in the passage. Looking at the bottomless fish eye entrance, everyone looked solemn, and Lin Sheng also had a solemn face. If Li Ziyuan said it true, this place is very suitable for trapping and killing monks. Everyone, follow closely, let's go. Li Ziyuan greeted, took out a palm-sized white lotus lantern, offered it, and flew it into the fish's eyes first. Everyone hurriedly followed, and the closer they got to the ground, the more they could feel the hugeness of the fish's eyes. A team of several hundred people quickly flew into the fish's eyes, and were instantly swallowed up by darkness. It's so dark that I can't see my fingers. Someone summoned the flame, and someone took out the luminous pearl. The light spread in the darkness. Everyone could barely see 3 feet away, and there was a thick darkness 3 feet away. As long as the light exceeded this distance, it would be swallowed by the darkness. Looking at the darkness in all directions, Lin Sheng felt uncomfortable all over. There seemed to be a pair of evil eyes peeping in the darkness, and when he listened carefully, it seemed like someone was whispering. Everyone's expressions were extremely solemn, and they could naturally feel the strangeness in the darkness. Fortunately, there were many people, so there was no sense of fear in their hearts. Some monks took out the law weapon for protection, and some monks relied on their deep magic power to directly condense a magic barrier. Lin Sheng also summoned a turtle shield and law weapon floating around him. Feeling unsafe, he took a dozen more Vajra talismans on his body. This move made many people's eyes jump. This Lin family is too timid. Lin Sheng completely ignored the gazes of these people. His life was the most important thing. He had no choice but to take away the spirit of the demon species by Bai Yuning. Naturally, he had no confidence in his heart, but he could not waste it anymore. Go Buhui is even more exaggerated. As a chi refining in the early stage, he did not have so many mana weapons or a long time to condense the mana barrier, so he had to stick dozens of talismans on his body. However, there are only 5 or 6 diamond talismans among them, and the others are all inferior talismans. If they are really attacked, they will probably provide a psychological comfort. Lin Sheng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. As expected of the Go family, this operation was worthy of its name. There was a lotus lamp floating in front of Li Ziyuan, exuding green light, and the green flame wick in it always guided a certain direction. The green light shrouded all the Li family disciples, looking extremely scary in the dark passage, like a ghost walking at night. As time passed, the surrounding darkness became thicker and thicker, and the range of light was compressed to within 2 feet. The sense of peeping eyes in the darkness became stronger and stronger, and the whispers became louder and louder. Gubuji's face was bloodless. On the one hand, he was frightened, and on the other hand, the mana in his body was almost empty. He was flying while knocking on the elixir, but the mana replenishment could not keep up with the consumption, and his position had fallen to the end. Lin Sheng thought he had found something wrong, but when he saw the expression on his face asking for help, he suddenly realized that he threw out a bottle of spirit pill for the sake of offering his clan sister. Spirit pill can increase the absorption rate of spiritual energy, which will naturally help convert mana. Although it is a bit wasteful to use it here, it is always better than those inferior supplementary elixirs. Thank you so much, Brother Lin. Go Buju's face was filled with joy, and he poured out a pill and swallowed it in his mouth. Lin Sheng grinned. Haha, you're welcome, count me selling you, just give me the spirit stone. How many spirit stones do you need? Go Buju looked bitter and muttered in a low voice, if there are too many spirit stones, I don't have them. Just the market price. The normal price is 15 low-grade spiritual stones. When out of stock, we might be able to sell 20 low-grade spiritual stones. I have a bottle full of 15 pills. Because of our good relationship, I will charge you the friendly price. Just give me 225 low-grade spiritual stones. Is this called a good relationship? Single quote. Go Buji's face was full of shock, but then turned into helplessness. I don't have that many spiritual stones now. It doesn't matter. You can borrow it. You can give it to me after you get out. Lin Sheng said with an evil smile. If it doesn't work, send a few more tribes. There's a ghost. An exclamation from the crowd attracted everyone's attention, and Lin Sheng also looked for it. I saw a middle-aged monk in the middle stage of chi refining. His face was pale, his fingers were trembling and he was touching a dark spot. What happened? Li Ziyuan's face darkened and he flew to the man's side. Just now a hand reached out from the darkness and pulled a disciple into the darkness. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed slightly, and their eyes scanned the darkness around them with vigilance, fearing that they might also stretch out a hand. Do you really mean what fellow Taoist said? The darkness is 2 feet away from me, could it possibly stretch out a 2-foot-long arm? Li Ziyuan looked suspicious. The middle-aged monk also regained his composure at this time, and said in a deep voice, the Alliance disciple just now had no luminous object on his body, and he inexplicably left the team and walked into the darkness. I saw with my own eyes a pale, naked arm stretching out from the darkness and pulling the man in. Li Ziyuan frowned slightly and glanced at everyone. Fellow Taoists, please check the members of your respective tribes. Is anyone missing? No, all my disciples are here. No one from the Yi family is missing. ... Everyone responded quickly and no one was missing. Li Ji looked at the middle-aged monk with a displeased expression. Fellow Taoist, are you dazzled by this? This place is indeed strange, but don't let the environment affect your mind. The middle-aged monk's gaze swept across the crowd, his pupils shrank, and he quickly lowered his head. Maybe I really saw it wrong. Have you seen that person's face clearly? No, that man turned his head, and I didn't see clearly. The middle male monk shook his head in fear, and the fear in his eyes became more and more intense. Li Ziyuan frowned when he heard this. The monk in front of him suddenly seemed to be frightened. His eyes couldn't help but scan the crowd, but he didn't find anything unusual. Although he felt strange, he could only comfort him. Fellow Taoists, don't worry. I have been here several times and found nothing unusual. Please pay attention to the darkness around you and continue on your way. Everyone set off again, but after experiencing this incident, everyone's hearts were shrouded in a shadow. Everyone's expressions were solemn, and their eyes were vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness. Naturally, the changes in the eyes of the middle-aged monk could not escape the attention of everyone. He must have seen something. Someone approached and asked in a low voice, but the monk also remained silent and shook his head repeatedly. Brother Lin, have you noticed anything strange? Go Buji followed Lin Sheng and asked in a low voice. Lin Sheng looked solemn and did not answer. He glanced at the crowd because he was at the end of the line and could clearly see the number of people in the group. Before entering the fisheye, the number of people on this trip was 321, but now the number is 322, and there is one more person who shouldn't exist. If the male monk didn't lie, then there were 2 more people who didn't exist. 2 people got into the team. Lin Sheng's heart sank slightly. He glanced at the Go Bug on his right and whispered, "Just remember the number of people. You'll understand after a while." Although Go Buji was confused when he heard this, he still silently wrote down the number of people. I don't know how long the flight lasted, but the darkness got closer and closer to everyone and the light was further compressed. Everyone's eyes could only see a few feet away from them. The eyes peeping in the darkness became more and more obvious, but the whispers disappeared out of thin air. "Brother Lin, have you noticed that the voice in the darkness has disappeared?" Go Buli reminded in a low voice. But the feeling of being spied on got worse and worse. Lin Sheng glanced at the divination stick on his left, and when he looked at the crowd again, his expression changed suddenly. The team that was just 322 people just now turned into 333 people. Inadvertently, another person appeared. "Who is more?" Single quote. Lin Sheng frowned and scanned the crowd, not finding anything unusual at all. "Is it an illusion that affects my vision?" Single quote. A haze appeared between Lin Sheng's brows. If it was an ordinary hallucination, it would be fine. It would at most affect vision. If it was a deeper hallucination, not only would vision be affected, but hearing, smell, taste, and touch would also be affected. "Fellow Taoist, have you found the problem?" Lin Sheng turned his head and looked at the divination stick on his left. "What's the problem?" Go Buji looked confused. Lin Sheng frowned slightly and looked at the crowd again. "Am I really hallucinating?" Single quote. Just when Lin Sheng was thinking wildly, his left arm was suddenly grabbed, and neither the diamond talisman nor the law weapon turtle shield responded. A surge of overwhelming resentment instantly surged into my heart. This feeling, resentful soul. Single quote. Lin Sheng was surprised and happy. He turned to look at Go Bu Rui on his left. At this time, Go Bu Rui's face had no facial features. A facial feature belonging to Lin Sheng was slowly emerging. "Are you using someone as a substitute? But you've got the wrong person." Single quote. The corner of Lin Sheng's mouth raised, revealing a cruel smile, and with a sudden breath, the Go Bug immediately turned into a wisp of resentful spirit that was sucked into the nasal cavity and penetrated into the dantian. It appeared quietly and disappeared quietly without causing any waves. Well, Lin Sheng sighed quietly, and the picture in front of him instantly shattered into fragments all over the sky. The chaotic thoughts in his mind suddenly became clear, and the ignored details emerged one by one. Wherever there is darkness in front of them, there is no passage. They are just a group of people, stuck in the fish's eyes. Their feet are covered by a golden formation, and under the formation are mountains of white bones. It's an illusion, but it's more terrifying than an illusion. It not only blinds people's various senses, but even affects people's thinking. Looking at the lifeless Go Bu on the pile of bones, Lin Sheng showed a look of regret. Go Bu died quietly and naturally. After all, he was just an ordinary monk in the early stage of qi refining. Is Li Ziyuan trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife, or does he really not know? Single quote. Lin Sheng looked at Li Ziyuan, who was shrouded in green light and had his eyes closed. He remained silent. From time to time, resentful spirits appeared in the bones and flew out of the formation to attack the green mask, but they were all bounced away. Everyone in the Li family was safe. It was just a pain to the other Alliance disciples, who thought that they had sacrificed the law weapon and attached the talisman. It was all an illusion. When the resentful spirit touched it casually, it fell into the bones like a bird with broken wings. It was a peaceful death. Do you want to save someone? Single quote. Of course we can't save him. Single quote. Lin Sheng asked himself, no matter how many Alliance disciples died, what does it have to do with him? If the enemy is weak, then the Lin family is strong, not to mention that he can still have a feast of souls. This is more than 300 blood meals, tempting countless resentful souls hidden in the formation. Of course, according to normal development, not all of these 300 people will die. There are always a few exceptions. For example, the middle-aged monk who first discovered the problem will not die. At this time, a golden light appears on his right wrist and covers his whole body. From time to time, there are the golden Sanskrit writing floats, and the resentful souls dare not approach. There is no Buddhist Tao sect in Dongzhou. This person must be a pawn of a certain Buddhist sect in other immortal cultivation worlds. Based on the concept of protecting the local sect, Lin Sheng stepped forward and took off the Buddhist beads from his wrist. He was proud to wear them. In your own hands. Integrated with the memory of monk Zhifu, I can be considered as half a disciple of Buddhism. The Buddha said that if you don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Don't blame me, fellow Buddhists. Lin Sheng put his hands together and looked peaceful, looking like an enlightened monk. Without the protection of Buddhist beads, the middle-aged monk would naturally be easily touched to death by the resentful spirit. Seeing that the corpse of the middle-aged monk was about to fall into the formation, Lin Sheng no longer cared about the Buddha's image, and hurriedly raised his hand to take a picture of his body. After taking away the storage bag, he threw it away and watched the corpse transmigrate the formation, falling into the bones. This formation blocks living things but not dead things, which is a bit interesting. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, scanning the corpses on the bone mountain. Many corpses had not completely rotted into bones. They were obviously the first batch of Alliance disciples to explore the secret realm. I don't know if they still have storage bags in their arms. Single quote. Lin Sheng was greatly moved. If he could transmigrate the formation, wouldn't he be able to touch the corpse? He couldn't help but look at Li Ziyuan. He had the rank 3 breaking formation talisman. But right now, a good meal is the most important thing. When all the Alliance disciples are dead, there will be no resentful souls flying out. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng quickly used his magic power to catch resentful souls everywhere. Now that the demon seeds in his dantian were languid, he naturally could not swallow all the souls. He could only catch one and suck one, but Lin Sheng was very tired. During this period, we have to take care of the fallen corpse. After all, there is a storage bag on the corpse. The Alliance disciple's storage bag cannot be wasted. A resentful soul was chased by Lin Sheng and flew towards the fish-eye opening above the head. Unfortunately, before it could reach the entrance of the cave, a golden formation suddenly appeared. Several golden thunder struck down instantly, and the resentful soul was wiped out. This scene frightened Lin Sheng quite a lot, but fortunately, Jin Lei completely ignored him and only attacked the resentful soul. If you don't let the resentful souls leave, this shouldn't be a dangerous place specially used for blood sacrifices, right? Single quote. Lin Sheng was secretly frightened and continued to chase other wandering resentful souls. About half an hour passed. Looking up, there was no longer any resentful soul in the field, only Lin Sheng stood proudly in the air, with the shadow of a 10-foot-tall resentful demon behind him. At present, he has swallowed more than 1,000 rays of resentful souls. The resentment demon seeds in his dantian are so full that they can no longer eat. For the first time, Lin Sheng felt that the demon species was full, and he secretly guessed that it might be due to the limitations of the realm, and the resentful demon species had reached its limit. More than 1,000 resentful souls, that is, more than 1,000 resentful swords. The monks in the early stage of qi refining almost have one sword per sword. The ordinary monks in the late stage of qi refining do not have special divine ability or law weapon and can support up to 3 swords. The ancient magic power is so terrifying. Lin Sheng instantly felt that he was able to do it again. He was back again in a matter of seconds. If the foundation building could not come out, who could compete with him? His eyes couldn't help but glance at the only 7 Alliance disciples and a group of people from the Li family. Should we trap and kill these people here too? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought about it carefully and gave up the idea. All the Alliance disciples were wiped out, but he was the only one alive. I am afraid Mengxia Ancestor will be the first to capture him. Although the magic power is strong, in the eyes of Gold Core Ancestor, he is just a bigger ant. And if the lives of these people are spared, the benefits are self-evident. All the disciples of the Li family are alive and well, and everyone else is almost dead. The eyes and anger of many families are naturally directed at the Li family. The Li family will bear the blame. In order to let the Li family take the blame, Lin Sheng took back the demonic shadow and put the Buddhist beads on his wrist. Seeing the resentment demon disappeared, the resentful souls under the formation immediately became restless again, rushing out of the formation to attack everyone. Resentful souls have no intelligence and only have the instinct to kill, but they will also have instinctive fear of certain things, such as the appearance of resentful demons, such as Buddha beads with golden Sanskrit characters on them. Seeing the resentful souls rushing out, Lin Sheng took out a dozen explosive charms and threw them at the lotus lantern in front of Li Ziyuan. If he wasn't afraid of killing the Li family, he would have thrown the charms at people. The talisman was naturally contributed by Yuer. After all, I touched so many storage bags during my trip to Secret Realm, but there are still hundreds of storage bags that have not been opened. I have to find opportunities to slowly open them. The Alliance Disciple's storage bag is not comparable to that of the average independent cultivator. It has at least some blocking restrictions, and there may be some positioning guidance, but it cannot be treated simply. For this purpose, Lin Sheng put sealing charms on each one, and then put layer after layer of storage bags, about 60 of them, so that there was some kind of positioning guide, layer by layer. Due to the isolation of space, it is estimated that it cannot be transmitted. As for the Spirit Beast bags carried by individual Alliance disciples, Lin Sheng gave up and allowed the Spirit Beast bags to be annihilated in the formation. The Spirit Beast bags were no better than storage bags and could not be stored in other spaces and could only be left alone. Being alone outside means that you are exposed to risks, and the benefits are not proportional to the risks. There is no need at all. What good monster can a chi refining monk have? The explosion talisman burned quickly, and a series of explosions sounded. The expected scene did not appear, and the lotus lantern was safe and sound. Good baby. Single quote. Lin Sheng was surprised. He took out a dozen more explosive charms and was about to throw them at the lotus lantern. Everyone in the field suddenly disappeared at the same time. In the darkness, everyone was immersed in flying, but as the number of people became smaller and smaller, everyone finally discovered the problem. There was a resentful spirit mixed in the crowd. But being able to discover the problem does not mean that it can be solved. Being in the illusion, they can no longer help themselves, and more monks are being killed by resentful spirits. Li fellow Taoist, this resentful spirit has appeared again. The Alliance disciples are all dead. The monk from the Bai family looked pale. He held the white flame in his hand, which did no harm to the resentful spirit at all. On the contrary, the purple jade pendant hanging on his waist had more cracks. Come more and more. It's useless. We are all in an illusion. Do you think you took out the white flame? It's all an illusion. The disciple of the Xing family looked solemn. He had an amulet given by the patriarch to block ghosts and ghosts. Although he was frightened, he was not panicked. What should we do now? Brother Li, you should come up with an idea. The Yi family monk's face was full of anxiety, and the big gourd he carried behind him spit out black water from time to block the approach of the resentful soul. Li Ziyuan, is this trip deliberately planned by your Li family? To trap the Alliance disciples. The Wu family disciples looked full of evil spirits. There were 13 disciples in the Wu family group, and he was the only one left dead now. As soon as these words came out, the few remaining monks all looked ugly and felt great hatred in their hearts. Li Ziyuan looked calm, and now he no longer pretended. Fellow Taoists, don't be impatient, the place of formation is coming soon, and as long as you get to the place of formation, these resentful souls will disappear. As for what Brother Wu said, these words are too serious. Our Li family cannot afford it. This action was decided by Ancestor Mengxia. If Wu Shang has any objections, go to Ancestor Mengxia and ask for an explanation. You don't need to say this. This trip is over. I must go to the head of the Zonqing sect to ask for an explanation. Wu Shang snorted coldly, and the evil energy on his body turned into a black dragon and circled around him. I'm just asking you, did your Li family deliberately plot to trap and kill the Alliance disciples? Brother Wu, I still say the same thing, the Li family cannot afford to trap and kill the Alliance disciples. Li Ziyuan's expression remained calm. Suddenly there was a rumble of explosions in the darkness. The sound was so familiar that everyone subconsciously looked into the darkness, but could not see anything. Li Ziyuan frowned slightly. How could there be the sound of the exploding talisman exploding in the darkness? But soon his eyes were attracted by the green flame wick. The green flame wick that was originally guiding the direction suddenly spun and then flew out of the lotus lantern. The green flame instantly ignited the darkness, and there was a sea of fire in all directions, but no one felt any heat waves. The green flame seemed to have no temperature. In the sea of fire, a ray of light suddenly penetrated the flame, as if a signal was triggered, and one ray after another penetrated the flame one after another. The flames dissipated, the darkness ended, and everyone appeared in a vast white world. At a glance, there were no boundaries, and there was infinite space up, down, left, and right. Everyone is as inconspicuous as a speck of dust in this vast white world. What place is this? The monk from the Bai family was shocked. The yin eye is responsible for sleep, and the yang eye is responsible for killing. We have just escaped from the yang eye, and now we are in the illusion of the yin eye. Li Ziyuan's voice was calm, and he took out the rank 3 formation breaking talisman and raised it. Yin-yang eyes. Yin-yang Tai Chi diagram. Are we in a law treasure? The Yi family monk looked excited. This is a law treasure. The anger in my heart because of the death of my clan members also faded a bit. Just law treasure. Yi fellow Taoist, when did you become so superficial? Li Ziyuan said with a half smile. Could it be spirit treasure? The Yi family monk looked surprised. If it were spirit treasure, would you still be alive? Brother Xingzhe reminded. If it's not a law treasure or a spirit treasure, what else could it be? The Ning family monk who had been silent until now suddenly asked. Monk Xingzhe looked thoughtful. The law treasure in this world cannot have such power. The spirit treasure has a spirit. We will definitely die if we break in. I am guessing that it may be a treasure left by an ancient cultivator. You need to know whether it is a divine ability or a law treasure. The power is earth-shattering. You mean, this is an ancient treasure? The Yi family monk looked shocked. It should be, I'm not sure. Li Ziyuan ignored everyone's comments and concentrated on watching the rank 3 formation breaking talisman burning and releasing a large number of silver-white destruction spirit patterns, which were composed of dense arrangements of special symbols. Under the power of the spirit pattern of destruction, a small area of space was distorted and confused, but no passage appeared. Li Ziyuan quickly raised the lotus lantern, and the green flame wick exploded violently, spewing out green flames, igniting the distorted space. As time passed, the green flames burned out a circular passage with a diameter of 1 foot. The passage was not deep, and the golden light on the opposite side could be seen with the naked eye. Hurry up, Li Ziyuan greeted, put away the lotus lantern, and rushed straight into the passage with the Li family disciples. Everyone did not dare to hesitate and quickly followed. When the last person rushed out of the passage had shrunk to half a foot. At this time, I was afraid that it could only support 2 more people to pass through. It is estimated that more than 300 Alliance disciples would die here 90% of the time. Wu Shang was the last one to fly out of the passage. His brows were gloomy, and he had a guess in his heart that the lotus lantern in Li Ziyuan's hand must be the law treasure of Patriarch Mengxia. Otherwise, how could he burn the ancient treasure out of the passage? He was about to ask, but he saw everyone's expressions were dull and couldn't help but follow their gazes. What you see is a huge Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram, with the yin and yang Pisces in the center rotating constantly, and the Kimin Bagua on the outside changing erratically. Throughout the 8 trigrams diagram of Tai Chi, there are golden mantras flowing, which looks quite spectacular. And everyone is right above the yin and yang Pisces, as small as dust. We obviously flew down from above, but why are the yin-yang fish eyes below us? The Bai family monk murmured to himself. Li Ziyuan looked solemn. Yin-yang Tai Chi, the world is upside down. We have reached the center of this treasure. Fellow Taoists, please do not move around, or be careful to trigger the restriction. Looking at the constantly changing Bagua symbols in the distance and the mantras floating in the air, everyone looked awe-inspiring. There was no need for Li Ziyuan to remind them. Who would dare to move in this situation? Brother Li, where is Patriarch Mengxia's beloved daughter? How to save her in this situation? Will I turn into ashes immediately under the floating mantra? The monk from the Yi family looked nervous. There was the excitement from before. Li Ziyuan didn't answer and raised the lotus lantern again. The green flames flew out of the lotus lantern after spinning and quickly rushed towards Zhenghua. A wisp of green flame shuttled through the mantra, which was extremely conspicuous in the golden Bagua Tai Chi diagram. Everyone watching this scene was on tenterhooks, fearing that the green flame would hit the mantra and cause a sudden change. Fortunately, the green flame seemed to have intelligence, bypassing the wandering mantra spells, bumped into the Zhenghua, and disappeared instantly. Ha, missed, the Yi family monk said anxiously. In Shuanghua, Xingzhe monk reminded in a deep voice. Everyone looked quickly and saw that the green flame disappeared again. Look at Li Gua. Quote, everyone looked quickly and saw that the green flame disappeared again. Next, green flame turned all the gossip aside and flew back into the lotus lantern. Brother Li, how are you? Where is Patriarch Mengxi's beloved daughter? The Yi family monk asked anxiously. Li Ziyuan frowned. Impossible, why can't I find it? What can't be found? What can't be found? The Yi family monk looked angry. Yi Xingwei, can you be quieter? Brother Xingzhe looked displeased. Quiet, how can I be quiet? 17 of my Yi family disciples died, but nothing was found and you told me to be quiet. Yi Xingwei finally couldn't help but roar. Fellow Taoist Yi, do you want to blame me? Li Ziyuan looked slightly cold. Yi Xingwei's complexion suddenly became extremely ugly, and under Li Ziyuan's gaze, he did not say a word. When Wu Shang saw this, he sneered, haha, I can see it. I'm afraid the idea of rescuing people is nothing. Li Dongqing's time is running out. He joins forces with the ancestor of the Zhanqing sect to cut off our family's bloodline. He is really cruel and has a vicious plan. Li Ziyuan looked cold. Wu Shang, if you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for turning against you. How are you doing? Are you angry because I hit a sore point? Wu Shang said and glanced at the remaining 6 people. Fellow Taoists, the Li family is so ambitious that I am afraid it will be impossible for us to leave this place. You, Li Ziyuan was about to yell, but his sleeve was tugged lightly by Bai Yumo beside him. Ever since Lin Shang disappeared in the darkness, Bai Yumo had relaxed and her mood was naturally very good. Even if a dozen Bai family disciples died, she didn't even frown. Now seeing that the situation was tense, he quickly came out to smooth things over. Fellow Taoists, please listen to what I have to say. I, the Bai family, guarantee this matter. The rescue mission is absolutely true. The deaths and injuries of some clan members are nothing more than flesh wounds to the family. And if you can't save Patriarch Mengxi's beloved daughter and offend Patriarch Mengxia, it will really be a break in your bones. You must think carefully. Patriarch Mengxi's anger will not affect your family. Can you bear it? Bai Yumo said as he glanced at the Bai family members, who quickly walked into the Li family's team. 7 people went to 1, except for the Li and Bai families, there were only 6 people left in the venue. Among them, there was 1 person each from the Yi, Wu, Xing, and Ning families. The other 2 were from the Wan family. They had been silent, but they were able to survive until now. Obviously he is not a simple person. HMPH, your Li and Bai families are collaborating together. Your Bai family must be involved in this matter. Wu Shang didn't appreciate it at all and retorted coldly. Fellow Taoist Wu, more than 10 members of the Bai family have died. Bai Yumo's face turned cold. The most venomous woman has a heart. I'm sure this is the Bai family envoy's trick. You, okay, everyone, please stop talking. We are still in this ancient treasure. How can we start fighting among ourselves? The Xing family monks quickly came out to smooth things over. If a fight really broke out, the Li family might survive, but the others would definitely die. Why did this person suddenly disappear? Law treasure, divine ability, space teleportation, single quote. Lin Sheng was confused. He flew around the smooth stone wall and found no clues. However, he found many mantras as small as ants on the stone wall. At a glance, they are so densely packed that you really can't tell them without looking carefully. Are you leaving like this? Single quote. Lin Sheng looked down at the mountains of bones piled up in the formation, then looked up at the entrance of the fisheye cave, and rejected the idea. Everyone in the Li family didn't know where they were going. Leaving now would be like drawing all the attention and anger to themselves. This kind of stupid thing should never be done. The formation can block living things, but not dead things. I don't know if it will work. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, and the phantom of the resentful demon immediately appeared and enveloped him. He carefully flew down to touch the formation light screen. Seeing the formation light screen getting closer and closer, Lin Sheng's heart also became excited. If anything happened, he would burn the resentful demon seeds and retreat violently. Anyway, There are many resentful souls here, so they are so willful. The resentful demon phase came into contact with the formation light screen first, and nothing happened. However, as Lin Sheng's body got closer and closer to the formation, the throbbing feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. No, it's too dangerous. Single quote. Lin Sheng wanted to retreat and quickly stopped. Why take risks? The harvest now is enough, there is no need to take risks anymore. Single quote. But after seeing the storage bags on the corpses, the greed rising in his heart could not be stopped. This place is like a forest of bones, and there's no telling how many storage bags are hidden in it. Others are greedy and I'm afraid, others are afraid and I'm greedy, let's fight. The worst thing is not to have a leg. Single quote. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng's eyes showed a look of determination. To be on the safe side, he summoned hundreds of resentful souls to wrap his body tightly, and then carefully stretched out a leg to light the formation light screen. Nothing happened. There's a show. Single quote. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up, and his body began to sink slowly, first the legs, then the torso, and finally the head. The formation light curtain remained unresponsive. When the whole person sank into the light curtain, the formation suddenly shook, and several golden electric lights suddenly appeared and struck Lin Sheng instantly. Suffer. Lin Sheng's expression changed drastically. Who would have thought that the formation would be like beating a dog with a door closed, so there was no martial ethics. At the moment of life and death, the demonic resentment in his dantian suddenly burned. Thousands of resentful souls were subsequently ignited, and the phantom of the resentful demonic form was ignited with gray flames. The 1-foot-long demonic form suddenly rose to 3 feet high, and the resentment grew geometrically. No matter how strong the resentment demon phase is, it is still limited by Lin Sheng's own strength. Under the rank 3 formation, even the foundation building overhaul can be killed, let alone a small chi refining monk. The golden electric arc appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Just when Lin Sheng thought he was about to die, the electric arc suddenly stopped and spun around the burning demonic form, as if he was trying to identify his identity. As time passed by, Lin Sheng was sweating profusely and his eyes were fixed on the arc. When facing life and death, he could not remain calm. After a while, there was still no sign of the electric arc disappearing. Lin Sheng couldn't wait any longer, and the resentful demon phase could not hold on for much longer. He flew upward first, but found that he could not retreat, so he had no choice but to fall down. Fortunately, there was no obstacle to his fall. After Lin Sheng completely passed the formation light curtain, the electric arc that followed rotated in place and disappeared. In just 100 breaths, Lin Sheng felt like a lifetime had passed. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glanced at the mountains of bones and corpses around him. The air was filled with an indescribable stench. Fortunately, the formation only separated the boundaries and did not directly cover the whole place. If this was the case, when the resentment demon phase was burned out, it would be the time when his body died and his path disappeared. It seems that I am truly the chosen one. I am blessed by heaven. Lin Sheng sighed with emotion, and the shadow of the resentful demon on his body completely dissipated. He took off the golden beads from his wrist and put them into his storage bag, looking at the many resentful souls floating out of the mountain of bones and corpses with bright eyes. Come on, whip me. As soon as he finished speaking, the resentful spirits swarmed in. They had no intelligence, they only knew that blood food appeared in the field. Half an hour later. Well, Lin Sheng burped and felt full again. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that he ate a little less this time than last time, and he probably felt that 1,000 resentments had entered his stomach. Could it be that the resentful souls in this mountain of corpses are stronger? Single quote. Lin Sheng touched his chin, thoughtfully, and glanced at the corpse mountain and bone forest. The thought was immediately thrown out of his mind. The most important thing at the moment was to pick up the storage bag. After all the work, Lin Sheng only found about 100 storage bags, all of which were found on corpses that had not completely rotted into bones. Judging from the clothes and attire, they are all disciples of the Alliance. They must be from the head family of the Alliance. They came to the fairyland to hunt for treasures but failed, and instead lost their lives here. As for those white bones that break at the touch, there are no storage bags at all. Maybe they once existed, but they were lost in the long river of time. It doesn't matter if you have outstanding talent. If you make one wrong move, you will die. Lin Sheng sighed with emotion and carefully put away the storage bags one by one. He began to reflect on whether his recent behavior was too reckless. He clearly just wanted to be a fool, but why did he turn into a fool instead? If it weren't for the blessing of heaven, I wouldn't have died so many times. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng looked solemn. The prodigal son turned around and corrected his mistakes when he knew they were wrong. He must not be so reckless next time. The spirit beast bag around his waist suddenly trembled. It seemed that the spirit fire toad had been suffocated for a long time and wanted to come out for some air. There was no danger in the mountain of corpses and bones, so Lin Sheng allowed the spirit fire toad to come out for some air. Quack quack quack. As soon as the spirit fire toad jumped out, he howled loudly. Suddenly he saw many resentful souls rushing towards him. He stared with big eyes and turned around to get back into the spirit beast bag. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Lin Sheng smiled hoarsely, took out a golden Buddha bead and put it on one of the claws of the spirit fire toad. Golden light enveloped the toad's body, Sanskrit words emerged, and many resentful souls retreated. The spirit fire toad's eyes lit up, he raised his paw, and looked at the golden beads curiously. Lin Sheng saw this and grinned. Although it is a bit small, you can wear it as a ring. If you find a mother in the future. Before he finished speaking, Lin Sheng's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had seen a ghost. I saw the spirit fire toad taking off the beads and pulling hard with his two claws. The small beads bracelet immediately became huge, and the spirit fire toad directly put it on his neck. This changes in size. Is it a law treasure? Lin Sheng quickly stepped forward to check. There were 6 beads in total, and each bead was engraved with the same 4 symbols. Lin Sheng devoured Monk Jufu's memory and naturally recognized the meaning of the symbol at a glance. The 6-character Buddhist mantra is, Om Mani Padme Hum. Is it law treasure? Take it off and show it to me. Lin Sheng couldn't believe it. Only law treasure has divine ability, but law weapon refined with some special materials will also have divine ability. Lingwo Chan looked unhappy and reluctantly took off the beads and handed them to Lin Sheng. Looking at your ugly appearance, I won't steal it from you. Lin Sheng glared at the Lingwo toad, holding the huge Buddha beads in his arms, and suddenly felt at a loss. How do you make it bigger or smaller? Quack quack quack, quack quack quack, quack quack. He didn't know what the spirit fire toad meant. Anyway, he just wanted to get bigger, so the Buddha beads got bigger. Then make it smaller. Quack quack quack. The spirit fire toad looked arrogant, grabbed the beads, rubbed them vigorously with his 2 paws, and the beads returned to the size of a bracelet. Lin Sheng was surprised. He took the beads, tugged hard, and rubbed them hard, but there was no change in the beads. This. Quack quack quack. The spirit fire toad held up its belly with both claws and opened its big mouth and laughed. Lin Sheng looked at the string of Buddhist beads in his hand, and then at the spirit fire toad with a proud face, and suddenly felt that he was not even as good as a toad. The spiritual power of this treasure is not obvious. It should not be a law treasure but a law weapon. But why can the spirit fire toad control this thing but I can't? Single quote. Lin Sheng's mind was filled with thoughts, and he threw the beads to Lingwo toad, who happily put the beads around his neck. There are many wonders in the immortal cultivation world. After all, I am just a chi refining monk, and I can only glimpse the tip of the iceberg. Single quote. Lin Sheng sighed in his heart and stopped worrying about the matter. He jumped on the back of the spirit fire toad and waved his hand, let's go and walk around. The Buddhist beads were shrouded in golden light, and the resentful souls naturally did not dare to approach. They allowed the spirit fire toad to run rampant in the corpse mountain bone forest, turning the bones into flying ashes. Skeletons are like ridges and bones are like forests. At a glance, there is no end in sight. Above the light screen of the formation, Lin Sheng didn't feel how big this place was. He was really transmigrated. This place was like an infinite space with no end at all. How many people must this Jedi have killed to create such a spectacular scene? Lin Sheng murmured to himself, pointing in another direction. The spirit fire toad then turned around and jumped to the other side. 3 hours later, the spirit fire toad lay on the ground and was unwilling to move anymore. Apart from the excitement at the beginning, it was now very tired and just wanted to get back into the spirit beast bag. Lin Sheng would not grant its wish. If it entered the spirit beast bag, how lonely would it be alone? Ah-chan, believe me, in that direction, I think there must be something in that direction. Lin Sheng said and pointed to the southeast. The spirit fire toad shook his head repeatedly, collapsed on the ground, and looked like a dead frog that was not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. What can I do? Single quote. Lin Sheng had a sad look on his face. He was happy to pick up the storage bags at first, but after picking them up, especially after walking around for a while, his mood immediately became bad. He now discovered a very serious problem. How do I get out of this hellish place? Is it possible that I'm going to die trapped here? Single quote. Lin Sheng was slightly startled, and his expression immediately became serious. The spirit fire toad could naturally sense the change in his master's mood. He suddenly turned over and squatted, looking around with his big eyes, and then pointed at the formation light screen above his head with his claws. Quack quack quack. I tried it when I came down before, but I couldn't get out. Lin Sheng shook his head. The spirit fire toad looked depressed when he heard this. Suddenly, it saw a green shadow flashing away in the distance, which was extremely conspicuous among the white bones. Quack, 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 quack. The spirit fire toad roared and rushed out, not even a trace of fatigue. Lin Sheng was shocked and quickly followed. Bang! With a loud sound, the spirit fire toad plunged into the pile of bones, its two big claws desperately clawing out the bones. Quack, 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 quack. After a while, a white mask appeared in Lin Sheng's sight. Senior Sister Ning. Looking at the beautiful female cultivator with a bloodless face in the mask, Lin Sheng recognized her at a glance. You finally saw it. Senior Sister Ning, who was sitting cross-legged in the light mask, whispered softly and then fainted. The white lotus lantern in her hand also fell to the ground, and the green flame wick in it was completely extinguished. Why is this woman here? Could it be that she is the daughter of Ancestor Mengxia? Single quote. Lin Sheng was surprised and glanced at the lotus lantern. This lotus lantern looked exactly the same as Li Ziyuan's lotus lantern. Quack quack quack. The spirit fire toad clasped its belly with its claws, its face full of pride, and its big eyes squinted at Lin Sheng, as if you are not happy to praise me. Lin Sheng said with a smile on his face, he, not bad, good job. Come on, go back to the spirit beast bag. Hearing this, the spirit fire toad shook his head repeatedly, with a hint of flattery in his big eyes. He pointed at the fainted senior sister Ning, and then pointed at himself. Quack, 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 quack. You want to carry her? Should I carry her on your back? Lin Sheng looked unkind. I asked you to carry me, why should I hold you? The spirit fire toad looked stunned for a moment, then opened his mouth and pointed at his mouth. Quack, 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 quack. Lin Sheng smiled awkwardly when he saw this. He had misunderstood just now. It turned out that the spirit fire toad was not trying to carry her. It meant that senior sister Ning had beast core on her body and it wanted to eat it. As the beloved daughter of the gold core ancestor, it makes sense for senior sister Ning to have beast core. Lin Sheng nodded slightly. Then we have to rescue her first. As for whether she is willing to give beast core to you, it depends on her wish. Her mother is the ancestor of gold core, so she doesn't dare to use force. The spirit fire toad nodded thoughtfully, then opened his mouth and spit out gray flames towards the white light shield. The gray flames that could freeze people into ice sculptures had no effect on the white mask, and couldn't even condense a trace of ice crystals. This white mask is not simple. Don't waste any more energy. Lin Sheng waved his hand and motioned the spirit fire toad to go away. Then the phantom of the resentful demon appeared, and with a wave of his hand, dozens of resentful swords were thrust out. Puff puff. The resentful sword hit the white light shield and was directly annihilated without any ripples. Lin Sheng frowned, and immediately turned 100 rays of resentment into a huge resentment sword and smashed it against the white light shield. Hey! There was a soft sound, a crack appeared on the white mask, and a strange black spiritual pattern flickered on the mask. It's quite manageable. Lin Sheng grinned, and turned 500 resentful souls into a resentful sword, and smashed it against the light shield again. Crack. There was a clear sound, and the entire white mask was covered with cracks, but it was not broken yet, and the strange black spiritual pattern appeared directly on the mask. This spiritual pattern. Single quote. Lin Sheng looked puzzled and had a guess in his mind. Spirit patterns are an important cornerstone of the construction of formations. They are mostly ordered by special symbols, such as guarding spirit patterns, killing spirit patterns, inverted spirit patterns, chaotic spirit patterns, etc. The formation is composed of various spiritual patterns that are related by a large number of equations to generate corresponding power. This kind of equational relationship cannot be figured out casually. It requires a lot of calculations. Therefore, among the 4 arts of cultivating immortality, array weapon alchemy, array, is the most difficult. From Lin Sheng's perspective, every formation master is a great mathematician. People can do many things that they can't do normally when they are extremely angry, except mathematics, which cannot be done. By the same token, formations cannot be done either. I know how to use it and know the principles, but I just can't do it. All spirit patterns have one thing in common. They are ordered by specific symbols. However, the black spirit patterns in front of you are not ordered by symbols. It is a symbol in itself. This symbol is like a very long word, finished in one stroke. Is this the lost space spirit pattern? Single quote. Lin Sheng had some guesses in his mind and did not continue to attack the light shield. He wanted to write down the revealed spiritual pattern and add some resentment souls by the way. Most of the resentment souls were consumed in these 2 attacks. The spiritual pattern was not long and could be remembered at a glance. Lin Sheng took out the golden light formation flag and tried to use his magic power to write the spiritual pattern in the formation flag. However, his magic power only drew half of it, and the other half could not be drawn at all. A mysterious force prevented Lin Sheng from continuing to draw spiritual patterns. Is it because my level is too low? Single quote. Lin Sheng frowned slightly and put away the formation flag, but being able to memorize a space spiritual pattern was a bit of a gain. Another resentful sword made of 500 wisps of resentful souls hit the light screen hard. The cracks in the spider web became more and more dense, but they did not break. Let's see how long you can resist. As a result, Lin Sheng swallowed the resentful souls while condensing the resentful sword to attack the light shield. After a while, thousands of resentful souls were annihilated, and all the resentful souls in the White Bone Mountain for several miles around were absorbed. In the end, Lin Sheng had to fly far away to swallow the soul, and then fly back to continue attacking the light shield. After finally consuming tens of thousands more resentful souls, the white light shield shattered in response. Good. Lin Sheng's face was filled with joy and he quickly flew over to take a closer look at the beloved daughter of Patriarch Mengxia. Senior sister Ning's skin is like cream, her eyebrows are furrowed, her nose is red, and her lips are rosy. She can be described as extremely beautiful, and she is on par with Bai Yuaning. However, while Bai Yuaning is charming, this senior sister Ning is cold. Ning, fellow Taoist, I'm offended. Lin Sheng said that mana was flowing through senior sister Ning's body, and he carefully checked inside and outside. He found that only the mana in the body was a little overdrawn, but there were no other injuries. So he opened senior sister Ning's lips and teeth, took out a few bottles of low-grade recovery pills and poured them into her mouth. After Mo Yu waited for tea time, senior sister Ning slowly woke up and opened her eyes to see Lin Sheng's handsome face. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving my life. Senior sister Ning's face was calm, her voice was cold, and there was no trace of emotion. It's just a little effort. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and did not care about senior sister Ning's attitude. Since she is a disciple of the Zonqing sect and the beloved daughter of Patriarch Mengxia, it is understandable that she is also a person who has cut off love. May I ask if fellow Taoist is the beloved daughter of Patriarch Mengxia? Although Lin Sheng was sure in his heart that this person was him, he still asked her if she was not him just to be on the safe side. No, it's not a big deal. Is it possible that we can still take advantage of others' danger? Senior sister Ning nodded gently. Fellow Taoist is a disciple of the 100 Races Alliance. Exactly, Lin Sheng, a disciple of the Lin family in Lower East Zon Peak. It turns out to be fellow Taoist Lin. Does fellow Taoist have some spiritual stones for me? The spiritual energy here is too thin and cannot be absorbed. As she spoke, senior sister Ning glanced around, paused for a moment on the spirit fire toad, and then moved away again. Of course there are spirit stones. Lin Sheng said and poured out 100 low-grade spirit stones. Thank you. Senior Sister Ning smiled gently, picked up the spirit stones on the ground and began to absorb and restore mana. It turns out that women from the Zonqing sect can also smile, and I thought they were all iceberg beauties. Single quote. Lin Sheng was surprised. When he saw Senior Sister Ning closing her eyes and starting to recover her magic power, he waved to the spirit fire toad and turned around to leave. I just broke through the white light curtain, but it consumed a lot of resentful souls. Now I am taking advantage of Senior Sister Ning's recovery time to replenish her mana, so as not to be discovered as a demon later. The spirit fire toad was extremely reluctant and followed Lin Sheng away. He was still thinking about Beast Core. Seeing the spirit fire toad's languid look, Lin Sheng smiled hoarsely. Don't worry, I'll make inquiries after Senior Sister Ning recovers her magic power. As he spoke, Lin Sheng's nose suddenly inhaled, and the 4 desire demonic skills exploded. The resentful souls hiding in the bone mountain were forcibly taken out and sucked into his belly. It's so cool. Lin Sheng rubbed his nose, flew to another mountain of bones, and took another sharp breath. Boom. A loud noise. The sudden change. Bones were flying all over the sky, and a red flag rushed out from the bones and hit them head-on. When Chi-Chi hit him head-on, Lin Sheng saw a strange scene. Under the bloody sky, a red flag stood on the top of the corpse mountain in the bone forest and fluttered in the wind. In my ears I could hear the whispers of the dead. If I listened carefully, it was clearly the wails of resentful souls. The scene passed in an instant, and when he came back to his senses, Red Flag was already in front of him. In a hurry, Lin Sheng had no time to defend himself. With a bang, he was pushed out by Red Flag and smashed into the pile of bones. Good baby. Such a good baby. Lin Sheng's face was filled with joy. He crawled out from the pile of bones and looked at the red flag flying in the distance. He can feel a trace of connection with Chi-Chi, as if he can control Chi-Chi. This control ability comes from the resentful demon phase. To be more precise, it should come from the resentful soul in the resentful demon phase. It is this trace of control that causes Chi-Chi to can't kill him. Seeing that Lin Sheng flew out of the pile of bones intact, Chi-Chi spun twice and then charged forward angrily, as if he was going to knock Lin Sheng to death. Ha ha ha, thank God for the gift. Lin Sheng laughed, dodged the red flag's attack sideways, and grabbed the black flagpole. Bang! With a sound, several resentful souls appeared on the flagpole and exploded instantly. They bounced away from Lin Sheng's palm. The red flag suddenly shrank into a palm-sized flag and fled through the air. Quick! Stop it! Lin Sheng roared, and the spirit fire toad quickly spit out gray flames to block it, but it was of no use to the red flag. It completely ignored the gray flames, penetrated directly, and fled into the distance. During the flight, the flag fluttered, and the corpse mountain bone forest suddenly shook. The resentful souls hiding in it flew out one after another. Looking up, the resentful souls covering the sky and the sun gathered towards the red flag. Spirit treasure. Definitely a spirit treasure. Single quote. Lin Sheng was shocked, and he quickly raised his flying sword and chased the red flag. He did not forget to turn around and shout to the Lingwo Chan, "Go and guard the female cultivator just now. Keep an eye on her." Quack, quack, quack. The spirit fire toad called out twice quickly, not forgetting to stretch out its paw and wave it. Red Flag's escape speed was so fast that Lin Sheng couldn't catch up with it. Fortunately, there was a vague connection and the guidance of the gathering of resentful souls in the sky, so he would not lose it. Such a spectacular sight naturally caught Senior Sister Ning's attention. She looked up at the sky and was shocked when she saw the resentful soul covering the sky. With a loud bang, the spirit fire toad jumped in front of Senior Sister Ning. With his eyes widened, he pointed at her, then at the sky, and then waved his paws. Quack quack quack, you told me not to go. Senior Sister Ning looked surprised. Looking at the anthropomorphic movements of the spirit fire toad, she actually felt that she could understand it. Quack quack quack. The spirit fire toad grinned and nodded repeatedly. You monster is quite interesting. Senior Sister Ning smiled calmly and took out a beast core and threw it into the spirit fire toad's mouth. Then he closed his eyes, no longer caring about the changes in the world, and continued to absorb the spiritual energy in the spirit stone. Quack, quack, quack. Spirit fire toad's eyes suddenly widened, his face full of disbelief, and he fell into a deep sleep the next second. Whoosh. The red flag pierced the sky, and behind him was Lin Sheng, who was chasing after him with a spiritual stone in his hand. After 3 hours of chasing, Kai Chi's escape speed became slower and slower, and Lin Sheng could gradually keep up with escape light. In this place where spiritual energy is thin, Kai Chi cannot get spiritual energy replenishment, but Lin Sheng does not have this problem. There are many spiritual stones in his storage bag, and the consumption of them also consumes Kai Chi to death. Let me see where you are going. The joy on Lin Sheng's face became more and more intense. All the resentful souls in the Jedi were swallowed up by the red flag. If not tens of millions, there would be millions. If you get this red flag and fight with others, millions of resentful souls will emerge between the waving flags. It is terrifying to think about the scene. Moreover, in the future, you will be able to practice the 4 desires demon art and the training resources needed for the resentment demon phase. It's simply a gift from heaven. Lin Sheng felt more and more like he was son of fortune. This red flag is flying around, obviously giving birth to spiritual wisdom, law treasure creature, that is spirit treasure. Gold core ancestor has been cultivating his own law treasure for hundreds of years, but it may not be able to give birth to spiritual wisdom. If you can get the red flag, it will be done in one step. In the future, the core formation can be directly used as the natal law treasure, and there is no need to look for artifact refining. Of course, Lin Sheng is just thinking about all this now. Foundation building has not yet been achieved, and gold core is even further away. If you run away again, when I catch you, I will wipe out your intelligence. As long as you stop now, I promise to forget the past. Lin Sheng yelled threats at Kai Chi. I don't know if Kai Chi could understand him, but looking at his increasingly slower escape speed, it didn't matter whether he understood or not. In half an hour, I can definitely catch up. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, staring closely at Chi-Chi. The connection in his heart became clearer and clearer, and he began to dream about the beautiful life of cultivating immortals in his mind. After flying for about a while, the red flag suddenly stopped in the air. This situation shocked Lin Sheng, and he quickly stopped and watched. I saw the red flag spinning in place for more than a dozen times and waving it several times at Lin Shengshu, as if he was extremely angry. He. Lin Sheng chuckled. You should stop struggling. No matter how you escape, you will never be able to escape from my grasp. Why waste your time? As soon as these words were spoken, the red flag suddenly spun, obviously very angry. Lin Sheng grinned and was about to speak when he saw the red flag suddenly waved against the formation light curtain in the sky. A blood river dozens of feet wide tore through the space and emerged. The end of the blood river was connected to the formation light curtain. In the blood river were twisted and struggling resentful souls, drifting with the current. This scene made Lin Sheng dumbfounded. For a moment, he even forgot to take any action. He watched the red flag rush into the blood river, swim upstream, and rush out of the sky-covering light curtain. Lin Sheng was suddenly at a loss. Why did the duck fly away when it reached its mouth? The red flag broke out of the formation, and the corpse mountain bone forest collapsed one after another, and the entire space began to shake violently. In the darkness, Li Ziyuan and others were immersed in flying. They had just returned to White Eye from the Black Eye breaking formation. Now, the 2 rank 3 breaking formation talismans given by the Mengxia Patriarch had been used up, but the Ancestor's beloved daughter was not rescued. Everyone had a gloomy face. The Li and Bai families looked ugly because they failed to save anyone. The other people's faces looked ugly because their clan members were dead. They were not worried about Mengxia's ancestor blaming them for the failure to save people. It was a matter of course. The Li family was in front. Among all the people, Li Ziyuan's face was the ugliest. Green Flame Wick turned around hundreds of times in the gossip and couldn't find anyone. But Green Flame Wick guided us all the way, so why couldn't he find him? Wu Shang, who was flying at the very back, had a sneer on his face and his eyes were fixed on Li Ziyuan. With so many Alliance disciples dying without being saved, he wanted to know how the Li family would face the wrath of other families in the future. Fellow Taoists, have you noticed that the resentful spirit that attacked us previously has disappeared? The Wanjia monk suddenly said. I also discovered this matter. I don't know why. Fellow Taoist Li, do you know? Brother Xingjia asked. A trace of sadness appeared on Li Ziyuan's eyebrows, and he shook his head. I don't know, logically this shouldn't be the case. Maybe something happened. As soon as he finished speaking, a continuous roar sounded, and the entire dark space began to tremble. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they froze in place and did not dare to move. Tianyu was cautious in wandering in the forest. After Shi Lezi detonated the spirit medicine garden that day, he secretly picked up 2 storage bags and slipped away in the chaos. He did not participate in the pursuit of the Alliance disciples. He did not dare to participate in this kind of thing. He was self-aware, and the development of the subsequent events was as expected. Foundation building overhaul took action, Shang Tianming died, and the remaining members of the Baishu Alliance also died cleanly. Those monks who took advantage of the chaos to attack and kill Alliance disciples are now being hunted everywhere like lost dogs. Throughout Secret Realm, Alliance law enforcement teams can be seen everywhere. Today, only half of the spirit medicine garden is left, and the other half is a deep pit. However, there are still many monks searching for spirit medicine inside. Tianyu took a look and left without any hesitation. There are many monks and few spirit medicines. Even if you find the spirit medicine, there will probably be a fight, and you will almost lose your life. It is better to wander around in the secret realm and try your luck. Naturally, Tianyu didn't dare to go to Sword Burial Ground, or Yunmeng's. The appalling demon murder incident in the former had not been arrested yet. The latter territory itself is very scary. Except for Secret Realm, which was somewhat popular when it first opened, after many monks disappeared, almost no one cares about it now. They say that Secret Realm is full of opportunities, but I haven't seen any opportunities. Danger is everywhere. It's safer to go to Shiwen Mountain to hunt monsters. Tianyu muttered in a low voice, walked a few more miles, then turned a big corner and headed towards the Secret Realm exit. Forget it, let's go to Shiwanda Mountain to hunt monsters. The price of animal blood has increased recently. Maybe we can make more money. This Dongjiaopo Secret Realm is really cheating fools. The alliance of hundreds of clans is really not a good thing. Boom, his head was hit hard. Ouch, Tianyu screamed in pain, covered his head with his hands and jumped away quickly. He thought he was being attacked, but he saw a big red flag lying on the spot. Law weapon. Tianyu looked stunned and looked around, but didn't find anyone, so he stepped forward cautiously. As soon as his palm touched the flagpole, the big red flag suddenly shook and turned into a small flag as big as a palm. High-grade law weapon. Tianyu's face was filled with shock, and he looked at the small flag in his palm with piercing eyes. Due to the knowledge reserve in his mind, he could only think of high-grade law weapon at most. In the middle of the night, a hazy voice sounded in his mind, urging him to leave quickly. Baby, what a baby. Tianyu's face looked ecstatic. This was the first time he had seen law weapon who could communicate. He carefully put the red flag close to his body and ran towards the Secret Realm exit. No wonder everyone wants to go into Secret Realm. It turns out that Secret Realm is really full of opportunities. You can pick up high-grade law weapons while walking. The ticket price is really worth it. Single quote. Tianyu thought to himself, the movements of his feet getting faster and faster. After the space shook for dozens of breaths, it gradually returned to calm. Countless mountains of bones collapsed, and broken bones were everywhere. Lin Sheng's face looked extremely ugly, and he followed the feeling of his soul and flew back to the spirit fire toad. Fellow Taoist Lin, what happened here? Senior sister Ning's complexion had mostly recovered at this time, and she stood up to greet him. Looking at the sleeping spirit fire toad lying on the ground, Lin Sheng frowned slightly and put it into the entering spirit beast bag. Senior sister Ning smiled calmly. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Lin, it just ate beast core. Haha, Ning fellow Taoist is quite generous. Lin Sheng chuckled and gave away the beast core as he was told. It would be nice to have a gold core. Please note that only rank 2 monsters that are comparable to the foundation building overhaul can have the chance to condense the beast core. I don't know what happened in this world. All the resentful souls flew out of the formation. I checked below but found nothing. Lin Sheng said with confusion on his face, why is fellow Taoist trapped here? What is that white mask? Senior sister Ning sighed quietly, it's a long story. It doesn't matter, let's make a long story short. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. He was really curious about why Senior Sister Ning appeared among the corpses and was trapped by the light shield manifested by the space spirit pattern. Unexpectedly, Senior Sister Ning did not answer, but asked, "May I ask fellow Taoist Lin, how did you appear here?" "I don't know either. After being attacked by a resentful spirit, I fainted and appeared here when I woke up," Lin Sheng said without changing his expression. Senior Sister Ning frowned slightly, obviously not believing this answer. "But so what if you don't believe it? Although this statement is full of flaws, it is surprisingly useful. Anyway, Lin Sheng intends to push 4, 5, 6, and ask questions without knowing." Senior Sister Ning did not dwell too much on this issue and said calmly, "Does fellow Taoist know where this place is?" "It should be a place of blood sacrifice." Lin Sheng glanced around. So many corpses must have been used to sacrifice the red flag spirit treasure. Senior Sister Ning shook her head. "Fellow Taoist guessed wrong. This place can only be regarded as a burial place. We are now in the midst of ancient treasures." "Ancient treasure?" Lin Sheng looked surprised, and the shape of this place that he saw in the sky appeared in his mind, and it looked very much like a Tai Chi diagram. Fellow Taoist has been wandering here for so long. Didn't he realize that this place has no boundaries? The ancient treasure contains the restrictions of the universe, and the spaces overlap. You can't fly out just by flying. I see, if this is really an ancient treasure, how can we escape?" As Lin Sheng spoke, he looked up at the formation light curtain in the sky. Did Kai Chi escape from the ancient treasure? Was he trapped here before? Senior Sister Ning looked calm. "It's easy to get out of trouble, just use the rank 3 formation breaking talisman to open a passage." As the beloved daughter of Patriarch Mengxia, fellow Taoist doesn't have the rank 3 form breaking talisman on her body. Lin Sheng looked surprised. "Of course there is, but it has been used. I escaped from the core area of the treasure here. The white light mask is the space restriction backlash." "Oh. And then fellow Taoist was trapped in the mask for half a year." Lin Sheng looked amused. Senior Sister Ning nodded softly. "Yes, even though I have been trapped here for half a year, I have discovered some rules about this treasure. The yin eye of this treasure is for sleep, and the yang eye is for killing. The two changes are unpredictable. We are now in the yang eye." When Lin Sheng heard this, the corner of his mouth raised. "Ha ha, I'm afraid that fellow Taoist being trapped is a lie, but getting the treasure is real. No wonder the Alliance blocked the teleportation array. It turned out to be afraid of being disturbed by idlers. If I guessed correctly, fellow Taoist should have failed to retrieve the treasure, and then asked Patriarch Mengxia for help. Is there anything I said wrong?" When Senior Sister Ning heard this, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes and she remained silent. Seeing Senior Sister Ning's expression, Lin Sheng knew that he had guessed correctly, but he still had doubts in his heart. If you only need the rank 3 breaking talisman to save people, why do so many Alliance disciples come? Could it be? Lin Sheng looked stunned. Ancestor Mengxia obviously knew the horror of this place. Judging from Li Ziyuan's performance along the way, he must also know that the only ones who didn't know the situation were the other Alliance disciples. This Alliance operation was not meant to save people, but to kill people. Ancestor Mengxia and Li Dongqing teamed up to kill young talents from major families. No wonder this action was decided half a year ago. No wonder only the direct disciples of the major families are wanted. This is to break the backbone of the major families with one move. Single quote. Lin Sheng was shocked. He previously thought that the delay in the Li family's trip to the secret realm was because Li Dongqing had a grudge against Mengxia Ancestor, but now it seems that he was clearly waiting for Senior Sister Ning to retrieve the treasure. Get the treasure first, then kill. After being packaged as dying to save people, Patriarch Mengxia came out to appease people again. This move was really cruel. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng stared at Senior Sister Ning closely. It was probably in these few days that this woman failed to retrieve the treasure. Senior Sister Ning smiled calmly. Look at fellow Taoist's expression, but what did you think of? No, I didn't think of anything. Lin Sheng waved his hands repeatedly. Are you kidding? If you know too much, you will be killed and silenced. It doesn't matter what fellow Taoist thinks of. Senior Sister Ning looked calm. I am trapped here now, and my first goal is to leave as soon as possible. Lin Sheng nodded repeatedly. Yes, since fellow Taoist can contact Ancestor Mengxia for rescue, he might as well contact him again. Unexpectedly, senior sister Ning shook her head. The lotus lantern has been extinguished, this method will no longer work. Then we are going to be trapped and die here. Lin Sheng looked surprised, but he didn't panic at all. At least he had a beautiful woman to accompany him, and he would be buried with a beautiful woman when he died. There is a way, senior sister Ning said and took out a round black stone mill from her storage bag, about 3 feet in diameter, with 5 special spiritual patterns engraved on it. This is Space Spirit Pattern. Lin Sheng looked surprised. The spirit pattern on this stone mill was very similar to the spirit pattern on the previous white mask. Fellow Taoist actually knows the space spirit patterns. Could it be that he is also an array master? Senior sister Ning showed a rare trace of curiosity on her face. I think this spiritual pattern is strange, so I have some guesses. Lin Sheng smiled slightly, but his eyes were fixed on the 5 spiritual patterns, and he quickly wrote them down. I see. Senior sister Ning didn't care, and flattened the stone on the ground. The ancient overhaul painted a total of 36 and 72 space spirit patterns. Now there are only 2 and 8 lines left in the Immortal Cultivation world, and most of the space spirit patterns have been lost. Since fellow Taoist is so clear that he must be an array master, are the 5 paths on this stone mill known or lost? Lin Sheng looked curious. This stone mill is what I got from this ancient treasure. These 5 spatial spirit patterns are naturally brand new. Senior sister Ning smiled calmly. Is it possible that the method mentioned by fellow Taoist is related to this space spirit pattern? Lin Sheng suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Naturally, the inherent characteristic of spatial spiritual patterns is mutual attraction. Today's teleportation array in Immortal Cultivation world is based on this principle. Senior sister Ning pointed to the stone mill as she spoke. I guess this object should be a small teleportation array. I don't know whether it has a docking teleportation array. But it doesn't matter if there is no docking teleportation array. As long as it is activated, if it attracts the space spirit patterns on other teleportation arrays during this period, people can be teleported out. Lin Sheng frowned when he heard this, as fellow Taoist joking. I don't know where this stone mill has teleported people to, maybe it has directly teleported people out of the territory. The risk of this matter is too high. I will never do it. Senior sister Ning sighed quietly. This is the only way, otherwise we will be trapped here. It doesn't matter, just be sleepy if you're tired. Someone will come to rescue you anyway. It's just a matter of waiting a little longer. Lin Sheng didn't care at all and just started meditating on the spot. Patriarch Mengxi's beloved daughter is here, how can she give up? Moreover, this matter happened by coincidence. There may be some conspiracy involved and we have to guard against it. Seeing Lin Sheng sitting up and meditating with his eyes closed, senior sister Ning's eyes flickered. She had indeed concealed some information. Since the white mask was broken, she could leave this place at any time. As for why he didn't leave, it was because of the disciple of the Lin family in front of him. It was not easy for a living person to enter this place. His dark eyes and double fish eyes were constantly changing. How could this person come here? Could it be that he also came here to get the treasure? But even with her level of cultivation, she couldn't take this treasure, and naturally the Lin family disciple in front of her couldn't take it either. After thinking for a long time but unable to figure it out, senior sister Ning sighed quietly. Fellow Taoist Lin, let's say goodbye. Thank you very much for your rescue. I will give you this stone mill. What? Lin Sheng was startled, and suddenly opened his eyes, and saw senior sister Ning's whole body ignited with blazing green flames, and her whole body became illusory. Wait a minute, fellow Taoist, take me with you. Lin Sheng was anxious and rushed forward. The oncoming burning sensation made him subconsciously stop. If you are burned by that green flame, you will definitely die. Condensing mana and pouring it into the stone mill will activate the spatial spiritual patterns. Lin Sheng, we are destined to meet again. Senior sister Ning smiled sweetly and slowly disappeared in the green flames. It's so insidious. It's so insidious. There is such an insidious woman in this world. Lin was so angry that he used his flying sword to slash the corpses around him to vent his anger. In the magnificent hall, there was a huge 3-legged cauldron. Green flames suddenly ignited in the cauldron. The green flames burned brighter and brighter. Then senior sister Ning walked out of it naked. Ling Yu, have you succeeded in retrieving the treasure? In the main hall, a cold and biting voice sounded. To tell you my daughter failed to retrieve the treasure. Ning Lingyu looked gloomy and glanced around the hall, but did not find her mother. Well, it seems that this treasure must be the nascent soul true monarch. Let's go and return to the sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of phoenix sounded. Lin Sheng's face was gloomy as he looked at the stone mill in front of him. He had to use it now if he didn't need it. There is a gold core old lady, but he, Lin Sheng, has nothing, so he can only die trapped here alive. Hopefully everything goes well. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, sat cross-legged on the stone mill, and poured some mana into the stone mill. Whoosh. With a sound, the person disappeared. Dong 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 dong. The sound of the drums was like thunder, deafening. Boo. The solemn horn sound penetrated the clouds and cracked the rocks. Looking at the crowd of stunned orcs in the audience, Lin Sheng, who was sitting cross-legged on the altar, looked embarrassed. I said I was just passing by, do you believe me? Chapter 71. Whoa. The orcs finally reacted and howled with excitement. Some hugged each other happily, and some even knelt down to worship. Lin Sheng was a little overwhelmed by this scene. There is no spiritual energy in the air here, and it is obviously a land of extraordinary spiritual energy. Lin Sheng glanced at the surrounding environment, and then looked down at the very familiar round gray stone mill under him. He immediately understood in his heart that the space stone mill given by senior sister Ning was bound. She didn't dare to try it, so she had no choice but to become an experimenter. A 4-meter-tall orc with a rhinoceros horn on his nose walked up to the altar with a respectful expression, opened his mouth and said a lot of words. I don't understand. Lin Sheng waved his hand, thought for a moment and pointed to his ear. The rhinoceros orc was stunned for a moment, then turned around and walked into the orc group to communicate with other orcs. Then a parchment was delivered to Lin Sheng. There are several pictures drawn in the parchment. The first picture shows a group of orcs bowing to the altar, and then an immortal master appears on the stone mill. The second picture shows the descended immortal master standing next to a pond, throwing many small stones, and the orcs are picking up the stones. The third picture shows the immortal master soaking in the pond. There are 3 paintings in total. They are too abstract, but I have to say they are quite easy to understand. It should be that the immortal master made a deal with the orcs. What are small stones? Lin Sheng had a rough guess. He took out a low-grade spiritual stone and shook it. Is it this one? Wow. Many orcs immediately became excited. The rhinoceros orc's eyes lit up and he quickly waved his hand, signaling Lin Sheng to follow him. Interesting. Lin Sheng grinned, casually put the stone grinder under his body into his storage bag, and kept up with the pace of the rhinoceros orc. The orcs didn't react at all to Lin Sheng's actions, as if everything was so natural. The rhinoceros orcs were in the front, Lin Sheng was in the middle, followed by a group of excited-looking orcs. The group of people walked into a cave and wound their way to a steaming hot spring. This is... Lin Sheng looked surprised. This hot spring was just a small spiritual spring. Judging from the concentration of spiritual energy around it, it should have reached the level of rank 2 spirit vein. Unexpectedly, there is a spiritual spring in this extraordinary land. Wow. The rhinoceros orc pointed at the spiritual spring and said a lot, and then took out a wooden sign as tall as one person with another scrawled abstract picture on it. 5 small stones are equal to 1 shining small stone. Lin Sheng's face trembled slightly. Doesn't this mean that you need to spend 5 low-grade spiritual stones a day to soak in the spiritual spring? Even the orcs have started doing business. Are you really orcs? Even orcs are not that dark. The Spirit Vein Cave Mansion in Black Rock City only has 5 low-grade spirit stones in a month. Lin Sheng pointed to the spiritual spring as he spoke. Even if there is enough spiritual energy here, there will only be 10 low-grade spiritual stones per month at most. Whoa. The rhinoceros orc looked puzzled. Although he didn't understand, it judged from Lin Sheng's expression that the immortal master must be very dissatisfied. He looked thoughtful, then turned around and said a lot to the orcs behind him. 4 female orcs with strong backs and sharp teeth came out from among them. They took off their animal clothes and stood next to the spiritual spring. Whoa. The rhinoceros orc looked at Lin Sheng, took out a charcoal pen, and drew 4 more orcs behind the small glowing stones on the wooden sign. Lin Sheng didn't know why at first, but after seeing the impromptu painting by the rhinoceros orc, he finally came to his senses and waved his hands repeatedly. No way. No, no. The rhinoceros orc looked stunned for a moment, then turned around and chattered a lot to the orcs behind him, and 4 more female orcs came out. It's not that it's not enough. It's that I don't want it. Lin Sheng couldn't stand it anymore, so he stepped forward and painted out 4 orcs, painted out 4 of the 5 small stones, and added 4 more small glowing stones. 5 days, 1 spirit stone, do you understand? Lin Sheng said and stretched out his hand to make a gesture. The rhinoceros orc didn't understand, but it understood. He shook his head repeatedly, painted out the pictures on the wooden sign, and repainted 3 small stones and a small glowing stone. Then we won't be able to make a deal. Lin Sheng looked regretful and shook his head. Although he had a lot of spiritual stones, it was impossible for him to squander it like this. The rhinoceros orc looked hesitant when he saw this, turned his head and chattered a lot to the orcs behind him, and several of the orcs ran away in a hurry. Whoa 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 whoa. The rhinoceros orc looked at Lin Sheng and made an eating gesture, and then drew a long object next to the small glowing stone, which looked like a banana. Okay, I'll see what you can come up with. If it's something mundane, it won't work. Whoa 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 whoa. One person and one beast stare at each other with big eyes and small eyes, but no one understands. After a while, several orcs ran back, each carrying a large basket behind them. Bang! The baskets fell to the ground. There were 5 baskets in total. Among them were yellow strips of fruits that looked like cucumbers and had a fragrant fruity aroma. Wow wow wow. The rhinoceros orc pointed at the cucumber and then at the abstract painting on the wooden sign. It won't work if it's an ordinary fruit, Lin Sheng said, picking up a cucumber and taking a bite. It was full of fruity flavor, a bit hard, but quite chewy to eat. As the pulp entered his abdomen, a wave of heat rose up in his lower abdomen and traveled through the meridians throughout his body. Lin Sheng could clearly feel that his magic power had been purified. Nice one. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up, and he swallowed the whole cucumber in 3 mouthfuls, which made all the orcs present smile. The heat wave travels throughout the body, and the magic power is reduced. The magic power is not less, but has been purified. The magic power becomes thick and pure, and the power of the magic power will naturally increase accordingly. The mana stored in the meridians is limited. Now that it is less, it can naturally absorb the spiritual energy and convert it into mana. In other words, after eating this cucumber, Lin Sheng has 10% more mana than before. I want all the good stuff here, Lin Sheng said, pointing to the basket. Wow 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 wow. The rhinoceros orc smiled, pointed at the wooden sign, clicked on 5 small stones, and picked up a cucumber. No, it's too expensive, Lin Sheng said as he went up and wiped off 2 small stones, 3 at most, spirit spring and cucumber. The rhinoceros orc looked hesitant when he heard this, and the orcs behind him also started whispering, as if they were discussing the feasibility of this business. Lin Sheng was not in a hurry, and said with a smile, looking at the way you worshipped God just now, I'm afraid no one has come here for a long time, right? Even if there are people coming, the foundation building overhaul can't afford it, and the chi refining monks can't afford it. Now only I, Uncle Lin, can afford it, Lin Sheng said as he took out a handful of spirit stones. If he hadn't been unfamiliar with the place and these orcs didn't look easy to mess with, he would have taken action long ago. Although there are no mana fluctuations in these orcs, the power of blood is extremely rich, comparable to chi refining Zochan. When it comes to business, the more you do, the more you gain. If you can't make a one-off deal, you might be able to serve the disciples of the Lin family in the future. Although Lin Sheng said a lot, the orcs couldn't understand it at all, but everyone knew the spiritual stones. Lin Sheng even saw greed in the eyes of several orcs, but they restrained themselves and did not come up to snatch them. Sure enough, orcs are quite particular about doing business. Single quote. Lin Sheng grinned and looked at the rhinoceros orc. What? If you don't want to, then I will leave. I will never come back. With that said, Lin Sheng pointed to the passage and made a gesture of leaving. Whoa 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 whoa. The rhinoceros orc still gave in and turned to say a few words to the orcs behind him. Everyone nodded, and then a few orcs began to count cucumbers seriously. For every cucumber he counted, the rhinoceros orc drew 3 small stones on the wooden sign. After a while, the wooden sign was filled with densely packed small stones. This scene made Lin Sheng's head spin. He wanted to go up and express it with numbers, but seeing the serious expression on the orc's face, he couldn't bear to interrupt. Until the 7th wooden sign was covered with small stones, the number of cucumbers was finally counted. Whoa 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 whoa, the rhinoceros orc said, pointing to the wooden sign and then to the cucumber, with a proud face, and the other orcs had expressions of admiration on their faces. What are you so proud of? Are you proud of drawing a stone? Lin Sheng was speechless. He put the cucumbers on the ground into the storage bag, took out 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones and poured them into the basket. A total of 657 cucumbers, 3 low-grade spiritual stones and 1 cucumber, a total of less than 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones, but Lin Sheng was in a good mood and got them together. The rhinoceros orc's eyes lit up, and he took out a few more brand new wooden cards. Looking at this posture, he wanted to count the spiritual stones. Lin Sheng waved his hand quickly. Let's go, let's count. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. The rhinoceros orc might have understood this. He said hello, and the orcs picked up the wooden signs and baskets and turned around to leave. Whoa 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 whoa. Before leaving, the rhinoceros orc pointed at the 4 female orcs, who looked eager. Let's go, let's go. Don't. Wow wow wow. The rhinoceros orc looked regretful and turned around to leave with the 4 female orcs. After seeing the orcs leave, Lin Sheng's face relaxed, and he took out the spirit gold locking air formation and set it up. Although he didn't know where he was now, Lin Sheng had no desire to go out and explore. There were no orcs in East Continent. This place was either on another continent, a secret realm, or a small world. It's so dangerous to go out, so it's so good to stay calm. However, considering the black stone mill in Tai Chi Jedi, Lin Sheng took out the gray stone mill in the storage bag to see if he could go back. Magic power was poured into the stone mill, and Lin Sheng, who was sitting cross-legged on it, disappeared with a whoosh. Sure enough, I can come back. Senior Sister Ning, you threw away this opportunity yourself. With a sneer on his face, Lin Sheng got into the pile of bones, carefully hid the black stone grinder, and returned to the Jeweling Land again. The next step is to see what treasures the Alliance disciples have. It feels good to open the blind box. More than 400 storage bags were spread flat on the ground by Lin Sheng. 4 days later. Wow, which disciple of the Ning family is this? He's even more perverted than me. Lin Sheng put down the camera beads in his hand. There were more than 300 camera beads in the storage bag of this Ning family disciple. Just take a look at 2. The pictures inside are quite exciting. I have to say, he is really good at playing. In 4 days, Lin Sheng spent the first 3 days using magic to erase the restrictions in the storage bag. On the 4th day, he opened them all at once, opening 400 blind boxes at once, and his whole body was numb. The owners of these 400 storage bags are all elites from major families, and the harvest is naturally countless. Needless to say, identity tokens can also be sold for a lot of spiritual stones by melting them for artifact refining. There is a lot of harvest from various artifact refining and alchemy materials. Although ordinary materials account for the majority, there are also many good ones. The main fine iron for artifact refining is more than 300 kilograms, and there are hundreds of pieces of ice stone, fire stone, black iron stone, purple thunder copper and other ores. There is not a single piece of supreme-grade artifact refining material. In addition to artifact refining materials, there are even more medicinal materials for alchemy. Centennial Spirit Medicine harvested 17 plants, including 5 plants that are 200 years old and 3 plants that are 300 years old. A total of 57 plants were harvested for medicinal materials with a medicinal age of more than 30 years and less than 100 years. 172 plants were harvested for medicinal materials with an age of more than 5 years and less than 30 years. Common medicinal materials with a medicinal age of less than 5 years were harvested. There are more than 1,800 plants. Lin Sheng couldn't recognize many of the medicinal materials, so he could only judge the year based on the rich aroma of the spiritual energy. If these medicinal materials were packaged and sold, he would probably be able to sell 50 or 60,000 low-grade spiritual stones. In addition to artifact refining alchemy materials, there are also many elixir talismans. I won't mention the unpopular elixir talismans. Among them, rank 1's main elixirs include 87 bottles of spirit pill, 15.5 bottles of blood activating pill, and 9 bottles of solid yuan pill. Lin Sheng did not expect that Guyuan Danshao was pitiful, but when he thought about it, the disciples of the big families who were poor people cultivating pills must look down on him, so it was understandable given the number. To Lin Sheng's surprise, he also received 3 bottles of the rank 2 Jingyuan pill. This pill is a cultivation medicine like the spirit pill, but it is used for foundation building overhaul. Qi refining monks use it more wastefully. The talismans harvested 17 rank 2 Yin Thunder talismans, 137 rank 1 Burst talismans, and several other rank 1 General talismans. 28 of the insidious Yin Lei beads were harvested, and several of them were used by Lin Sheng as camera beads, only to be discovered after they were taken into his hands. I harvested 7 bottles of spiritual liquid. This spiritual liquid that quickly restores mana is not cheap. 1 bottle costs about 100 low-grade spiritual stones. Finally, there are the law weapons from the disciples of the major families. A total of more than 400 law weapons were harvested, most of which were low-grade law weapons, and there were only 13 high-grade law weapons. Among the 13 high-grade law weapons, Lin Sheng liked one of the small golden shields very much and named it Golden Shield. Although it is a law weapon, it has the characteristics of changing size, and it does not consume much mana. It is obviously made of special materials. Finally, there were all kinds of messy things, including everything, some of which Lin Sheng didn't recognize at all. He could only wait to be thrown to the professionals of the Lin family for identification later. The biggest harvest this time was spirit stones. Lin Sheng harvested a total of 110,000 low-grade spirit stones. When spread evenly, there were on average nearly 300 low-grade spirit stones in each storage bag. Lin Sheng was undoubtedly the one who gained the most from this assassination operation between Mengxia Patriarch and Li Dongqing. Sure enough, I am the protagonist in the storybook. I can no longer be regarded as the son of fortune. I must be the son of heaven. Lin Sheng had a look of emotion on his face, but the only regret was that he didn't catch the little red flag. Every time he thought about it, he felt a little regretful. This trip to the secret realm has come to an end. So many Alliance disciples were tricked and killed, and it is unknown what kind of chaos the Qi Congress has become, but all this has nothing to do with Lin Sheng. Now that he was trapped in the Tai Chi ancient treasure and couldn't get out even if he wanted to, Lin Sheng couldn't help but think of the space spirit patterns on the white light curtain. On a whim, he took out the flag of the golden light array, injected it with mana, and drew it casually. A surprising scene appeared. Only half of the spatial spirit pattern that could be depicted in the ancient treasure was now completely depicted. Could it be because of the restrictions in the ancient treasure? Lin Sheng was surprised, and immediately his face became happy. I wonder if I can leave the ancient treasure if I use this flag. Single quote. I think it should be possible, otherwise why would there be restrictions on ancient treasures? Single quote. Then leave now. Single quote. Lin Sheng's eyes fell on the spiritual spring. He thought about it for a while, and decided to practice here for a while before talking. If he goes out at this time, he will undoubtedly tell senior sister Ning that he has a secret, and Mengxia Ancestor will definitely come to capture him if he fails to retrieve the treasure. This matter is too dangerous, so it would be better to hide for a while. Under the bloody sky, in the mountain of corpses and sea of bones, a figure whose face could not be seen was getting closer and closer. No matter where Tianyu fled or hid, that figure still followed him, and he couldn't get rid of him. Kill him. Must kill him. A hysterical voice sounded in his ears. Tianyu cried out in despair. Who are you? Who do you want me to kill? Who do I want to kill? Kill him. You must kill him. Otherwise, you will die. PFF'd. A flying sword pierced his chest. Tianyu looked at the wound on his chest, and the power in his body began to disappear quickly. It hurts indescribably. Why is the wound on the chest but the pain is on the finger? Wrong. I'm dreaming. Single quote. Tianyu suddenly opened his eyes, turned over and sat up. At this time, his face was pale, his body was soaked, and his left hand was dripping with blood. Thank you, you saved my life again. Tianyu looked at the treasure-hunting rat beside his palm. Chi 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 chi. After the treasure hunter barked twice, he got into the quilt beside him and fell asleep. I fell asleep again. Tianyu's pale complexion became extremely ugly, and he took out a palm-sized red flag from his arms. Who do you want me to kill? Chi-Chi didn't react at all. Do you want me to kill someone, or do you want to kill me? Chi-Chi still didn't respond. I understand, you use the murder weapon to kill the Lord. Tianyu said as he took out a wooden box from his storage bag, put the red flag in it, and then completely sealed it with the sealing talisman. The day he just came back from Secret Realm, Tianyu was very excited, but this excitement disappeared after trying to control Chi-Chi. The mana poured into the flag disappeared without causing any waves. That would be fine if it were so, but Tianyu would always fall asleep for no reason and fall into that terrifying dream. Now, it was the 6th time, and he couldn't bear it anymore. This kind of mental torture was almost making him collapse. Tianyu held the wooden box in his hand and murmured to himself, I hope this method will work. The secret room of Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Are you telling the truth? Lin Xingzang was shocked. Brother Lin, when did I lie to you? This time, except for the Li family, almost all the Action Alliance disciples have died. The Yi family has broken away from the Li family. Now it is just the calm before the storm. Ning Shouqi looked solemn. Li Dongqing has some relationship with Patriarch Mengxia. I'm afraid other families won't dare to take action on the foundation building overhaul. The Lin Xing family expressed hesitation. Ning Shouqi shook his head. At this moment, there was news that Patriarch Mengxia had returned to the sect, and all the Li family disciples were also withdrawing to their clan. Now, except for the Bai, Xing, Wan, and Chen families whose attitudes are unclear among the top 10 families, other families are interested in taking action against the Li family. Lin Shengxing frowned slightly when he heard this. The 100 Clans Alliance only has 5 foundation building overhauls in total, and the Bai Xingwan San family accounts for 3. What's the use of just the Wu family's foundation building overhaul? Brother Lin, have you forgotten Han perfected being in Black Rock City? He was greatly favored by the Yi family before the foundation building. If anything happens to the Yi family, he will definitely take action. Ning Shouqi said with a meaningful smile. These are already 2 foundation building overhauls on the surface. Although the alliance of hundreds of clans only talks about the top 10, the ones behind it are not all just fake ones. Don't you, the Lin family, also know a foundation building overhaul? I remember she was the girl from Yulin, right? She married Mr. Zhang. Lin Xingzang smiled half-heartedly when he heard this and said, Ning Laoer, you want to drag my Lin family into this whirlpool. Right now, the Li family is seeking death. The good secret realm business is no longer possible, so we might as well kick him out. Ning Shouqi said murderously. 7 elite disciples of the Ning family were also killed in this operation. What if Ancestor Mengxia takes action? Find another chicken and kill it for the monkey to see. Ning Shouqi shook his head. There is a high probability that Ancestor Mengxia will not take action this time. I heard from Wu family disciples that this operation did not successfully rescue Ning Lingyu. Maybe Li Dongqing did it deliberately. If no one was rescued, then why did Ancestor Mengxia leave? As soon as he said this, Ning Shouqi's expression suddenly became a little strange, and he looked straight at Lin Xingzang. Ning Laoer, if you have anything to say it directly. Lin Shengzhang frowned. There is news, I don't know whether it is true or not. Although the Li family failed in this trip, Ning Lingyu was indeed rescued, and the person who rescued her was a disciple of your Lin family. Lin Xingzang looked shocked and said hesitantly, you don't want to say that person is Lin Sheng, do you? That's right, it's him. Impossible. Lin Xingzang immediately denied, I know him best. He will definitely not participate in this operation. He must be hiding somewhere in the secret realm. Ning Shouqi looked gloomy. Brother Lin, tell me, are you planning to follow the old path of the Li family? I see why this Lin Sheng's behavior is so similar to that of Li Dongqing when he was young. We are not sure whether this is true or not. How can you conclude that the news must be true? Lin Xingzang shook his head, and I know him best. At most, he has a monster to protect him. All the disciples of the Alliance are dead, how can he be alive? He must be hiding. Brother Lin, let me just assume that if this is true, will the Lin family follow the same path as the Li family? Lin Xing was hesitant. From the family's point of view, the Li family's path must be correct. Even if Ning Lingyu fails to succeed in core formation, there will still be a fake elixir passed down by Ancestor Mengxia. At the very least, it will be a fake. Ancestor Dan. Okay, you don't need to say anything, I already understand. Ning Shochi sighed with emotion. The Lin family usually kept quiet, but unexpectedly they sneaked in front of all the families. Brother Lin, if Lin Sheng comes back, please inform me. I would like to see the Lin family's Keelaner. Lin Xing smiled happily. Haha, I don't know where he is hiding. I don't think he will be able to come back for a while. It doesn't matter, we'll talk about it when he comes back. Ning Shochi smiled. This is about joining forces. No rush, just wait and see. In the spiritual spring, Lin Sheng was gnawing cucumber while soaking in the spiritual spring, looking very comfortable. After eating 4 cucumbers in a row, the mana in the body could no longer be purified. Including the first cucumber eaten, there were a total of 5 cucumbers in the stomach. It must have reached the limit of the current state. However, 5 cucumbers could increase the mana in the body by 50%. Lin Sheng was still very satisfied. If sold in Shushanfang market, 1 cucumber would probably sell for hundreds of low-grade spiritual stones. Spirit fruits that purify mana are not common in Shushanfang city. Lin Sheng was wondering whether to buy some seeds from the rhinoceros orcs and grow them himself. If cucumber can really be grown on the Lin family's land, then the Lin family will have their own treasure in the future. Exotic cucumber, delicious, beautiful and fun. Lin Sheng even thought about the slogan. He was really worried about this family. I don't know if those orcs can sell seeds, but I guess they can. There are no commodities that cannot be bought in this world, only prices that cannot be afforded. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, took out a spirit pill and took it, officially entering the state of cultivation. 7 days later, Tianyu held a string of Buddhist beads and walked out of the house in a hurry. After sealing the red flag with the sealing talisman, the dream only disappeared for a day before reappearing, and became more and more serious, making it impossible for him to even practice, and he would enter the dream as soon as he fell into trance. During this period, he tried to stay away from the red flag, but the dream still did not disappear, as if it was entangled with him. After being tortured by the dream for 2 days, Tianyu finally couldn't bear it anymore and spent a lot of money to buy a law weapon, a Buddhist bead that was said to be able to suppress evil spirits. On the first day after wearing the beads, the effect was very good. People would no longer fall asleep for no reason. The scary dreams also disappeared, and the hysterical voices in my mind disappeared. Just when Tianyu thought the matter was over, the good times did not last long. 3 days later, the dream appeared again, and the hysterical voice began to insult him and curse him. And just now, Tianyu saw the figure in the dream directly. He recognized that figure as Lin Sheng, the shopkeeper of Spirit Medicine Pavilion. It turned out that the person the voice kept asking him to kill was Lin Sheng. Regarding the matter of killing Lin Sheng, Tianyu vetoed it without thinking. He felt inexplicably afraid of the person who led him to the path of immortality. Since Chi-Chi wants to kill Lin Sheng, Tianyu immediately wants to hand over Chi-Chi to Lin Sheng. Of course, this handover can be done in the form of selling, and maybe he can make a lot of money. Thinking of this, he woke up and hurried out and rushed to the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Looking at the changed appearance of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion in front of him, Tianyu looked shocked and cautiously walked into the door. Lin Xiaoji, who was behind the counter, saw a customer coming and hurriedly greeted him. What do you want to buy, fellow Taoist? Our Spirit Medicine Pavilion is famous for having everything at a reasonable price. The goods. I'm looking for shopkeeper Lin. Tianyu's voice was hoarse and he waved his hand to interrupt Lin Xiaoji's words. I am shopkeeper Lin. Lin Xiaoji frowned. The man in front of him, with a weathered appearance and a tired expression, looked familiar to him. He seemed to have seen him somewhere before and couldn't remember for a while. You. Tianyu was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and turned to leave. You are not the person I am looking for. At this time, Lin Ji happened to be walking down the stairs. Suddenly she saw a familiar figure leaving the door, and subconsciously asked, but is it fellow Taoist Tianyu? Tractor. Lin Xiaoji was full of doubts when he heard this. As Tianyu was about to walk out of the door, his body suddenly shook and he turned around quickly. He recognized the woman in front of him at a glance. You are the maid. That's right. Lin Ji smiled and nodded. Tianyu, fellow Taoist, do you want to buy something? A trace of hesitation flashed across Tianyu's face. I'm not here to buy things, I'm here to sell things. Oh, it turns out it's you. Lin Xiaoji suddenly realized that he finally remembered that the person in front of him was the wordless fragment he sold a year ago. Did he get another treasure? What do you want to sell? Lin Ji looked curious and pointed to the private room. Let's go inside and talk. Yes, let's talk in the private room. People coming and going here are too ostentatious. Lin Xiaoji greeted him quickly. He still remembered the piece of iron that he used to have. Although he learned the divine ability above, it's a pity that it has been gone for a year. No progress. Tianyu shook his head. No, you can't do this business. I want to do it with shopkeeper Lin. Lin Xiaoji reminded in a low voice. I am now the shopkeeper Lin, and I have the final say in the spirit medicine pavilion. Then how big a business can you do? Tianyu's expression moved slightly. I can make the decision for hundreds of spirit stones. Lin Xiaoji looked proud. Too small. Tianyu shook his head and looked at Lin Ji. Isn't shopkeeper Lin here? I've already said that I am shopkeeper Lin. Lin Xiaoji looked dissatisfied, but was actually ignored by a monk who was in the early stage of qi refining. A hint of sadness appeared on Lin Ji's eyebrows. The shopkeeper has not returned from the trip. Fellow Taoist can leave his address first. When the shopkeeper comes back, he can look for you. In that case, when shopkeeper Lin comes back, let him go to the animal meat stall on number 7th Street in the outer city to look for me. Fellow Taoist, walk slowly, I will take note of it. Seeing Tianyu leaving in a hurry, Lin Xiaoji rolled his eyes and was about to chase him out the door, but was stopped by Lin Ji. Xiaoji, what are you going to do? I'm going out to go shopping and take a look at the prices of goods in the market. Lin Xiaoji said seriously. You want to investigate that Tianyu, right? Lin Ji rolled her eyes. Spirit Medicine Park opens a store to do business, but it never does this kind of thing. If Uncle Lu finds out about this, you will be able to reap the benefits. Quote. Lin Xiaoji smiled coquettishly. Hey, Sister Lin, if you don't tell Uncle Six, he won't know. I'll be back as soon as I go. It won't take too long. When I come back, I will bring you cakes to eat. Okay, then you should come back early and buy more different flavors. Lin Ji said, taking out a few low-grade spiritual stones from the storage bag and handing them over. Okay, sister, don't worry, I'll go back as soon as possible. Lin Xiaoji took the spirit stone with a smile. Lin Ji was still a little worried and said, you must not delay. Although Uncle Six has gone to the Alliance stronghold, he may come back anytime. When the time comes, if he finds out that you are not in the store, he will definitely take you to the cave mansion to practice. Understood. Let's go. Lin Xiaoji waved his hand and ran out of the Spirit Medicine Park without a trace. Lin Ji smiled when she saw this, and the sadness between her brows was relieved a lot. Why is this iron cow missing? Single quote. In the alley, Lin Xiaoji's face was full of surprise. He clearly saw Tianyu turning into the alley, but why did the person disappear in the blink of an eye? Did you find me? Single quote. Lin Xiaoji thought to himself, and just when he was about to turn around and leave, a flash of sword light suddenly appeared and struck head-on. In a hurry, Lin Xiaoji only had time to gather the magic barrier, but it was easily split open by the light of the knife. In the blink of an eye, the blade was pressed against his forehead, and a few strands of hair slowly fell down. Fellow Taoist has followed me all the way, but you still ask me who I am. Tianyu's voice was hoarse, holding a ghost show knife, and his whole body exuded a strong blood evil aura. If it weren't for shopkeeper Lin's sake, I would have cut you into pieces with this knife. Feeling the cold murderous intent and biting cold on his forehead, Lin Xiaoji looked extremely ugly and said nothing, staring at Tianyu. I will spare your life this time. If you follow me again, don't blame me for being ruthless with my sword. Tianyu snorted coldly, put away the ghost show sword, turned and left. Lin Xiaoji's expression relaxed as the cold murderous intent dissipated. After walking hard for 2 steps, he could no longer hold himself up and fell to the ground. At this time, his face was as pale as paper and without any blood. In the early days of qi refining, Tianyu, as an independent cultivator, was so powerful, but as a disciple of a cultivating family, Lin Xiaoji felt deeply frustrated when he couldn't even catch a single move. After a long time, Lin Xiaoji got up from the ground after feeling relieved, went to the stall and bought a dozen boxes of pastries and then rushed back to the spirit medicine pavilion. Seeing Lin Xiaoji's figure appear, Lin Ji's heart was relieved. Why have you been gone for so long? If Uncle Six comes back before you, you will suffer. Lin Xiaoji remained silent, placed the pastries on the counter, and turned to leave. Where are you going? Lin Zhiro frowned slightly, noticing something was wrong with Lin Xiaoji. But what happened? Lin Xiaoji shook his head. It's okay, I'm going to Cave Mansion to practice. Huh, Lin Ji was surprised and said hesitantly, but you are fighting with Tian Niu. No, Lin Xiaoji whispered, turned and left Spirit Medicine Park, but the direction he was heading was not the Alliance stronghold, but the city gate. Night falls. Lin Xingzang walked into the Spirit Medicine Pavilion with a glowing face. Seeing this, Lin Ji quickly brought the tea. Uncle Six, please have some tea. Seeing Uncle Six's face is full of joy, I think this negotiation has yielded a lot. Lin Xingzang smiled and nodded, took the tea and took a sip. He glanced around and asked doubtfully, where is Xiaoji? Why can't he be seen? He went to the Stronghold Cave Mansion to practice. Oh, such a thing could happen. Am I dreaming? Lin Xingzang said with surprise on his face. Hearing this, Lin Ji showed a trace of hesitation on his face. Should he tell Uncle Six about what happened during the day? What happened? Lin Xingzang frowned slightly, and he could naturally see the change in Lin Ji's expression. When Lin Ji saw Uncle Six asking questions, he no longer hesitated and briefly stated what happened during the day. HMPH, I don't work hard on weekdays, but now that I've suffered a loss, I think I'll work harder. Lin Xingzang said as he put the teacup down on the table, but there was no anger on his face. Seeing that Uncle Six was not angry, Lin Ji felt relieved. Uncle Six, would you like to go to Cave Mansion to see Xiaoji? I think there is something wrong with Xiaoji's expression. No, it's a good thing to suffer a little loss. It's better to suffer a loss than to lose your life. Lin Xingzang waved his hand to refuse, and then changed the topic. Ling Ji, are you willing to manage Zuaimengfeng? Zuaimengfeng, wasn't that taken away by the Li family? Lin Ji looked surprised. Speaking of this matter, Lin Xing looked happy. Ha ha ha, the Li family is now unable to protect themselves, so they took the initiative to return Zuaimengfeng. Now the largest industry in Qinghai County and city has returned to the hands of our Lin family. Lin Ji was also happy when she heard this. The Lin family was strong, so she was naturally proud of it. Just thinking about managing Zuaimengfeng immediately made him frown. Uncle Six, I'm not very familiar with Zuaimengfeng, and I'm of a low level. I'm afraid those witches won't listen to me. Well, this matter is also a problem. Lin Xing looked thoughtful, and after a while he slowly said, forget it, you are still in charge of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, I will find someone else for Zuaimengfeng. Time flies, years rush by. 7 years later, in the spiritual spring, Lin Sheng slowly opened his eyes, his hands formed into circles, and the pores around his body suddenly emitted a terrifying suction force. Under this terrifying suction force, the jade-white spring water penetrated into Lin Sheng's pores one after another, and then turned into clear spring water and flowed out. A vague shadow appeared on Lin Sheng's body. As more spiritual energy was extracted from the spring water, the shadow became clearer. In the end, it gradually revealed its appearance, resembling a flood dragon, surrounding Lin Sheng. This is a magic that can only be understood after the Lin family has practiced the Qi and training technique to the highest level. Qi gathering. Qi is invisible, spirit is tangible. Wow! The spring water suddenly exploded, and a flood dragon transformed from spiritual energy roared out and hit the formation, making a violent explosion sound, and the formation's light curtain trembled violently. The power of this method is acceptable, but unfortunately it still cannot shake the rank 2 formation. Lin Sheng's expression was indifferent, and he suddenly jumped out of the water. The blood energy all over his body exploded, and he kicked on the light curtain. A roar sounded, and the light curtain suddenly shook, making the entire cave tremble. After 2 breaths, the light curtain gradually became calm. It seems that as the realm increases, the power of the blood energy method also increases. Lin Sheng touched his chin with a satisfied look on his face. After 7 years of retreat, at the age of 26, I finally reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi refining, and was only 1 step away from the great perfection of Qi refining. In 7 years, from the 7th level of Qi refining to the 9th level of Qi refining, Lin Sheng could progress so quickly with his mediocre qualifications. All this was thanks to the more than 80 bottles of spirit pills, 3 bottles of spirit pills, and more than 1,200 pills in his stomach. On average, Lin Sheng took 1 pill every 2 days, which suddenly pushed him to a higher level. It's just a pity that the spiritual energy here has dropped to the level of rank 1 low-grade spirit vein and cannot support me in retreat. Otherwise, I will definitely be able to Qi refining the great perfection. With a look of regret on his face, Lin Sheng took out an exotic cucumber and took a bite. In 7 years, Lin Sheng ate more than 100 exotic cucumbers from Mo Yu, of which only 15 were actually effective. The rest were eaten by him as snacks when he was idle. This has also led him to develop a very bad habit of chewing cucumbers when he has nothing to do. However, Lin Sheng is not bad at exotic cucumbers now. There are at least more than 3,000 cucumbers in his storage bag, all of which were traded with the orcs for the price of 1 low-grade spiritual stone and 1 cucumber. The orcs now almost treat him as an ancestor. After all, they spent so many spirit stones. The orcs were afraid that he would be dissatisfied, so they were considerate enough to station 3 painting masters outside the formation all year round. Perhaps they were afraid that Lin Sheng would not be able to understand. The 3 orcs each had their own strengths in painting. One was from the abstract school, one was from the suspense school, and one was from the fantasy school. They just wanted to understand Lin Sheng's needs as soon as possible and provide detailed answers. The formation dispersed and Lin Sheng strolled out. Whoa 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 whoa. 3 orcs carrying a wooden sign scrambled to get in front of Lin Sheng, and respectfully offered a charcoal pen with both hands. I won't be painting today. I've been here for a long time and it's time to leave. Lin Sheng waved his hand. The 3 orcs looked at each other in confusion. A flash of understanding flashed in the eyes of one of the pigmen and he ran away quickly. I don't know what the pigman understood. Lin Sheng didn't think much and walked straight out of the cave. As soon as he walked out of the cave, he saw the pigman running over with the rhinoceros orcs. Whoa 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 whoa. The rhinoceros orc looked anxious, and when he saw Lin Sheng, he babbled a lot. From time to time, his beastly eyes stared at the pigman, as if scolding him, while the latter lowered his head in fear. It has nothing to do with him. The spiritual energy here can no longer satisfy my cultivation. I am leaving, Lin Sheng explained patiently, and even specially took a wooden board and drew a picture of the immortal master ascending to heaven. Seeing the scrawled pictures, a flash of understanding flashed in the eyes of the rhinoceros orc, and he pointed his finger at the sky. Wow, wow, wow. Yes, yes, I'm going to heaven. Lin Sheng nodded. The rhinoceros orc showed a trace of regret when he saw this, turned his head and chirped a few words to the pig man, who quickly ran away. Seeing this scene, Lin Sheng understood that the rhinoceros orc must do business with him again. Otherwise, as expected, after a while, the pig man came back with 7 orcs. Each orc carried a large wooden sign covered with small stones on his shoulders, and carried a large basket behind his back. The basket was full of cucumbers. Wow 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 wow. The rhinoceros orc pointed at the wooden sign and then at the cucumber, indicating to Lin Sheng to count them. No need. Lin Sheng glanced at the wooden sign, put all the cucumbers into the storage bag, and then poured out 1,500 low-grade spiritual stones. Whoa whoa whoa. The rhinoceros orcs greeted, and several orcs picked up the baskets and left quickly. This time, the orcs did not count the number of spirit stones in person, which surprised Lin Sheng. Whoa whoa whoa. The rhinoceros orc pointed sideways at the altar in the distance, and then pointed at the picture of Immortal Master ascending to heaven on the wooden sign. Judging from the meaning, he should let Lin Sheng go to the altar and leave. We'll talk about leaving later. Do you want to sell the seeds of this fruit? Lin Sheng said as he took out an alien cucumber, then painted out the picture of the immortal master's ascension to heaven on the wooden board, and drew a new picture of the seeds blooming. The rhinoceros orc was at a loss at first, but finally came to his senses when he saw Lin Sheng pointing at the seeds in the ground and then at the exotic cucumber. Wow wow wow. The rhinoceros orc shook his head repeatedly. Not selling. Lin Sheng looked surprised, then grinned. If you don't sell it, I will rob it. Whoa. The rhinoceros orc looked confused. Seeing Lin Sheng's weird smile, he picked up a charcoal pen and made a cross on the seed growth chart. Then he pointed to the sky, then to the ground, and shook his head. Lin Sheng frowned at the strange movements of the rhinoceros orc. Although this set of movements was simple, the meaning was a bit complicated to understand. Seeing the confused expression on Lin Sheng's face, the rhinoceros orc waved to Lin Sheng to follow him. Does this orc mean that seeds can only be planted in this place? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and followed, having made up his mind that regardless of whether the seeds could only be planted here, he would take some seeds with him. The two walked through the sacrificial site and walked down the mountain. Looking up, they saw that there were densely packed tall earthen houses in the valley, with strange shapes, like large bulls buckled on the ground. Wow 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 wow. The rhinoceros orc pointed to the buildings in the valley with pride on his face. Lin Sheng curled his lips. The scale is quite grand, but they are just mud houses. What are you proud of? Whoa 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 whoa. The rhinoceros orc looked puzzled when he heard this, and then he took out a horn and blew it. Oh oh oh. The sound of horns echoed in the valley, and the next second, an even louder sound of horns erupted from the valley. Oh oh oh. Countless orcs came out of the mud houses, holding horns and blowing. At a glance, the orcs were densely packed, with no less than 10,000 people in sight. Okay, don't blow anymore, I know you have many people. Lin Sheng waved his hands repeatedly, and the sound of the horn became louder and louder due to the terrain of the valley, making people feel uncomfortable all over. Whoa whoa. When the rhinoceros orc saw this, he put down his horn with a face full of contentment, and the orcs in the valley also stopped moving. Whoa whoa whoa. The rhinoceros orc said, waving his hand to indicate that he should continue moving forward. Lin Sheng originally thought that the rhino orc was going to take him to the tribe, but he didn't expect that he turned around on the mountain road and turned into a small road. Occasionally, patrolling orcs carrying huge maces can be seen on the roadside. They form a team of 5, and they all nod in greeting when they see the rhinoceros orcs. These patrolling orcs are more than 3 meters tall, a bit shorter than the rhinoceros orcs, and a lot taller than the ordinary orcs who are more than 2 meters tall. They are obviously the combat arms of the orc tribe. Judging from the richness of the chi and blood emitted, they are roughly at the peak of the chi refining late stage. Before the path came to an end, Lin Sheng encountered 23 patrols. This shows that the strength of this orc tribe is very terrifying. In the alliance of hundreds of tribes, its strength is second only to the foundation building family. I don't know if there are any in its tribe. It's comparable to the orcs undergoing a major overhaul of the foundation building. At this time, Lin Sheng no longer had the idea of grabbing seeds. In doing business, the main thing is to pay attention to integrity. The two of them walked to the end of the path, and a very large medicine garden appeared in front of them. Seeing the scene in the medicine garden, Lin Sheng finally understood what the previous actions of the rhino orc meant. There is only one huge dead tree trunk lying on the ground in the entire medicine garden. It is about 1 kilometer long and 100 meters in diameter. It is wrapped with a layer of yellow vines, and green cucumbers hang on the vines. Obviously not mature yet. Whoa 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 whoa. The rhinoceros orc pointed to the sky and made a falling gesture with his hands. Did it fall from the sky? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and walked around the tree trunk. Although the tree trunk in front of him was a dead tree, it exuded a strong spiritual energy. Yellow vines were rooted in the trunk. I don't know what kind of broken branches from the sacred tree, but these orcs took advantage of it. Single quote. Lin Sheng sighed in his heart. This tree trunk was too huge. He didn't have such a big storage bag at all. Even if he did, he couldn't capture this tree trunk with his current strength. That's all, I'll leave this tree trunk here for now, and I'll take it away later when my level improves. Single quote. Having made up his mind, Lin Sheng no longer lingered and turned around to leave the medicine garden. The two of them walked back to the mountain road. The rhinoceros orc showed a questioning look on his face, pointed at the buildings in the valley and muttered a few words, which should have been an invitation to be a guest. Lin Sheng shook his head and refused. He took a wooden sign and drew two figures, one big and one small. He made a cross on the little figure and pointed at himself. Then he put a tick on the adult and pointed at the body of the rhinoceros orc. Have you practiced the body refining technique for your strong physique? Do you want to sell it? Whoa, the orc looked confused, obviously not understanding. This is a big head, how to describe it? Lin Sheng looked helpless, and suddenly he had a flash of inspiration and redrawn two people, one big and one small. This time, he put an arrow between the villain and the adult. Get bigger, I want to get bigger, do you understand? The rhinoceros orc had a look of surprise on his face, looked up and down Lin Sheng's body, and made a bigger gesture with his hands. Yes, you understand. Lin Sheng nodded quickly. Unexpectedly, the rhinoceros orc waved his hand and took off the animal clothing on his upper body, revealing the bloodline curse mark tattoo on his body. Seeing the blood curse seal, Lin Sheng understood everything. The strong energy and blood of these orcs did not come from cultivation, but from blood inheritance. They did not need to practice, they would awaken naturally. To put it simply, the ancestors of this group of orcs had a powerful figure who imprinted a certain divine ability spell into their blood. Descendants do not need to practice. When they reach a certain age, their blood will awaken, and they may be strong or weak. The Ru family in the 100 Clans Alliance also has a blood curse seal inheritance, but Ru families is an auxiliary curse seal, which is a bit different from the orc's blood curse seal. Pity. Single quote. Lin Sheng had a look of regret on his face. He thought it was some kind of body refining technique, but he was overjoyed. Whoa. The rhinoceros orc grinned, put on his animal clothes, and pointed to the sacrificial place on the mountain. Don't worry, I'll take a look around here before leaving, Lin Sheng said, taking out the flying sword, rising up with the sword, and flying towards the sky. After staying in this extraordinary place for 7 years, Lin Sheng never left the cave. Now that he was going back, he naturally wanted to take a walk and see this world. The rhinoceros orc looked puzzled, but he roughly guessed Lin Sheng's thoughts and walked to the sacrificial site first. Lin Sheng flew for about 3 hours before he saw the turbulence in the space outside the boundary wall. He thought this place was a small world before, but now it seems that this place is smaller than the Dongjiaopo secret realm. It is not a small world at most. A small secret realm. We didn't see any mortal towns along the way, but we did see a lot of orcs. They were all uncivilized and lived a life of eating hair and drinking blood. In comparison, the tribe of rhinoceros orcs should be the most enlightened orc tribe here. After Lin Sheng walked around briefly, he returned to the sacrificial site without much interest. The rhinoceros orc had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Lin Sheng returning, he grinned and touched the fangs on his mouth. He had obviously expected this. Although this secret realm is a magical land, it can be transformed if one is willing to spend a lot of money. With these strong orcs, if they can be enslaved, the Lin family's strength will surely rise to a new level. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and looked at the rhino orc with a malicious smile. Although he can't understand what these orcs are saying now, if he becomes a foundation building overhaul and can search for souls, the language barrier will no longer be a problem. Wow, the rhinoceros orc's smile faltered, and he had a bad feeling for no reason. I will come back. You must guard this stone mill well, Lin Sheng said, taking out the gray stone mill and placing it on the altar. The space spirit patterns on the gray stone mill are the same as the black stone mill. The teleportation array can only be point-to-point, there is no point-to-multipoint, so the black stone mill should be the only key to enter this place. However, there are also uncertain factors, such as the emergence of secret realm, and Lin Sheng doesn't care about it. There are not so many perfect things in the world. Right now, there is a more difficult problem ahead. Whoosh! With a sound, Lin Sheng appeared in Tai Chi Jedi again. Boom! Skeletons flew in all directions, and Lin Sheng jumped up and flew into the air, looking at the formation light curtain above his head with a solemn face. I don't know if this method will work. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought secretly in his heart, took out the golden light array flag and raised it as a sacrifice. His whole body was shrouded in a golden halo, in which the depicted space spiritual pattern could be vaguely seen. To be on the safe side, Lin Sheng summoned hundreds of rays of resentful souls to envelope him in the circle of light, and then flew cautiously towards the formation light curtain. The development of the matter was as expected by Lin Sheng. The aperture of the golden light array did not feel any resistance when it came into contact with the light curtain. It flew into the light curtain very easily. There was no movement in the formation light curtain, and the golden electric light did not appear. This made Lin Sheng breathe a sigh of relief and accelerated his flight to the top. The top light screen that had blocked the departure of the resentful demon did not stop Lin Sheng from leaving this time. He rushed out of the light screen very easily. And just when he rushed out of the light curtain, the smooth stone walls around him lit up slightly, and darkness instantly enveloped them. Hallucination. Here we go again. Single quote. Lin Sheng was surprised and put away the golden light formation flag, but now that the resentful souls in the ancient treasure were gone, how could this yang-eye killing formation kill people? After waiting for a while and nothing happened, Lin Sheng summoned the shadow of the resentful demon. As soon as the demon appeared, the entire darkness began to collapse rapidly. Looking at the golden light array flag in his hand, Lin Sheng looked slightly stunned. Was the action just now an illusion? Then why can the resentful demon image break the illusion? Could it be that the four desire demon art is too powerful to be transformed here? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself. His eyes swept over the smooth stone walls around him, and immediately he no longer hesitated, and rushed towards the fish-eye mouth with his sword. The light curtain that blocked the resentful soul did not appear. Lin Sheng flew out of the fish-eye in an instant. After flying high into the sky, he looked at the yin-yang tai chi diagram on the ground. This treasure should have been hit on the ground with great force. How terrifying a monk must be the person who can control this treasure. Single quote. Lin Sheng was secretly stunned. Based on his opinion, I am afraid that even the gold core ancestor cannot do it. He must be a great monk above the nascent soul true monarch. It's a pity that this treasure can be lost here, which means that its owner has also died. Can even such a strong monk not escape death? Single quote. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng inevitably felt a little sad. He was still just a small chi refining monk. How long could he go on this road to immortality? The spirit beast bag around his waist suddenly shook, pulling Lin Sheng out of his sad mood. After 7 years, the spirit fire toad finally woke up. Single quote. Lin Sheng was extremely excited and quickly flew to the ground to open the spirit beast bag. He didn't know whether the spirit fire toad that had swallowed the beast core had successfully advanced. A huge figure jumped out of the spirit beast bag, accompanied by a deafening howl. Quack quack quack. Lin Sheng's face trembled slightly as he looked at the unchanged and arrogant spirit fire toad in front of him. Have you successfully advanced? Quack gua gua. The spirit fire toad quickly shook his head. Are you proud that you didn't succeed? Are you still shouting so loudly? Quack, 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 quack. The spirit fire toad looked unconvinced and confident. Today's Dongjiaopo secret realm is still lively, with all kinds of adventures circulating among the people, and the word chants deeply stimulates every chi refining monk. Especially after the 100 Tribes Alliance set new rules 7 years ago, after the foundation building was overhauled and no one could enter the secret realm, Dongjiaopo's secret realm suddenly became the most lively secret realm in Dongzhou. There was an endless stream of monks arriving, and brawls were happening every day. Some people became rich overnight, while others were left dead. The once splendid spirit medicine garden is now lonely, with few monks coming to search for medicine. After 7 years of searching, the spirit medicine, no matter how deeply hidden it is, should be discovered. After the spirit medicine garden, the burial sword land became the new favorite of the monks. Just because a monk found a high-grade law weapon there, he became rich overnight, attracting countless monks to flock in. Nowadays, most of the sword cultivators in the sword burial ground are sword cultivators, and everyone wants to find a good sword there. Yunmongs, which was previously unnoticed, is now bustling with activity. Many spirit beast masters are rowing boats on the swamp looking for monsters, just because of a piece of news circulating in the city. It is said that the Lin family has a chi refining Zochin toad, which was caught in Yunmongs without any fighting, because this toad is very docile. But after 7 years of searching, no one has found the chi refining Zochin toad. At most, they are some small toads as big as a palm, and they can't catch them all. They don't know where they come from. Apart from these three territories, what the monks yearn for the most is the depths of the secret realm, the area enveloped by the Rank 2 formation. There are rumors that the Great Terror is locked inside, and there are also rumors that it is a fairyland inside. Whether the news was true or false, people came to try their luck every day, and were politely persuaded to return by the law enforcement hall disciples of the 100 Clans Alliance. This day, Quan inspected the teleportation array as usual, looking at the ancient teleportation array with a sigh on his face. He would never forget that day 7 years ago. More than 300 people entered Wonderland to perform rescue missions, but only about 20 people came back alive. Among these 20-odd people, most of them were from the Lee family, and almost all the people from other families were dead. None of the 7 members of the An family returned. Originally, Quan was also a participant in this operation, but he missed the operation because he was temporarily transferred to the law enforcement team. He was very regretful at that time, but what happened next made him shocked and extremely happy. Every time he thought about it, he thanked God for his blessing. Brother Quan, why isn't this teleportation array sealed? Instead, it's open here. He Ping asked with confusion on his face. He had only recently been transferred to the stronghold as an internal guard. You don't know the reason? Quan looked surprised. What's the reason? He Xie also looked puzzled. Quan looked around and whispered, this is an order from the ancestor of the Bai family. This teleportation array cannot be closed. I heard that Lin Sheng is still in the fairyland. Brother Lin is in the formation. Didn't he say he was dead? He Ping's face was full of surprise, and his voice couldn't help but raise a few degrees. Shish, keep your voice down. Don't spread this matter. Just pretend you don't know. Quan looked around with a nervous look on his face and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that no one was paying attention. He Xie looked puzzled. Why is Brother Quan so nervous? Isn't it a good thing that Brother Lin is alive? I don't know the reason. I only know that the ancestor of the Bai family has issued a hush-hush order and does not allow Alliance disciples to talk about it in private. Quan shook his head and was about to leave when the teleportation array in front of him suddenly lit up. Fine. Single quote. Lin Sheng looked at the connection light on the teleportation array in front of him and felt slightly relieved. If the teleportation array was disconnected, he might not be able to go back. Just now, when Lin Sheng was having a heated exchange with the spirit fire toad, he suddenly thought of a serious problem. What should he do if the teleportation array is closed? At the moment, they didn't care about exchanging blows. They took the spirit fire toad into the entering spirit beast bag and hurried over. Fortunately, the Li family has not finished everything yet, and the teleportation array has not been closed. However, seeing the spiritual stones attached to the grooves, Lin Sheng was a little confused. When did the Li family become so enthusiastic? Without thinking too much at the moment, Lin Sheng quickly cast a spell and activated the teleportation array. You are Lin Sheng. Quan's face was filled with shock. Although he knew that Lin Sheng was still alive, there was no news about this man who had been missing for 7 years, and now he suddenly appeared. The 2 brothers of the He family were also shocked, especially when they felt the fluctuation of Lin Sheng's qi refining late-stage peak mana. They were extremely horrified. 3 fellow Taoists, we haven't seen each other for many years, but they still look amazing. The corners of Lin Sheng's mouth raised, revealing a bright smile. In the spirit medicine pavilion, Lin Ji was looking down at the account books. Standing next to her were 3 Lin family disciples who looked uneasy. Who handled the transactions of Guyuan Pill and Jusha Pill? Lin Ji looked at the account book in her hand with a calm voice. Sister Lin Ji, I handled these 2 transactions. One of the teenagers raised his hand, looking panicked. Oh, then can you tell me why the price of these 2 elixirs is 1 low-grade spirit stone cheaper than before? The young man's face turned pale and he was a little at a loss. Did you keep this spirit stone yourself? Lin Ji's voice became colder. He must have put it away. Joking sounds came from the door. Who are you? Lin Ji frowned slightly and looked at the door, but she could no longer say the words that came to her lips. Juror, I haven't seen you for many years, have you ever thought about your godfather? Lin Sheng walked into the spirit medicine pavilion with a smile on his face. 5. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Godfather, you are finally back. Lin Ji blushed and lowered her head, quietly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Yes, that's right. Lin Sheng looked satisfied, his eyes swept over the 3 Lin family disciples, and finally rested on the young man. Just take it, it's no big deal. We, the Lin family, dare to do what we do. If we dare to take something from our own store today, we will dare to take someone else's tomorrow, don't you think so? You are the 5th brother. Are you alive again? The 5th brother is alive. Someone come quickly. The 5th brother is alive. The young man's face looked like he had seen a ghost. He turned around and ran away, shouting as he ran. This scene caught Lin Sheng off guard, and he looked at Lin Ji with confusion on his face. What's going on? Everyone in the Lin family says I'm dead. Well, Uncle Six arranged it this way. Looking at the coffin on the altar, Lin Sheng's face trembled slightly, and after sighing deeply, he offered himself a stick of incense. How does it feel to perfume yourself? On the wooden chair, Lin Sheng put down his teacup with a smile on his face. It's not bad, I really thought I was dead for a moment. Lin Sheng grinned, sat on the wooden chair, took a sip of tea. Hey, Lingcha, it seems that the Lin family has become richer in the past 7 years. Ha ha ha, Lin Xingzheng chuckled. With your reputation, our Lin family now dominates Qinghai County and city, and our income is naturally higher. Cough cough cough. Lin Sheng, who was drinking tea, choked and quickly put down his teacup. Uncle Six, stop joking, what kind of reputation can I have? You saved someone who even though so many disciples in the alliance could not save, do you think you have a reputation? Lin Xingzheng said with a mocking look on his face. There are rumors outside that our Lin family is about to climb the high branches of the Qingzhan sect. People who come to get married every day are almost trampling the threshold of the spirit medicine pavilion. In desperation, I can only tell the outside world that you are dead. Zanqing sect, what do you mean? Why can't I understand? Lin Sheng frowned slightly and was confused. Do you know the Qing refining technique of the Zanqing sect? Quote. Know a thing or two. If you want to make love, you must talk about it first. Ning Lingyu was saved by you. Did anything happen between you two? Lin Xingzheng said with a curious look on his face. Ning Lingyu, is that senior sister Ning? Lin Sheng was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what was happening. Nothing happened. I was tricked by her. If it weren't for the blessing of heaven, I would have died in the ancient treasure. Lin Sheng didn't feel too angry when he said this. The teleportation stone mill was left by Ning Lingyu after all, so he didn't get the job done and got some opportunities. Lin Xingzheng frowned when he heard this. The situation seemed to be different from what was reported outside. He stopped beating around the bush and said bluntly, is it possible for you and Ning Lingyu to form a Taoist couple? It's impossible, Lin Sheng said resolutely, going to use it as training material for others. Anyone who likes to do this kind of thing can do it. That's okay. Lin Xingzheng sighed quietly, with a look of regret on his face. Does Uncle Six think that I want to imitate Li Dongqing and become a fellow Taoist with Ning Lingyu? Get the protection of the Zanqing sect. That's what I thought when the news first came out. Lin Sheng looked depressed and said, Sixth uncle looks down on me. Is this all I pursue? Lin Xing looked embarrassed, picked up the tea and drank it. Hey, this tea is really good. Lin Sheng smiled dumbly when he saw this, and then changed the subject and said, why is our Lin family dominant in this city in Qinghai County now? Can other families be willing? Can the Li family be willing? When talking about business, Lin Xing's face turned solemn. Now the Li family has all returned to the clan, and the business outside has been divided equally among the major families. Because you saved Ning Lingyu, there was a misunderstanding during the news, and Qinghai County was handed over to our Lin family. Lin Sheng chuckled softly. Ha ha, the Li family returned to the clan, but they failed to save anyone. Mengxia Ancestor will not protect the Li family. It doesn't count if you don't protect them. Lin Xing shook his head with a straight face. The Li family voluntarily gave up all their businesses except the Li family's Baofeng city. Later, Patriarch Mengxia came forward as a guarantee to trap and kill the disciples of the major families. That's it. It's a good move to retreat instead of advance, and let the big families compete for the cake. Then no one will have the energy to take care of the Li family anymore. Lin Sheng said with emotion on his face. I just can't figure out why the Li family is doing this. It's just a matter of spending more time. The younger generation of the Li family hasn't grown up yet, and Li Dongqing doesn't have much time left. Lin Xingzang said calmly. Even if this doesn't happen, after Li Dongqing dies, the Li family will not be able to hold on to these profit cakes and will still withdraw. They will simply take advantage of it. While Patriarch Mengxia still protects them, the alliance can do nothing to the Li family. As long as it can survive until someone succeeds in foundation building, it will eventually get the cake back. Lin Sheng showed disdain. To put it bluntly, the problem lies with Ancestor Mengxia. No one dares to go to Ancestor Mengxia to ask for an explanation. Lin Xingzang said with a smile, but not a smile. It's just the death of some disciples, it's not a serious injury. If we really want to go to the Gold Core Ancestor to ask for an explanation, there are two opinions on whether the family can still exist. It can be seen that the Immortal Cultivation world only talks about fists and not about right and wrong. Lin Sheng's face was solemn, and a sense of crisis suddenly arose in his heart. Ha ha ha, your fists are quite big now, Chi refining late stage peak, and Chi refining Zochin monster bodyguard. Lin Xingzang said with curiosity on his face. You have been missing for 7 years, and you have had many opportunities in ancient treasures, right? Where is your big toad? Take it out and show it to me. Rumor has it that that toad is quite powerful. Mighty. Single quote. Lin Sheng couldn't help but picture the arrogant look on the spirit fire toad's face. He shook his head and took out the spirit beast bag. There's no chance. It's just a matter of being trapped in one place and practicing. As for the spirit fire toad, it has nothing to do with might. A group of figures jumped out of the spirit beast bag, and the spacious room immediately became narrower. Quack quack quack. As soon as the spirit fire toad came out, it howled loudly and drooled everywhere, obviously very angry. If you can't spray, lock up the frog. Isn't this bullying a frog? Fortunately, Lin Sheng was well prepared. He used the water control technique to catch all the saliva that flew towards him. He flicked it back and flew into the spirit fire toad's mouth. After receiving this blow, the Lingwo toad's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. He was about to open his mouth to rant again when he suddenly saw Lin Sheng's cold eyes glancing at him, full of threats. He immediately calmed down, his big eyes full of resentment. If you can't spray, you get angry. It's such a bully. Well, this frog does have a personality. Lin Xingzang racked his brains to come up with an adjective. Quack quack. The Lingwo Chan looked sideways at Lin Xingzang, as if he was an onion. Seeing the anthropomorphic expression of the spirit fire toad, Lin Xingzang's eyes were even more surprised. This frog's intelligence is estimated to be extremely high. Not only is he extremely tall, but he is also very good at trolling people. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and gave the spirit fire toad a look to signal it to be more honest. Is this Buddha bead a high-grade law weapon? Lin Xingzang pointed to the large Buddha bead on Lingwo toad's neck with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Probably. I can't control this Buddhist bead, only this spirit fire toad can, which is strange to say. It's not surprising. Lin Xingzang smiled slightly. Buddha is destined to be a person. You can't control this treasure, but you can control this frog. It only proves that you have no destiny with Buddha. I didn't expect Uncle Lu to know quite a lot about Buddhist proverbs. Lin Sheng looked surprised. Haha, when I was young and wandering around, I met several ascetics and exchanged my cultivation experiences. Lin Xingzang explained with a smile and pointed at the spirit fire toad. How about sending this beast back to the clan's land and becoming a sacred beast that protects the clan? In the future, we will find some female beasts to come back and breed them to pass on the bloodline. The spirit fire toad's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded repeatedly. The more he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, the more he liked him. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Lin Sheng thought he had heard wrong, but when he saw that Lin Xingzang's serious face did not look like he was joking, he quickly refused. Uncle Lu, please stop joking. The Immortal Cultivation world is so dangerous. You want to take away the spirit fire toad. What should I do? Quack quack quack. The spirit fire toad looked dissatisfied and glared at Lin Sheng. How dare this man stop it from finding the female frog? He, look at the expression on this frog, it is very willing. The smile on Lin Xingzong's face became even bigger. You are already at the peak of qi refining late stage. Having this extra frog by your side is just the icing on the cake. If you are sent back to the clan protecting formation will be 3 points stronger. And you are not a spirit beast master, so do you have the extra energy to cultivate this beast? Why not send it back to the clan to cultivate it, and the family will spend resources to help you cultivate monster, and you can just have fun secretly. Lin Sheng's expression was a little moved when he heard this. Lin Xingzong's words were correct. The help of the spirit fire toad to him now was indeed limited, and he had no intention of cultivating the spirit fire toad. It would be good to be thrown into the clan and become a hands-off shopkeeper. Okay, since Uncle Six said so, you can take the spirit fire toad away. Quack, quack, quack. The spirit fire toad narrowed its big eyes and caressed its belly with both claws. It was obvious that it was extremely happy to hear these words. But Uncle Six, I have to remind you that this frog looks very powerful, but in reality it is extremely timid. Quack, 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 quack. Lin Sheng completely ignored Lingwo Toad's protest and took out a storage bag filled with exotic cucumbers and handed it to Lin Xingzang. Uncle Lu, give a share of these cucumbers to the tribesmen with potential, and sell the excess in the shop. The division will be according to the old rules. Cucumber. Lin Xing looked confused and took out an exotic cucumber. He felt the rich fruity aroma of the cucumber, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Is this a strange fruit? That's right, Uncle Six might as well give it a try. Lin Xingzang was curious when he heard this, and he was not polite at the moment. He bit off most of the cucumber in one bite, and the pulp entered his stomach. He immediately felt a heat wave igniting in his abdomen and sweeping through his body. This, pure magic power. Feeling the mana burning in his meridians, Lin Xing looked shocked. There were at least 3,000 cucumbers in this storage bag. What if he ate them all? Seeing the glint in Lin Xingzong's eyes, Lin Sheng knew what he was thinking and explained, you can only eat 5 sticks on each level of qi refining late stage. I think the early and middle stages are pretty much the same. Lin Xing looked stunned and nodded slightly. The effect of such a strange fruit is extremely terrifying. Did you find it in that ancient treasure? Uncle Lu, don't ask too much. Knowing too much will affect your lifespan. Lin Sheng grinned, saying that he was in a good mood. Now that he is a monk at the peak of qi refining late stage, he is qualified to say this. Lin Xingzong's eyes widened when he heard this. You brat, your wings are stiff, aren't you? The Lin family has trained you for so many years, you. Okay, okay. Lin Sheng waved his hands repeatedly. Uncle Lu, please don't say any more. This matter involves some secrets and cannot be discussed. You really can't say that. Lin Xingzang frowned slightly. Nature. That's fine. Lin Xingzang nodded slightly. This exotic fruit has endless magical uses, just sell it. It doesn't matter, these cucumbers are just the first batch, and there will be more in the future. Uncle Six can just sell them and build up the brand name of our Lin family. Oh, is there such a thing? Lin Xingzang looked surprised. Did this fruit grow somewhere in that ancient treasure? Lin Sheng smiled and said nothing, neither admitting nor refuting. Lin Xingzang smiled hoarsely, stopped asking, and said solemnly, the division you mentioned earlier is based on the old rules. What rules? The old rule is, of course, 9 points to 1. I have 9 points and you have 1 point. Lin Shengsheng said confidently. What about the share from the Surrender clan? Of course it came out of your 1. Uncle Six, are you trying to covet my share? He, you are really a good son of my Lin family. Uncle Six, are you mocking me? No, absolutely not. ... There's just one problem. If our Lin family comes up with this kind of strange fruit, I'm afraid it will make a lot of people jealous. Lin Xing said with a solemn expression. This is indeed a problem. Lin Sheng thought for a while and said, if anyone inquires about the news, they will say that they found it in the fairyland. Anyway, I have been missing for 7 years, so I can use this as an excuse. And I think that Wonderland is not open to the public. Why not take this opportunity to open it up? You can also charge an extra ticket for the teleportation array. Let those energetic monks explore the fairyland and help the Alliance open up a new map. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lin Xingzang showed a hint of hesitation when he heard this. If that's the case, wouldn't the ancient treasure be exposed? So what if it's exposed? Lin Sheng looked indifferent. Why do those qi refining monks get the ancient treasure that even Ancestor Mengxia can't take away? If someone really succeeds in getting the treasure, can he take it out of the fairyland? You must know that our alliance of hundreds of clans is the biggest banker. Lin Xingzang nodded slightly when he heard the words. This makes sense. I will discuss it with other family managers in the evening. This matter has no harm at all. Other family officials have no reason to refuse. If someone refuses, it will only prove that that person is short-sighted. Lin Sheng looked confident. We haven't seen you for 7 years. Xiaowu, you have grown up again. If it were fifth brother. Why are you stirring up emotion? Single quote. Lin Sheng was speechless and waved his hand. Okay, Uncle Six, don't say these irrelevant words. There is another very important thing. The ancestor of the Li family has returned the blood and energy method. I already know about this matter. Lin Xing looked serious. Li Dongqing came to me personally to explain the situation. The Li family will not do this. Lin Sheng's face showed a solemn look. This is what I'm worried about. This method is obviously helpful for foundation building, but the Li family doesn't want it, and the ancestor of the Bai family also said that this method can no longer be learned. There is indeed something wrong with this method. Do you still know the ancestor of the Bai family? Lin Xing looked surprised. Lin Sheng said calmly. Not only do we know her, I also fought with her. We fought. What was the result? Lin Xingzang was shocked. Can he come back alive after fighting foundation building overhaul? HMPH, of course I won and she was defeated. Lin Xingzang's face was full of confusion. Why did his words sound so baffling? Don't talk about these irrelevant things, Uncle Six. It's better for the Lin family to stop learning the blood energy method and sell it in the shop. Now there is a strange fruit cucumber, which is not inferior to the blood energy method. As Lin Sheng spoke, a trace of sadness appeared on his brows. He had learned the blood and energy method to the fullest, and he didn't know what the cause and effect was. Lin Xingzang did not pursue the matter of the ancestor of the Bai family too much. He nodded and said, if there was no such strange fruit, the third brother would not agree. Now that we have this strange fruit, he has to agree even if he doesn't agree. Lin Sheng said solemnly, Sixth uncle, just tell third uncle what you said, and just say it was me who said that the blood and energy method must be given up. This is for the sake of the entire Lin family. If he brings the Lin family into the abyss, he will be the sinner of the Lin family. After his death, he will have no face to face the ancestors of the Lin family. After Lin Sheng's remarks, Lin Xingzang was dumbfounded, and it took him a while to react. 7 years no see, Xiao Wu, you. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with what I said? If third uncle is angry, then sixth uncle, you give this to him. If he's not angry, you have to give it back to me. Lin Sheng said as he took out the wooden box and spread it out, revealing the ginseng fruit inside. Lifespan spirit fruit. Looking at it, could it be a ginseng fruit? Lin Xing looked surprised. Yes, eating this longevity fruit can increase your lifespan by at least 5 years. It's both a strange fruit and a longevity fruit. I'm afraid you are the biggest beneficiary of this trip to Secret Realm. Lin Xing looked sad, with both relief and complexity in his eyes. Sixth uncle said it before. Lin Sheng sighed slightly. Not getting the little red flag was the biggest regret in his heart. As he spoke, he took out another storage bag and placed it on the table. In this storage bag are the remains of the 3 brothers Long, Hu and Bao. Uncle Six should also take them back to the clan for burial. Speaking of the 3 brothers, Dragon, Tiger and Leopard, Lin Xingzang sighed slightly, raised his hand to take the storage bag back, and said softly, aren't you going to return to the clan? I won't go back. Lin Sheng shook his head. The Wei clan is nothing more than practicing in seclusion. He has been practicing in seclusion for 7 years, and it's a bit boring. Forget it, since you don't want to return to the clan, go to Evergreen Sect. Lin Xingzang looked gloomy, took out a token, put it on the table and pushed it in front of Lin Sheng. Evergreen Sect. Lin Sheng looked at the token on the table with a surprised look on his face. The Lin family's qi and training technique only goes to the foundation building, but there are no techniques above the foundation building. Lin Xingzang said slowly. The gap in chi refining monk's skills is not obvious, but when it comes to foundation building, the gap in skills will become apparent. You are only 26 now, foundation building is very possible. The best sect in Chi state, apart from the Qing sect, is also the Evergreen sect. Lin Hao has now reached Chi refining Zochan. You can also take care of each other by going to the Evergreen sect. This token was specially requested by Lin Hao for you. If you become the Evergreen sect, you will be the true disciple. Lin Sheng looked at the token on the table and suddenly grinned. He, Uncle Six is trying to drive me away. Lin Xingzang frowned slightly. If you don't go back to the clan, and you don't go to Evergreen sect, what do you want to do? Stay here in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion. Of course, if I don't stay here at the Spirit Medicine Pavilion, where else could I go? I came here when Qinghai County was bitterly cold, but now that it's prosperous, I have to leave. Lin Xing showed displeasure. We monks aspire to the great path to immortality, how can we miss the mundane things? Hey, what Uncle Lu said is wrong. I was trapped in an ancient treasure for 7 years and practiced hard, and now I'm finally out. Can't I just enjoy it? Lin Shengsheng said confidently. It doesn't matter, it's up to you. I can't control you anymore. Your current level of cultivation is higher than mine. Hey, you're old and useless. Okay, Uncle Six, how can you learn to speak in a yin and yang manner? Lin Sheng was speechless, picked up the token and put it into his storage bag. I will leave when it's time to leave. If there's nothing else, I'll go shopping. There is one thing, but it's not particularly important. Lin Xingzang said thoughtfully. Uncle Six, tell me what you have to say. I have nothing to hide. Lin Sheng just stood up from the wooden chair and sat back down. The Ning family wants to marry my Lin family. This is what the two sisters of the Ning family look like. Take a look, Lin Xingzang said, taking out a scroll and handing it to Lin Sheng. My sister Ning Shishui and my sister Ning Xiu are both monks, but their qualifications are average. The Ning family wants to marry you and Lin Hao respectively. What do you think? I think they are average. Lin Sheng curled his lips and unfolded the scroll. Hey, the twins are quite beautiful, but unfortunately their qualifications are too poor and they are destined to be unable to keep up with me. Then you refused. If you refuse, wouldn't it hurt the relationship between the Lin family and the Ning family? Lin Sheng closed the scroll and grinned. It is impossible to marry them as wives, but it is still possible to give them the title of concubine. I'm afraid the Ning family won't agree if I serve as my concubine. Lin Xingzang shook his head. If you don't agree, just agree. It doesn't mean that we must get married. Lin Sheng looked indifferent. Lin Xingzang nodded slightly. Forget it, let me discuss with the Ning family manager, which one do you want to marry? Which one should I marry? I want both. Go and tell the Ning family whether she wants to marry or not. If it weren't for maintaining the fine traditions of the Lin family, I would marry them. Late at night, Lin Sheng was sitting on the bed with his upper body naked, and behind him was Lin Ji, who was rubbing his shoulders and blushing. So, Xiaoji has been missing for 7 years. Lin Sheng asked in surprise. Well, that Tianyu also disappeared. After Uncle Six found out that Xiaoji was not in the cave mansion, he went to search for him by the address. Unexpectedly, the butcher shop had already changed tenants. Lin Ji said softly. There may be some relationship between the disappearance of the two of them. It's just that Xiaoji's life card is not broken. He should be fine. He may be trapped somewhere. Lin Sheng looked thoughtful. Lin Ji murmured in a low voice. Uncle Lu sent his clansmen to use the Qian training technique to search for several days, but there were no clues and finally gave up. The East Continent is vast, and trying to find someone with the Qian training technique is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Uncle Lu's move is also a helpless move. I hope Xiaojieji will have his own destiny. Lin Sheng sighed quietly, suddenly thought of something, and asked doubtfully, did Tianyu say that he wanted to sell something? There are fragments without words in the front and foreign objects and soft glue in the back. They are all sold by Tianyu. This person is clearly his lucky star. No need to think about it this third time, it will definitely be a treasure. Lin Ji shook her head. No, he only left his address and left in a hurry. It's a pity that I missed another treasure. Lin Sheng looked regretful, then took out a storage bag and handed it to Lin Ji. There are some medicinal materials in the bag. From now on, you can ignore the business of the Spirit Medicine Pavilion and go to the Alliance Cave Mansion to refine alchemy and practice. It took you 7 years to reach the 4th level of chi refining. Just relying on cultivation is no longer useful. You have to rely on taking drugs. Do you know why I can rise so fast with mediocre qualifications? It's all about taking drugs. This time, don't refine other messy elixirs. Just refine the spirit pill and make it 50-50. For Lin Ji, Lin Sheng must vigorously train her. He has no talent for alchemy, so he can't just steal the elixirs he cultivates every time, right? Since Lin Ji is good at alchemy, she should be allowed to shine in the alchemy art. Lin Sheng still hopes that she can make the rank 2 foundation building pill. The foundation building pill recipe in this recipe world is public. It is not a precious recipe, but some of the main materials are relatively expensive, but with Lin Sheng's wealth, he can definitely afford it. The difficulty is refining. There are only a handful of rank 2 alchemists in Qi Guoming, and all of them are protected by major forces. Lin Sheng didn't have the habit of asking for help, so he had to let Lin Ji try it. If you want to practice the foundation building pill, you must at least be a chi refining late stage monk, so Lin Ji must improve his cultivation level. Lin Ji felt so sweet that she took the storage bag, opened it and checked it, her mouth suddenly opened wide. Daddy, how many people's storage bags have you stolen? Nonsense, I picked up these medicinal materials. Lin Sheng looked displeased. He originally picked these things from the corpses of Alliance disciples, so his answer was quite reasonable. Then Godfather, you were really lucky. Lin Ji looked envious and carefully put away the storage bag. Haha, I've always been very lucky. Lin Sheng raised the corner of his mouth, took the green shirt, put it on, and threw the Jabba Cave Mansion token to Lin Ji. Nowadays, the status of the Lin family has increased, and the ranking in the alliance has naturally risen, ranking 8th, and has officially become one of the top 10 families in the alliance. The top 10 families in the alliance are now Li, Xing, Bai, An, Wu, Wan, Yi, Lin, Chen, and Wu. The original Shu family was squeezed out of the top 10, and the alliance's revenue pie will naturally be reduced. Generally speaking, the top 10 families eat meat, and the families behind them eat soup. Of course, the Li family has no meat to eat now. Daddy, where are you going? Lin Ji looked questioning. Go out for a walk if you have nothing to do. You should have a good rest. You were very tired just now. Juror, you're not tired. Lin Ji's face turned red. Huh, if you're tired, you're tired. Lin Sheng's eyes widened and he felt offended, so he turned around and left, secretly deciding in his heart that he would find a tonic technique in the future to let this woman know how powerful he was. Since the opening of Secret Realm, Qinghai County Fang City has turned into a behemoth after 8 years of development, becoming the #1 city in the north. The original boss Black Rock City has become the younger brother, and Han Perfect Being has naturally become Qinghai County Fang City. The city's permanent foundation building was overhauled. The former outer city of Qinghai County has now been classified as an inner city, and Bafang Street has naturally become an inner city street. The Alliance divided Bafang Street equally among the top 8 families in the Alliance, and the street shops are responsible for their profits and losses. The Lin family was assigned to East 8th Street. There were 132 shops in the entire street, and the rent increased from the original 5 low-grade spirit stones per month to 10 low-grade spirit stones. This is not the Lin family's evil intentions. This is a unified regulation of the Alliance. The monthly rent of the store is not allowed to be less than 10 low-grade spirit stones. It can only be higher, not lower. East 8th Street brings the Lin family more than 1,300 low-grade spiritual stones in rental income every month, which is far behind other streets. Some families have their own characteristics. For example, Xingjia Street gives away charms when shopping, Wanjia Street gives away spiritual wine as soon as you enter a store, and Lijia Street has the most elixir shops and the largest flow of people. Although the rental income of the Li family's streets is now divided equally among the 7 major families, the elixirs are all good products provided by the Li family. Invisibly, the Li family is still secretly earning spiritual stones. Except for Li San's family in Xingwan, the others also have their own characteristics. Only Lin's family has no characteristics at all and cannot attract people. Naturally, it cannot increase the rent, and can only watch others make money every day. When talking about family characteristics, we have to mention the blood energy method. Lin Xingzheng originally wanted to promote the blood energy method on Dongba Street. Unfortunately, the Lin family's demon hunting team has been hunting demons for 7 years. All the collected animal blood has been used to cultivate the clan members, and there is no excess animal blood to build a blood pool. Now the Lin family has 2 demon hunting teams in Fang City, Qinghai County. Each team consists of 30 people, all of whom are accomplished monks. The team members' minimum cultivation level is the 5th level of qi refining, and the team leaders are all monks of the 8th level of qi refining. It can be said that these 2 demon hunting teams are the strongest force of the Lin family outside the clan. This shows how much the Lin family attaches great importance to Qinghai County. Nowadays, although the blood energy method has great cause and effect and can no longer be promoted, there is a new treasure, the exotic fruit cucumber. If we operate it properly and provide some goods to other stores, it is not certain that Dongba Street will become the busiest street in Qinghai County in the future. In addition to Bafang Street, there are a total of 16 streets in the newly constructed outer city, collectively known as 13 streets. The shops on the streets are naturally only for rent but not for sale, and the monthly rent is 5 low-grade spirit stones. The overall income excludes the top 8 families in the alliance and is divided among the remaining families. The Chen and Wu families ranked 9th and 10th receive half of the income. The other half of the income is distributed according to the ranking of the major family alliances. There is no score after roughly 30. When Lin Sheng came out to hang out, of course he first went to the Lin family's property on Dongba Street. As a monk at the peak of the qi refining late stage, the clerks in each shop were naturally extremely respectful, and some were greeted personally by the shopkeepers. Even if Lin Sheng didn't buy anything, no one would dare to look at him, greet him with a smile, and send him away with a smile. Lin Sheng compared the goods in various stores and found that most of them sold monster materials, presumably because they were close to Shiwanda Mountain. Although elixirs and talismans are also sold, they are very rare in quantity and type, such as the spirit pill and the blood-activating pill. Lin Sheng visited 20 stores before finding one for sale in one of them. The medicinal properties of the elixirs have declined to varying degrees, and the quality too bad. After comparing the goods in Spirit Medicine Pavilion, Lin Sheng suddenly felt that the goods sold in these stores were too ordinary and not very competitive. The target customers should be poor repairmen. Lin Sheng originally wanted to sell some of the stolen law weapons in the storage bag, but when he saw that these shops were still using spiritual crystals to trade, he had no choice but to give up. They probably couldn't afford it. Selling the stolen goods in the Spirit Medicine Pavilion would be too conspicuous. After much deliberation, Lin Sheng decided to put aside this idea temporarily and wait until he went to other markets in the future to sell the stolen goods. Anyway, there was no shortage of spiritual stones now. After Lin Sheng walked around Dongba Street, he turned to other streets. Compared with the deserted Dongba Street, Lija Street on North 1st Street was very lively. There were monks and mortals. Most of the mortals were guides, and the monks were naturally they all come here because of their reputation. There are monks from the 3 kingdoms of Qi, Yu, and Zhao. They are mainly distinguished by their accents, but their clothing and attire are basically the same. Lin Sheng even saw a dozen strong pure-blood barbarians with dreadlocks on their heads and steel rings on their noses. Some barbarian female cultivators were talking to others, and you could even see the tongue nails on their tongues, which is quite exotic and makes people feel itchy. Lin Sheng randomly visited 10 stores and found that the quality of the goods in this store was immediately high. The quality of the elixirs and talismans were all considered high quality. 2 of the 10 stores sold spirit pills and blood-activating pills. Although the number of elixirs is not large, only 1 or 2 bottles, this inventory is enough. Most monks buy a few pills, unlike Lin Sheng who buys several bottles at a time. Among the elixirs, only the elixirs from the Li family are of the best quality. Each elixir will be engraved with the word, Li. Even if 1 spirit pill is sold for 18 low-grade spiritual stones at a premium, Lin Sheng will take all of them. Down. Lin Sheng's lavish spending naturally attracted the attention of some people with ulterior motives, but after feeling the fluctuations in Lin Sheng's qi refining late-stage peak cultivation level, everyone left wisely. Lin Sheng actually didn't care about those prying eyes. Firstly, it was because of his confidence in his own strength. Secondly, it was the blessing of the Lin family's identity. Thirdly, he was not planning to leave Qinghai County, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The Lin family scanned all the shops on North First Street, mainly buying spirit pills. They bought a total of 37 bottles and spent more than 9,000 low-grade spirit stones. Every spirit pill shop treated Lin Sheng like his own father, serving him tea and pouring water, and several maids even made secret glances at him. No matter where in the world you are, the rich are the boss. Single quote. Lin Sheng was filled with emotion and declined the invitations from various shopkeepers to visit Zuimengfang, and came to North 2nd Street, where Xingzhe was located. Xingzhe's talisman making is quite powerful and he is relatively famous in Qi State. Most of the rank 2 Yinlei talismans on the market of Shushanfang in Qi State were painted by the ancestor of Xingzhe. Lin Sheng's purpose was very clear. He wanted to buy a few more Yinlei talismans to keep with him. Speaking of Yinlei talisman, we have to talk about the art of talisman. Array alchemy talisman. Among the 4 arts, talisman art is the simplest. There are a lot of experience in various talisman arts. Even a monk can draw them. Moreover, this thing does not rely on talent, but luck. The threshold is low, which also means that almost every monk in the Immortal Cultivation world can draw talismans, and Lin Sheng can naturally do it, but he gave up after drawing it a few times because there was no money prospect. Everyone can draw, so there are more talismans on the market. When there are more talismans, the price will naturally be lower. The comparison is whose talismans are better and whose talismans are cheaper. The art of talismans is the most powerful among all the arts of cultivating immortals. Lin Sheng once thought that he was good at scrolling and wanted to make his first pot of gold by drawing talismans. However, he was taught a lesson by the Scroll Kings from Immortal Cultivation world. These Scroll Kings have low qualifications and have completely given up on practicing. They just draw talismans day and night. If it weren't for the cost limit of drawing talismans, they would be able to draw them until the end of time. To draw a talisman, you first need authentic talismans. Generally, the rare, authentic talismans are monopolized by interested people, so Scroll Kings can only draw some bad talismans. Next is the talisman paper and spiritual blood. The talisman paper must be spiritual paper that can withstand mana. Ordinary paper will not work. One low-grade spiritual stone can buy 10 of this special spiritual paper. As the name suggests, spiritual blood is blood containing spiritual energy, and monster blood is most commonly used in drawing talismans. Animal blood must be purified of impurities to refine spiritual blood. 100 pounds of animal blood can only refine 1 or 2 spiritual blood, and the market price of 100 pounds of monster blood is roughly 10 low-grade spiritual stones. One tail of spiritual blood can draw up to 20 talismans. When encountering a longer, authentic talisman pattern, more spiritual blood will be consumed. The cost of drawing a talisman is about 12 low-grade spirit stones, and the success rate of a monk in drawing a talisman is only about 30%. If you are lucky, you will get a few more, and if you are not lucky, you will get a few less. Take the diamond talisman as an example. One tail of spiritual blood can draw 20 talismans. The talisman maker must successfully draw at least 6 diamond talismans at one time to get back the money. The market price of the diamond talisman is only 2 low-grade spiritual stones. The diamond talisman is a simpler talisman, while the burst talisman is more complicated. 1 or 2 spiritual blood can only draw 5. Of course, it is also more expensive, roughly 5 low-grade spiritual stones. The Scroll King's favorite scroll is the diamond talisman. They don't scroll the more difficult rank 1 talisman because the risk is too great. Lin Sheng thought he couldn't win against them, so he could only study alchemy, which had a higher threshold. The result was obvious, he might as well draw talismans. Although the threshold for drawing talismans is low, the biggest difference between it and alchemy is the realm limit. Qi refining monks can only draw rank 1 talismans. If a monk is rank 2 alchemist, he may be a foundation building major cultivator or a Qi refining monk. But if a monk is a rank 2 talisman maker, then he must be a foundation building major cultivator or a higher realm cultivator. There are very few Immortal Cultivation world foundation building overhauls, and even fewer people are willing to spend the energy and cost to draw symbols. The Xing family has talisman scrolls, so they can draw many rare talismans, and the rank 2 Yinlei talisman is one of them. Baofu Tower. Lin Sheng looked up at the plaque on the door of the store, and then walked straight in. He vaguely remembered that Xingjia's properties were all named after treasure talismans. As soon as he entered the store, he was greeted by a young clerk. "Fellow Taoist, do you want to buy something or sell something? Is this store a family business?" "Exactly. Are there any Yinlei talismans for sale?" "Fellow Taoist, wait a minute, I'll inform the shopkeeper." The clerk looked stunned and ran to the back hall. "It seems there is." Lin Sheng thought to himself, sat down on the bench, closed his eyes, and waited for the nurturing spirit. After a while, the shopkeeper came in a hurry. When he saw Dan Linsheng, he looked slightly stunned and said hesitantly, "As fellow Taoist Lin Sheng, a disciple of the Lin family." "Exactly, fellow Taoist knows me." Lin Sheng opened his eyes, slightly surprised. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly with a smile on his face. "Yes, fellow Taoist Lin's name is very familiar to me. He has secret realm to slay demons before, and ancient treasures to save beauties behind him. He is really a role model for our generation. Fellow Taoist is ridiculous, it's just a false reputation." Lin Sheng's expression remained unchanged, but he was secretly wary. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being famous, but pigs are afraid of being strong. 7 years have passed, and there are still people who can recognize him at a glance. It seems that he will have to buy a law weapon to cover his appearance. "I heard that fellow Taoist wants to buy Yinlei talisman." Seeing Lin Sheng's lack of interest, the shopkeeper picked up the topic and brought it up to business. "Yes, I wonder if they are available in the store." "Of course there is, but the price is." "It doesn't matter, fellow Taoist, feel free to make an offer." A trace of surprise flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes. Fellow Taoist should know that the Yin Thunder Talisman is a rank 2 killing talisman, and its price is approximately 500 low-grade spirit stones. Is fellow Taoist bluffing me? The Yin Thunder Talisman used to be only 300 low-grade spiritual stones. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Could it be that the Xing family knew his identity and didn't want to sell it? "You don't want to be honest and deliberately raise the price." The shopkeeper looked embarrassed and explained. "What fellow Taoist doesn't know is that the Mirror Lake Talisman perfected being passed away a year ago." "Oh, it turns out that the competitor is dead," Lin Sheng said with a look of surprise on his face. The talisman perfected being was also a foundation building overhaul. He was good at drawing talismans and often snatched the business of Xingjia talisman. The shopkeeper smiled awkwardly and didn't answer. "That's all right, 500 is 500, just take it." "I wonder how many fellow Taoist would like." "I want them all." Lin Sheng looked calm and took out the storage bag and slapped it on the table. The shopkeeper looked surprised. Seeing that Lin Sheng didn't seem to be joking, he hurried back to the inner hall. After a while, he walked out holding 3 wooden boxes with sealing talismans on them. "Fellow Taoist, there are 3 Yin Thunder talismans in my store, and their spirituality is not compromised at all. I thought there were so many." Lin Sheng smiled hoarsely and counted out 1,500 low-grade spirit stones and poured them on the table. The table was filled with colorful spirit stones. This scene made both the shopkeeper and the waiter's eyes widen. It's not that they had never seen so many spirit stones, they just had never seen anyone take out so many spirit stones in one go. The disciples of Xingjia are nothing more than this. Lin Sheng grinned, stretched out his hand to take the 3 wooden boxes, opened them, checked that they were correct, and put them into storage bags. Including the 17 Yin Thunder talismans picked up earlier and the one obtained by Yun Tianba, he now has a total of 21 Yin Thunder talismans. This is the 21 strike of foundation building overhaul. Even if he encounters a perverted monk like Li Jian again, Lin Sheng believes that he can kill him with the Yin Thunder talisman. Not to mention there are 28 extremely sinister Yinlei beads in the storage bag. The Yin Thunder bead is made by an artifact refining master. The lightning fire is refined into the bead. Its lethality is no less than that of the Yin Thunder talisman. The only drawback is that the Yin Thunder bead explodes on collision. If it is hit by a spell, it will detonate directly, and it has a range of damage, ignoring the enemy and ourselves. "Fellow Taoist, walk slowly." The shopkeeper sent Lin Sheng out of the door with a smile on his face. "Third uncle, this Lin Sheng must have gained a lot of benefits from the ancient treasure. Seeing Lin Sheng walking away, the waiter said with envy on his face. HMPH, you only saw Lin Sheng getting benefits, why didn't you see more people turned into bones? The shopkeeper glared at the waiter, turned around and walked into the Baofu Tower. If I could get so many spiritual stones, I would be willing to turn them into bones. The waiter murmured in a low voice, falling into fantasy as he watched Lin Sheng's retreating figure. He was actually crazy for a moment. After buying the Yinlei talisman, Lin Sheng walked around a few other streets. He wanted to buy a law weapon mask, but he couldn't find anything suitable after looking around. Either the quality is too low and has no effect, or the price is too high and flashy. Reluctantly, he turned around and went to Zuimengfeng. Of course, Lin Sheng didn't go to Zuimengfeng to have a good time. He went to get to know the new manager of Zuimengfeng. After all, he didn't plan to leave Qinghai County, and he still had to get to know each other. Today, the area of Zuimengfeng has expanded more than 10 times, and it is the largest money-consuming cave in Fang City, Qinghai County. To describe it as making a lot of money every day is modest, it is like using sacks to carry money. Thanks to the support of other alliance families, the entire city of Qinghai County launched Zuimengfeng. There was no competition from other stores. Jishu from major families also went to Zuimengfeng to join, and 100 flowers bloomed. Surrounded by warblers and swallows, countless poor cultivators emptied their storage bags and spent their last spiritual stone, not only losing money but also hurting their bodies. However, Jishu from Zuimengfeng is still very responsible and moral, and will not catch someone crazy for picking wool. After all, most low-level monks are weak-willed and can be manipulated with just a little bit of charm. Now that the monk has spent all his spiritual stones and energy sources, he still has to give a thumbs up and praise when he walks out of Zuimengfeng. Okay, come back next time. Lin Sheng was filled with emotion when he saw several monks passing by who looked haggard but had endless aftertaste. Worthy of a bone-scraping steel knife, even a monk can't withstand it. Single quote. As soon as Lin Sheng walked into Zuimengfeng, a charming woman came up to him. Fellow Taoist looks strange, but is this your first time here? Do you look at me like it's my first time? Lin Sheng grinned, stretched out his hand and squeezed hard. Hey, be gentle, is there any familiar fairy among fellow Taoists? The woman's face was full of resentment, and she rubbed her hands behind her back. No, tell me about the red cards. You want a red card when fellow Taoist comes. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Ha, who are you looking down on? I used to be a tough guy. Lin Sheng looked disdainful. Kekaki, okay, there are 4 red card fairies in spring, summer, autumn and winter in the shop. The release price of each fairy is 100 low-grade spirit stones. Which one does fellow Taoist want? Which one do you want? I want them all. As soon as these words came out, the woman's face turned cold and her smile disappeared. As fellow Taoist here to cause trouble? You're right, I'm just here to cause trouble. Lin Sheng said and pointed at the woman. You even know me, you are still catching chickens in Zuimengfeng, go and call your manager out. Haha, what a loud tone. I want to see who dares to act so arrogant in Zuimengfeng. In the hall, a male cultivator who was sitting on a chair slammed his back on the table and stood up. He turned around and pointed at Lin Sheng. How dare you? Before he finished speaking, he stood stunned on the spot. Yo, isn't this Wu fellow Taoist? Why isn't your sister by your side? Lin Sheng looked at Wu Junmao, who looked embarrassed and uneasy, and teased. Wu Junmao's face turned red when he heard this, and he quickly sat down. It turns out to be Brother Lin. I wonder who can say such domineering words. Brother Lin, please continue, I didn't hear anything. You. Are you Lin Sheng? The woman looked hesitant. Lin Sheng walked straight upstairs. Go and call the steward. I'll wait for her in room number 1, Shuizi. Seeing Lin Sheng walking away, Wu Junmao quickly stood up and walked to the woman. Go and call the steward, he is Lin Sheng. The woman's face was full of resentment and she gave Wu Junmao a white look. Ghost, weren't you very powerful when you were practicing dual cultivation? Why did you sit down in fright after being stared at by others? Wu Junmao smiled awkwardly. It's not like I was scared to sit down. Lin Sheng and I are familiar with each other, and I can't. Okay, I don't know you yet, but you have the toughest mouth in the whole body. After saying this, the woman twisted her waist and walked towards the backyard. You have the toughest mouth in the whole body. Single quote. Wu Junmao looked puzzled, and it took him a moment to react, with a hint of shame and anger on his face. Fifth brother, drink tea. A beautiful lady brought the tea to Lin Sheng. New here, I haven't seen you before. Lin Sheng took the tea and smelled it before putting it back on the table. The new family is from the Wan family. Naturally, the fifth brother has never seen the new family. Meiji knelt down next to Lin Sheng and massaged his thighs. The Wan family. Where did the female cultivator from the Lin family go? Lin Sheng looked surprised. Going back to fifth brother, all the female cultivators from the Lin family go to the Huahai Hall in the backyard, and those in the front hall are all new female cultivators like the new family. Meiji said and leaned forward. Flower Sea Hall. It seems that Zuimengfang has come up with a lot of new things after years of development. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, lowered his head and glanced at the trembling white skin, and smiled without saying a word. This woman was obviously trying to seduce him on purpose, and he could see through this little trick at a glance. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Creak. The door was gently pushed open, and a faint fragrance floated into the house. Lin Shang has met fifth brother. The female cultivator Yingying saluted. It's you. Lin Sheng looked surprised. The woman in front of him was actually Xianglin, who was fighting 1-on-5 in front of the secret realm cave. Fifth brother has seen me. Lin Shang looked curious and glanced at Meiji, who quickly exited the room and quietly closed the door. Not only have I seen it, but I have looked at it from the inside out. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself with a calm expression, didn't you follow Shang Tianming? Why did you come to my Lin's house? As soon as these words came out, Lin Zhang's delicate body shook violently, her face showed fear, and she subconsciously took a step back. What's your purpose in coming to my Lin's house? My sixth uncle is in his 50s or 60s, and you have the nerve to lie to him. Lin Sheng said with a faint smile. Seeing that Lin Sheng did not take action immediately, Lin Shang felt relieved and quickly stepped forward and knelt down. Fifth brother, please calm down. Please listen to the new family's explanation. The new family themselves are from Zuimengfang. That Shang Tianming used to come to Zuimengfang for entertainment, and I got to know him after visiting the Nujia. Lin Sheng grinned. Then you followed him to kill the Li family, right? You are so brave. Lin Shang trembled when she heard this, and she lay on the ground without daring to speak. Kill, or not to kill? The question was placed in front of Lin Sheng. Although this woman looked frightened, she was just acting. Lin Sheng had a deep memory of her acting skills. Normally, this woman following Shang Tianming to kill the Li family has nothing to do with Lin Sheng, but he was afraid that this woman would have ulterior motives in joining the Lin family. His eyes wandered back and forth on Lin Shang. Lin Sheng hesitated for a moment but still didn't make a move. This woman was already qi refining late stage, and she was quite capable to be appreciated by Lin Xingzang. It would be a pity to kill her. But it's possible to control it. Just relax and let me plant the soul-controlling spell. Lin Sheng's voice was calm, but his energy was tightly locked on Lin Shang. If she dared to hesitate for a moment, the resentment sword would hit her head. Lin Shang didn't hesitate at all when he heard the words. He raised his head and closed his eyes, as if he was at your mercy. Lin Sheng grinned when he saw this, and reached out to touch Lin Zhang's forehead. He did not encounter any obstacles during this period. He planted the soul-controlling spell very easily, which showed that Lin Shang knelt down very thoroughly. One thought can kill him, and Lin Sheng feels happy. Okay, stand up and speak. As long as you have no objection to the Lin family, there will be no problems with this spell. Lin Sheng said as he picked up the tea and took a sip. Unexpectedly, Lin Shang not only did not stand up, but also crawled forward a few steps. What are you doing? Lin Shang raised her head and smiled charmingly. Thank you fifth brother for your noble hand, my family. Focus more on Zuimengfang, don't, hiss. Lin Sheng didn't stay in Zuimengfang for long before he left. Lin Shang was no match for him in Dufa, so he wanted to find his place elsewhere. How could Lin Sheng do as she wished? After listening to a little song, he left calmly, completely ignoring the resentful eyes behind him. We monks should focus on cultivation instead of indulging in females. Lin Sheng reflected on himself and deeply realized his mistakes and shortcomings. This is just this time, and it will not be the same again. Brother Lin. Brother Lin. The call from behind pulled Lin Sheng out of his self-reflection. Wu, fellow Taoist, what's the matter with you? Lin Sheng turned around and saw Wu Junmao chasing after him in a hurry. Seeing his eager expression, he was quite anxious. Brother Lin, my second uncle has invited me. Wu Junmao said respectfully. Who is your second uncle? Ushio, what do you want from me? Lin Sheng looked wary. He didn't know Wu Shang. I don't know either. Please ask Brother Lin to come with me. Lin Sheng thought for a while and then followed. He had no conflict with the Wu family. He thought that Wu Shang should have come to him for something, rather than being unfavorable to him. Lin Sheng was not afraid even if something bad happened. Apart from anything else, the dozens of Yin Lei talisman alone were not something that ordinary people could bear. The two of them walked in front of a 5-story building, which was the Baichao building of Wu family industry. Brother Lin, please. Wu Junmao spread his hands and said. Lin Sheng did not hesitate and walked into Baichao building generously. As soon as he entered the house, he was immediately greeted by a maid and led him into an elegant room. There was only one middle-aged male cultivator with a stern face in the room. With Qi Refining's Zochin cultivation fluctuating, he must be Wu Shang. But Senior Wu. Lin Sheng looked respectful. Wu Shang and Lin Sheng were the same generation, so it was natural for him to call him Senior. You are the 5th Lin student of the Lin family, right? Now you have reached the peak of Qi Refining late stage, and you are indeed extremely talented. Wu Shang smiled slightly and waved, gesturing for Lin Sheng to sit next to him. Lin Sheng was not restrained when he saw this. He pulled out the wooden chair and sat down, wondering, I wonder what Senior wants to see me for. Haha, little friend Lin is quite a straight-tempered person. Wu Shang's smile did not diminish as he took out a storage bag and pushed it in front of Lin Sheng. During the trip to the secret realm 7 years ago, Xiaoyu Lin saved my disciple of the Wu family. Today's invitation is just to express my gratitude. What happened 7 years ago is only now remembered to thank you. Single quote. Lin Sheng was amused and not polite. He picked up the storage bag and looked at it. He saw that there were about 5,000 colorful low-grade spiritual stones in it. Sure enough, it's not that simple. Single quote. Lin Sheng suddenly understood. He put down the storage bag and patted it gently with his palms, with a playful look on his face. Senior, is this really just a thank you invitation? Wu Junmao was in the middle stage of Qi Refining 7 years ago, and he is still in the middle stage of Qi Refining now. His aura fluctuations have not increased at all, which shows that his talent is mediocre and his life is not worth so many low-grade spiritual stones. Haha, thanking you is just one of them. The other thing is, I heard that the Lin family has a body refining technique. I wonder if little friend Lin can tolerate it. It turns out that Senior is here for this. Lin Sheng had a look of surprise on his face. Without any hesitation, he took out the jade slips of the blood and qi method and threw them on the table. There were quite a lot of jade slips of the blood and qi technique in his storage bag. Wu Shang was stunned by such a scene. He originally thought that he would have to spend a lot of words to persuade him successfully, but he didn't expect that as soon as the matter was mentioned here, the technique was thrown out. Little friend Lin, this technique. Wu Shang now began to doubt whether this technique was fake. This technique is called the blood qi technique. Senior, feel free to take it away. Lin Sheng said and put away the storage bag on the table, which was a complete confirmation of the transaction. Wu Shang's face was slightly condensed. He took the jade slip and opened it for inspection. His brows immediately furrowed. This method was exactly the same as what he obtained from the Li family. He had previously obtained the blood qi technique from the Li family very easily, and thought that the Li family had changed the formula and deliberately set a trap to harm him. Now, in comparison, it is obvious that the Li family did not set a trap. Could it be that the Li and Lin families have joined forces? Wu Shang glanced at Lin Sheng calmly, and seeing the solemn expression on the latter's face, he rejected the idea. It can be said that the Lin family stood up by stepping on the Li family. The possibility of the two families joining forces is slim. Could it be that what the Li family gave me was the real technique? Single quote. Thinking of this, Wu Shang suddenly felt heartbroken. Just because of his doubts, he spent an extra 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. If he regrets it now, where will he put this old face? Lin Sheng was a little puzzled when he saw Wu Shang's face change so wonderfully, so he asked aloud, "Senior, what do you think of this? If nothing happens, I will leave." Daughter, you practicing this blood energy method?" Wu Shang asked with difficulty as his heart burned like fire. "That's right, this is the blood energy method I practice," Lin Sheng said as he stretched out his hand. His blood energy exploded, and slapped the jade table with his palm. With a snap, the jade table was shattered into pieces. Another loss of a jade table. Single quote. Wu Shang had no choice but to close his eyes. He really believed it now, and the pain in his heart was even worse. However, feeling the strong power of blood, his mood improved a lot. Lin Sheng was able to come out of the ancient treasure alive, and it was obviously due to this method. "Senior, if nothing happens, I will take my leave." Lin Sheng stood up and saluted. Why did Wu Shang become so weird after seeing the blood energy method? Could it be that he also saw the problem and regrets it now? When Wu Shang heard this, he didn't even look at Lin Sheng, and waved his hand with a ferocious look on his face. As expected of a big family, we must be honest when doing business. I will kill less of your Wu family when I meet them in the future. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, turned around and left, walked to the hall, and even started to jog, fearing that Wu Shang would regret it again. "Brother Lin, why are you in such a hurry?" Wu Junmao looked into the private room with confusion on his face. "Fellow Taoist, please don't read it. I see your second uncle is in a bad mood, so be careful he takes it out on you." Lin Sheng advised him kindly. "Impossible, my second uncle is very kind to me on weekdays," Wu Junmao retorted and walked straight to the private room. It's hard to persuade a ghost with good words. Single quote. Lin Sheng shook his head, turned around and trotted away. Chapter 81. The days passed. The days when he was not practicing were extremely happy and fulfilling. When he had nothing to do, Lin Sheng would go to Zuimengfang to listen to some songs, or go to the market to look for some weird things. Most of the strange and weird things he found were useless, but among them, Lin Sheng also got a good product. Mask. Low-grade law weapon can change the monk's appearance and block out spiritual detection. It is much better than ordinary human skin masks. Lin Sheng loves this mask very much. Not only can he wear it himself, but he can also give it to the maids in the clan to wear it and feel the charm of 100 transformations into a witch. Lin Ji went to the cave mansion to practice, but before she left, she specially arranged 2 pretty maids for Lin Sheng, who must be her distant relatives. Lin Sheng didn't care about this, but accepted it calmly. What is the purpose of cultivating immortality? Isn't it just for happiness? It's much happier to follow your heart than to be a sanctimonious hypocrite. Half a month passed by in a flash. Lin Xingzang, who rushed back to the clan, also returned. When he returned to the clan, he took a demon hunting team with him. Now when he came back, not only did the demon hunting team follow him, but there were also more than 30 people. Apparently the Lin family wanted to form a third demon hunting team. Secret room. Uncle 6, are these people the ones who formed the third demon hunting team? Lin Sheng's face turned gloomy, and he glanced at the more than 100 life tablets on the altar. He was extremely unhappy in his heart. They all said that there was something wrong with the blood and energy method. Why didn't this Sanbo Lin Konglong just listen? Lin Xingzang put down his teacup. I have already explained this to third brother. What third brother means is that if the direct disciples of the Lin family do not learn the blood chi method, there are also vassal tribes in the collateral branches that can promote it. You have also seen that the 30 members of the demon hunting team are all full of blood and energy, and their strength is terrifying. Haha, third uncle is not afraid of a weak master and a strong slave. Lin Sheng sneered and knocked on the table. Since third uncle doesn't listen to my advice, he shouldn't be embarrassed to ask for my ginseng fruit, right? As long as you and Lin Hao are here, the master is weak and the servant is strong. I have great confidence in you and Lin Hao. As for the ginseng fruit, Lin Xingzong's face turned red as he said this. Third brother, I don't want it, but I gave it to your fourth aunt. Your fourth aunt recently gave birth to 2 sons, named Jinxiu Weiyang. Lin Sheng smiled hoarsely. Haha, Uncle 6 took my birthday fruit as a gift. It seems that these 2 brothers have spirit roots. That's right, although the specific spirit root attributes are only revealed at the age of 6, but being able to detect the spirit root as soon as he is born, his qualifications must not be bad. Lin Xingzang looked happy. It was obvious that he was a direct descendant of the Lin family, and he was in a very good mood. I remember that my fourth aunt is now 60, right? She has given birth to more than 20 children. Her perseverance is truly a role model for our generation. Lin Sheng said with a look of emotion on his face. The fourth uncle was just a mortal, but this fourth aunt was a monk, but her qualifications were too poor. When she married the fourth uncle, she thought about giving birth to a fairy seedling every day, but she couldn't. Light. Lin Xing smiled. Haha, now she finally gave birth to 2 immortal seedlings as she wished. I'm afraid she won't have any more babies in the future. Lin Sheng nodded in agreement. The probability of a mortal giving birth to a fairy seedling was very low, and the probability of a monk wanting to give birth to a fairy seedling was even lower than that of a mortal, and it was extremely difficult to get pregnant. Otherwise, each family would not be worse off from generation to generation. Nowadays, the major cultivation families can maintain their scale simply by marrying more children. The larger the base, the higher the probability. Lin Xingzang suddenly changed the subject. When I came back today, I met the Xing family's caravan on the road. Oh, Lin Sheng looked confused, wondering what Uncle Lu meant. I heard that you bought 3 Yinlei talisman. Lin Xingzang said with a strange look on his face, which made Lin Sheng a little confused. What? Uncle Six wants one. Lin Xingzang had a playful look on his face. I'm old and it's a bit of a waste for me. I'm just surprised that you have so many spirit stones. It seems that I still underestimated you. You can actually buy 3 Yin Thunder talismans in one go. Obviously you have a lot of money. Why don't you support the Lin family? Listen, is this what people say? Single quote. Lin Sheng shook his head repeatedly. Sixth uncle, please stop joking. I gave the spirit fire toad and the strange fruit cucumber to the clan, and now you still want my spirit stone. You can't just catch a sheep and do it. Gathering wool. Lin Xing looked surprised. After a pause, he said, this word is quite interesting. That's all I ask. If you don't want to, that's fine. But since you are not short of spiritual stones, the clan's resources and salary will not be given to you. After all, you now have 2 more babies. Lin Sheng had a nonchalant look on his face. It doesn't matter, I don't want the clan's resources. I'll give them to those 2 brats. Lin Xingzang looked pleased when he heard this. Okay, I knew you would agree. Fifth brother is in heaven. Why are you being sensational again? Single quote. Lin Sheng waved his hand helplessly. Uncle Six, if nothing happens, I will leave first. No rush, I heard you went to Zuimengfeng these days when you have nothing to do. Lin Xingzang said, picking up the teacup and taking a sip. Lin Sheng chuckled softly. Haha, I didn't expect Uncle Six to be quite well informed outside. I just went to listen to the little songs to cultivate my sentiments. Is it? Lin Xingzang paused and put down the teacup. Now that your cultivation level is high, it's okay to listen to the ditty, but you can't give a red card every time. Those female cultivators don't say it, but they have opinions in their hearts. It's not a big deal if they earn less spiritual stones, but they also have to practice. You just listen to music. I understand, Uncle Lu, don't say anything anymore. Lin Sheng looked solemn. I'll just give him a red card next time. Lin Xing's expression softened slightly when he heard the previous words, but as soon as the next words came out, his brows immediately wrinkled. Don't you understand what I'm saying? Or are you pretending not to understand? Isn't that what Uncle Six means? Lin Sheng looked surprised. Lin Xingzang said with a straight face, it's time for you to calm down and focus on your cultivation. You are always indulged in females. Do you think that great monk is like you? There are many monks like me, but they are all sanctimonious. I just don't bother to pretend. Lin Sheng looked frivolous. If there is such an ascetic monk, then I admire him, but Uncle Lu, you were also a romantic when you were young. Why don't you allow me to eat meat when you become a vegetarian when you are old? Is your body not allowing it or your energy can't keep up? Ha ha ha. Every time Lin Sheng said something, Lin Xingzang's face darkened, and by the end it was as dark as the bottom of the pot. Uncle Six, I just made a little joke with you. Look at you, and you even performed a face-changing show for me. If there is nothing else, I will leave. After Lin Sheng said this, he turned around and left, not giving Lin Xingzang any time to react. Lin Xingzang was silent for a long time, then sighed deeply, with a trace of melancholy on his face, and murmured. The two heroes of the Lin family have different personalities. I don't know whether they are good or bad. ... Lin Sheng walked back to the room humming a ditty. Originally, he wanted to go to Zuimengfang to listen to a ditty, but considering that Uncle Six had just come back, in order to take care of the old man's mood, he made an exception today and couldn't go. Pushing open the door and walking around the screen, the soft tune on his lips disappeared instantly. Good brother, your little tune is so good, why don't you sing it anymore? Bai Yuaning lay on her side on the bed, her expression lazily and a little coquettish. Although Lin Sheng was frightened, his expression was calm. He walked up to sit on the bed and stretched out his hand. My sister didn't even say a word when she came. She appeared in my room quietly and almost scared me to death. Bai Yuaning was so charming that she gave Lin Sheng a blank look. I think you are very brave. Who can scare you to death? As he said that, he hooked his legs and placed them in Lin Sheng's arms. What does sister want to do with me? Since she didn't take action immediately, she probably didn't come to kill me. Lin Sheng looked playful and started to play with it. It is indeed a major overhaul of the foundation building, but it is slippery. Bai Yuaning looked resentful. You must have benefited a lot from that ancient treasure. Many of my Bai family disciples have died. Sister, are you here to ask for guilt? I didn't kill anyone from the Bai family. Lin Sheng said with a calm face. He really didn't do anything. At most, he just refused to save anyone. Fortunately, you didn't kill me, otherwise my sister might not be able to bear it and kill you. Bai Yuaning said and kicked Lin Sheng down on the bed. Since you're not going to kill me, look at my sister's posture, so I'm just preparing. Get ready to gather wool. Bai Yuaning smiled coquettishly, turned over and sat on it. You have so much soul, give some to my sister. The soul is not a rare thing, sister, why don't you go get it yourself? Lin Sheng looked puzzled. With the ability of foundation building overhaul, it should be easy to kill people and get the soul. Sister, I don't dare. There are many causes and effects involved in the matter of the soul. How can it be so easy to get? You, the devil, are so unscrupulous that you have taken so many souls. Be careful of the cause and effect exploding and you will die miserably under the will of heaven. I see, you are treating me as a transit point. I am responsible for the cause and effect, and you can take the soul away. Sister, your calculation is really good. Lin Sheng said with a sneer on his face. No wonder you have to pester me, my feelings are the raw material for your practice. You heartless one. Bai Yuaning's face showed a look of resentment. Didn't you benefit from me? How did your cultivation level come from? If I don't give the order, do you think the Lin family can prevent the teleportation array from closing? Now instead of remembering my sister's good deeds, I actually hate her. To put it bluntly, it's just for profit. You help me because you need me to help you practice. Lin Sheng looked calm, thinking in his heart how to get rid of this witch. Bai Yu leaned on Lin Sheng's chest and whispered softly, Good brother, don't be angry. Although my sister is here to practice, she is sincere to you. What you said is just to deceive a 3-year-old child. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and remained silent. My dear brother, why don't you say anything but don't believe me? My sister has found something specially for you. Please take a look. Bai Yuaning said and took out a red jade pendant. Preacher's jade pendant. Lin Sheng looked surprised. This kind of preaching jade pendant was mostly used by large sects to preach to the souls. It could not be copied. The techniques involved had their origins and were not ordinary goods. You heartless person, my sister went through all kinds of hardships to find this for you. Bai Yuaning looked resentful and put the jade pendant into Lin Sheng's hand. Lin Sheng was suspicious and put the evangelist jade pendant on his forehead, and in the sea of consciousness, the great Tao message sounded. The ultimate code. Can you get off me first? No, night is destined to be sleepless. 80-year-old bride and 18-year-old man. A beautiful face with green temples and red makeup. The mandarin ducks spend the night in pairs under the quilt. A cluster of orchids overwhelms the crabapples. Lin Xingzang looked up with confusion on his face. He saw the creaking of the wooden boards on the roof in an ups and downs rhythm. He thought it was Lin Sheng playing around again. He shook his head and continued to meditate with his eyes closed. Next door, two maids were lying on the wall and listening. After a while, their delicate bodies softened and their faces turned red. They thought it was Sister Lin Ji who had returned. Why don't you take a little more rest? Bai Yuaning hugged Lin Sheng from behind, her pale face slightly flushed. Where did you find this method? What's the background? Lin Sheng looked at the preaching jade pendant that had been broken into two halves, squeezed it hard, and turned it into powder. I bought it on the black market. They only say that this method is a tonic method. Is there anything wrong with this method? Bai Yuaning looked confused. It's not a problem. This method gives me a big surprise. Lin Sheng grinned and hugged Bai Yuaning into his arms. Ji Dao Se Yan Dian is an extremely vicious tonic art. Unlike other tonic art, this method not only collects tonic, but also secretly casts spells to affect the mind. The more often the tonic is taken, the more the victim becomes obsessed with the practitioner. To describe it simply, it not only wants to nourish your body, but also controls your soul. It is simply extremely vicious. This method probably has a long history. Bai Yuaning only knew that this method was a tonic method, but did not know its harmful effects. Now she was getting an advantage over Lin Sheng. What, you don't hate me anymore? Bai Yuaning looked playful and reached out to lift Lin Sheng's chin. Nonsense, when did I ever hate you? Lin Sheng said this without blushing or heartbeat. Bai Yuaning snorted. You heartless person, you promised to practice dual cultivation, but you secretly use the art of harvesting and nourishing, causing me to hurt my origin. I'm afraid it will take a year and a half to recover from the injury. Hey. Lin Sheng grinned and said, I can't help myself. Don't blame my brother for being cruel. I just blame my sister for being too devoted. Now that he has taken Bai Yuaning once, Lin Sheng directly broke through the qi refining late stage and became a qi refining Dzogchen monk. At the age of 26, I finally reached qi refining Dzogchen. Bai Yu's green-white fingers traced circles on Lin Sheng's chest. My dear brother, why don't you follow me back to Taohuawu? My sister has 3,000 peach blossom female disciples, and you can use them as a cauldron to harvest. Good sister, do you want to tie me to your side? Why did you get 100 strands of soul this time? Lin Sheng said with a half smile but not a smile. If you don't want to go, who can force you to go? Bai Yuaning pursed her lips slightly and tapped Lin Sheng's left chest with her finger. My sister only takes 100 strands of your soul, doesn't she want to leave some for you? Snapped. Lin Sheng waved his hand and slapped Wang Yuan hard. Say panic. It's better to recruit him truthfully. After this slap, Lin Sheng was actually a little worried, fearing that the witch would turn her back. However, he felt slightly relieved when he saw Bai Yuaning just glared at him with resentment. The technique I practice is called Tianu Peach Soul Technique, and it can only cultivate 100 souls at a time. Quote. Bai Yuaning said as she raised her palm. A peach petal emerged from her palm, and on the petal was a twisted soul. One petal, one ray of soul. Single quote. Lin Sheng was secretly frightened and reached out to touch the peach petals. The Shimo seed in his dantian suddenly trembled, and a feeling of longing began to grow. The flower petals can be swallowed by the magic species. Lin Sheng's face lit up, and he subconsciously wanted to swallow the peach petals, but he stopped the urge when he saw Bai Yuaning's half-smiling expression. Good brother, what kind of magic skills are you practicing? Even I can't find out. Bai Yuaning held a peach petal between her fingers and shook it in front of Lin Sheng's nose. Just now, you exuded a terrifying aura, and my sister suddenly felt like she was going to be swallowed up by you. Smelling the fragrance of peach blossoms, Lin Sheng did not hide anything and said with a smile, I can indeed swallow these peach petals. My dear sister, you have so many peach blossoms on your body, why don't you give me 100 strands? I will exchange my resentful soul for you. Quote. Kiki, you are a heartless person. You just picked me up earlier, and now you want the peach blossoms I have cultivated for many years. Bai Yuaning smiled delicately, turned over and stood up, covering herself in red clothes to cover her naked spring. You can exchange it if you want. 2 wisps of resentment can be exchanged for 1 peach petal. Make a deal. Lin Sheng responded decisively. Resentful souls are good, but happy souls are rare. 2 for 1 is not a loss. According to his estimation, 100 souls will roughly understand divine ability. The resentful soul is a sword, the angry soul is a knife, and I don't know what this happy soul will be. Such a decisive answer made Bai Yuaning stunned for a moment. Her beautiful eyes looked up and down at Lin Sheng, as if to see through his inner thoughts. Why is sister looking at me like this? Haven't you seen enough before? Is it possible that you regret it? Lin Sheng had a teasing look on his face. Bai Yuaning smiled sweetly. Sister, I really can't see through you. My dear brother, you are not the reincarnation of some demon lord, are you? The reincarnation of the demon lord is not considered, but the title of Son of Heaven cannot be escaped. Lin Sheng grinned. According to Bai Yuaning, if you take too many souls, you will be punished by God. He has consumed countless resentful souls in the ancient treasure, and he is still alive today. If he is not a son of heaven, what else can he be? Son of heaven. Bai Yuaning looked confused, then smiled and said, you have captured so many souls and still have nothing to do, so the title of Son of Heaven is quite suitable. Forget it, sister won't take advantage of you this time. A wisp of resentment will be exchanged for a peach blossom. Bai Yuaning said, taking 2 black soul cups and throwing one to Lin Sheng. She opened the other soul cup and raised her hand, hundreds of peach petals fell down. When Lin Sheng saw this, he controlled the resentful souls to fly into the soul cup. Apart from the 100 strands of resentful souls that had just been taken away, he still had more than 700 strands of resentful souls, and removing another 100 strands would not have much impact. The two then exchanged soul cups. Bai Yuaning pointed at the peach blossom soul cup and said, this petal has strong magical power. You can only swallow 1 petal a day. Do not eat more, otherwise you will explode and die. Don't worry, sister, I've made a note of this. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and put the soul cup into his storage bag, but did not try to drink it immediately. Seeing that Lin Sheng did not swallow the petals, Bai Yuaning's eyes flashed with disappointment, and then she said softly, are you really not going back to Taohuawu with me? No, your peach blossom female disciples are all low-level monks, and even being a furnace cauldron will only marginally improve my cultivation. Lin Sheng shook his head and said, now that I have completed chi refining, I have to start the foundation building. If you are willing, why not focus on training a few peach blossom female disciples? When it comes to my foundation building, give it to me to use as a cauldron to increase the success rate of my foundation building. Bai Yuaning was thoughtful and nodded immediately. Upon seeing this, Lin Sheng grinned and stretched out his hand to wave. Bai Yuaning's heart moved slightly, and she subconsciously walked forward and sat in Lin Sheng's arms. What's wrong with me? Single quote. Bai Yuaning was confused, but did not stand up immediately. Lin Sheng felt happy in his heart. The power of Jadao color code was beginning to show, and even the foundation building overhaul suffered unknowingly. Seeing the suspicious look on Bai Yuaning's face, Lin Sheng was slightly startled and quickly interrupted his thoughts. This time you gave me the exercises. I will remember this favor. When I build the foundation in the future, I will definitely return the favor to you. How do you want to repay my kindness? Bai Yuaning bit her red lips lightly and said with a charming look. I'll have to feed you again. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and showed a wicked smile. How do you want me to repay you? Kiki, let's wait until I think of it. Bai Yuaning smiled sweetly and drifted away. Seeing Bai Yuaning leaving, Lin Sheng took out the spiritual gold lock and set it up in the air, then took out the soul cup, took out a peach petal and swallowed it. The peach blossom petals entered his abdomen, and powerful and rich mana exploded in his abdominal cavity, sweeping through the meridians throughout his body. Fortunately, Lin Sheng's mana was strong and he could forcibly suppress this peach blossom mana. The peach blossom petals fell into the dantian, and the happy soul seed trembled slightly. A flash of red light suddenly shot out and shone on the petals. Then a ray of happy soul emerged from it and penetrated into the happy demon seed, and the petals dissipated. After a long time, Lin Sheng slowly opened his eyes and took a breath. The magic power of the peach blossoms in his body was finally drained away. At this time, his face was pink and he felt dizzy, as if he was drunk. The resentful soul has turned into a happy soul, and the demonic skills practiced by Bai Yuaning probably have a lot of origins. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, feeling the numbness in his meridians, and was secretly frightened by the magic power contained in this petal. Foundation building overhauls and chi refining monks are simply as different as clouds and mud. They are incomparable. If Bai Yuaning had malicious intentions, wouldn't she be crushed to death with her backhand? Feeling tremendous pressure, Lin Sheng immediately couldn't sit still and pushed the door open. Crunch. Lin Xingzhang opened his eyes and saw Lin Sheng pushing open the door and coming in. He said angrily, "Have you had enough fun? What do you want to do with me?" Lin Sheng was a little confused by what he said, so he didn't pursue it immediately and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Six, I have to prepare for the foundation building." As soon as these words came out, Lin Xingzhang looked stunned and looked at Lin Sheng up and down with surprise on his face. "How come you're chi refining the great perfection after a while? It's just a lucky break." "Good." Lin Xing looked pleased. Lin Hao achieved chi refining 3 years ago. Now, as long as one of you can succeed in foundation building, our Lin family will be able to prosper for 100 years. You're coming to see me now, you're probably going to Evergreen Sect to say goodbye to me, right? Lin Sheng nodded and said solemnly, "It would be best if I could buy the foundation building pill while traveling on the way. It's probably impossible to buy. This kind of life-saving elixir is generally not sold. Even if it is sold, it will cause a bloody storm. Let it go." Lin Sheng smiled slightly. He was already training Lin Ji, but he just had to wait a few more years. Lin Xingzhang nodded slightly. "In that case, you will bring a team of demon hunters with you." "Okay, I want Red Snake." Lin Sheng was not polite. Since he was going on a long journey, he naturally wanted to choose the strongest demon hunting team. Most of the members of the Red Snake demon hunting team are members of the Red Snake tribe. They are all of barbarian descent known for their strong bodies. Now that they are full of vigor, their strength is naturally stronger than that of the Celestial Beast demon hunting team, many. Of course, Lin Xingzhang would not refuse such a request. Today's Lin Sheng is the hope of the Lin family for the next 100 years. 3 days later, a motorcade drove out of Qinghai County and headed south. The Lin family has a large-scale flying law weapon, but Lin Sheng wanted to travel to the great rivers and mountains of Qi State and refused. 5 days later, the convoy arrived at Black Rock City, took a short rest and then continued on the road. After traveling for another half-month, passing through 7 or 8 mortal towns, large and small, the small convoy of dozens of people expanded into a convoy of thousands. Behind the Lin family's convoy, many caravans followed in the distance. There were both mortal caravans and monk caravans, and they all had a tacit understanding to follow the Lin family's motorcade to seek shelter. During this period, each caravan was very sensible and offered protection fees, including various mundane treasures and immortal spiritual stones. Lin Sheng refused all of them. These caravans could follow them if they liked. The Lin family still had some sense, but if something happened on the road, he would not help. This day, the brocade curtain of one of the most luxurious carriages in the Lin family's fleet was lifted. Lin Ji stretched out her head to look behind the motorcade, then quickly retracted into the carriage. "Dad, the caravan following us probably has several thousand people." Lin Sheng was naked from the waist up, leaning against the silken satin, playing with a purple flame in his right hand. "We'll reach Maple Leaf City in 100 miles. Let's rest there for a while. This group of caravans will naturally disperse." After a pause, Lin Sheng threw the purple fire in his hand into the alchemy furnace beside him. "When you arrive in Maple Leaf City, you can start trying to refine the rank 2 elixir." Lin Ji nodded and carefully put the lid of the alchemy furnace into the storage bag. Along the way, besides playing with Lin Sheng, she was refining alchemy. The purple flame was a kind of spiritual fire that Lin Sheng bought, called Purple Spirit Flame. You can refine some rank 1 elixirs. The corners of Lin Sheng's mouth raised slightly, showing an evil smile, and he took out an exotic cucumber. "Open your mouth." Lin Ji's pretty face turned crimson immediately, and she didn't know what she thought of. She glanced at Lin Sheng affectionately and opened her mouth obediently. "Boss, should we take action? These convoys will soon reach the boundaries of Maple Leaf City. If we don't take action, it will be too late." On a hill, a dozen figures looked at the caravan in the distance, each of them experiencing chi refining late-stage cultivation fluctuations. "No hurries." One of them, a rough and bearded man, looked displeased and said coldly, "Can you find out the origin of the leading convoy?" The mountain flag is flying, it should be the Lin family of Dongshuan Peak. Another thin male cultivator said in a deep voice. The Lin family of Dongshuan Peak. The rugged man frowned when he heard this. If you are from the Lin family, this convoy will be difficult to intercept. Boss, these people are just following the Lin family's convoy and are not protected by the Lin family. Another person reminded in a low voice. You sure? I'm sure. A few of my brothers have infiltrated the caravan, so the Lin family doesn't charge protection fees from these caravans. When the rugged man heard the words, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and he glanced at the brothers beside him, informed the brothers below to take action. Remember to avoid the Lin family's convoy. What if the Lin family takes action? A monk asked in a solemn voice. No confrontation, retreat immediately. Clear. When traveling outside, it is common for caravans to encounter robberies. Generally, major caravans hire guards when traveling, and some low-level independent cultivators do this. Mortal caravans are generally not robbed. Rogue cultivator looks down upon them, and ordinary robbers dare not rob them for fear of being protected by monks. The caravan of monks is different. They often encounter rogue cultivators. The talkative ones spend some spiritual stones to destroy wealth and eliminate disasters. The talkative ones inevitably have to go through a life and death situation. Monk caravans are different from mortal caravans, consisting of hundreds of people in large cars and small cars. Most of them travel in small groups. The goods of each family are packed in storage bags and will not be displayed openly. Normally, monks would not let outsiders know when traveling in a caravan, especially if they blended into a group of thousands of people, who would know anyone else. The rugged man and his group, rogue cultivator, had obviously received the news and came for a certain monk caravan. As soon as the rogue cultivator made a move, there was bound to be a huge commotion. Several monks were caught off guard and were killed, and the entire convoy of 1,000 people instantly became commotion. Fifth brother. Something happened later. Outside the carriage, the sound of Wu Dao sounded. He was the captain of the Red Snake Demon Hunting Team. He was an 8th level Qi refining cultivator and the only late-stage monk in the entire Red Snake Demon Hunting Team. It's okay, don't pay attention. If anyone rushes towards you, just kill them. Lin Sheng said casually, holding a book on Qi Guji in his hand and flipping through it. My subordinate understands. Wu Dao, who was riding a tall horse, raised his eyes to look at the commotion behind him, and then said to the people around him, be careful of anyone approaching. If anyone comes, no matter whether it is a mortal monk, there is no need to warn, just take action. No, everyone responded in a deep voice and looked around. In the carriage, Lin Ji looked worried. Daddy, are you here for us? It doesn't matter even if they come for us, they are just a group of low-level monks. They can be destroyed with a backhand. Lin Sheng looked at the book in his hand and said without raising his head. What if the foundation building is overhauled? Lin Ji was still worried. If the foundation building is being renovated and there is no need to cause riots, we can be easily wiped out by raising your hand. Lin Sheng said as he put down the book and took out another cucumber. Open your mouth. I can't eat anymore. Lin Ji blushed. You don't want to eat this? Then eat something else, so that you won't make your chirping annoying. Who are you? You dare to intercept my Li family. My ancestor of the Li family will never let you go. A middle-aged monk had a gloomy face. Li family. The rogue cultivator who was taking action was filled with astonishment. Why did he intercept the Li family? Fellow Taoist had better let me go, otherwise even if you run to the ends of the earth, my Li family. Before the middle-aged monk could finish speaking, a sword pierced his body from behind. The rugged man glared at rogue cultivator with a displeased look on his face and retracted his flying sword. What are you waiting for? Are you waiting to die? Boss, he said he is from the Li family. We robbed the Li family. Rogue cultivator said with a look of fear on his face. There are many people named Li in the world, are they all from Lijiabao? The rough man said this and rushed to the next battlefield. Rogue cultivator looked stunned for a moment, then realized what he was doing. He couldn't help but blush. He was frightened by someone's words, so he used his flying sword to cut the corpse on the ground into several pieces to vent his hatred. The battle broke out suddenly and ended quickly. During the tea time, the rugged man led a group of rogue cultivators and disappeared into the forest while carrying the bodies of their companions. Seeing rogue cultivator retreating, Wu Dao looked slightly relaxed, retracted his gaze, and loosened his grip on the handle of the knife. The convoy returned to calm again, but after this incident, there were only about 100 people left behind the Lin family's convoy. Not long after Rogue Cultivator and his party left, 5 figures flew from the horizon, all wearing maple leaf robes. At a glance, they knew they were the law enforcement disciples of Maple Leaf City. Wu Dao withdrew his gaze without the slightest intention of saying hello. Many of the team members also looked away after a quick glance. "Brother, look at the mountain flag on the carriage, it belongs to the Lin family of Dongshuan Peak." One of the law enforcement disciples reminded in a low voice that as disciples of the Alliance, they were all familiar with the flags of the major families. Especially the Lin family who stepped on the Li family, they were thunderous, and they were filled with admiration and envy in their hearts. They recognized the cyan flag with Dongshuan Peak at a glance. Don't the Lin family have a spirit boat? Why did they drive a carriage instead of a spirit boat? Is it a fake? The leading law enforcement disciple showed a trace of doubt on his face and glanced at the red snake demon hunting team. His heart trembled slightly, and his doubts disappeared immediately. More than 30 physical practitioners with great chi and blood skills were not something that ordinary cultivating families could afford. At that moment, the 5 of them did not dare to go down to inquire. They flew directly past the Lin family's motorcade and landed in the caravan behind them. What just happened here? Facing the sudden appearance of the Immortal Master, the mortals looked at each other in shock, and no one dared to speak. It is said that mortals will suffer when the Immortal Master fights. If someone speaks ill of the Immortal Master behind his back, the whole family may be sacrificed to the flag. Finally, the monk mixed in the crowd spoke up to explain, and the law enforcement disciples figured out the situation. This group of rogue cultivators dare to plunder our territory in Maple Leaf City. They don't take our alliance of hundreds of races seriously at all. The leader of the law enforcement disciples said coldly, his eyes scanning the crowd, and no one dared to look at them. "Brother, this place doesn't belong to Maple Leaf City yet. It only counts after passing Maple Leaf Forest," a disciple reminded in a low voice. "That makes it even more abominable. Killing people right at the door. It's so rampant. It must be the group of rogue cultivators who came from the kingdom of Zhao. Captain, I see the battle here has just ended. Why don't we go and catch up? Chasing, just the 5 of us." The leading disciple glared at the proposing disciple and said solemnly, "I can't handle this matter, so I can only report it." "Yes, I agree with the captain's opinion." "Me too." The 5 people stood up with their swords in hand, came in a hurry, and left in a hurry, leaving all the mortals at a loss and speechless. After passing through the Maple Leaf Forest, the convoy traveled for more than an hour, and Maple Leaf City gradually appeared in everyone's sight. Now that they have arrived at the boundary of Maple Leaf City, everyone who followed the Lin family's motorcade has dispersed. Some rushed to the surrounding small villages, while others continued southward and did not enter Maple Leaf City. When the convoy arrived at the city gate, they did not queue up and drove directly to the city gate in a grand manner. The monks in the queue got out of the way and no one dared to stop them. Regardless of the mountain flags fluttering in the wind on the carriage, no ordinary monk would dare to stop the 30 physical cultivators who had reached that station. Naturally, you have to collect spiritual stones when entering the city. No matter who you are or which force you come from, the alliance of 100 clans will treat them equally. However, when the Lin family's motorcade drove into the city gate, the alliance disciples did not dare to come up to collect the money. They looked at each other with wondering eyes. No one wanted to be the one who stood out and allowed the motorcade to drive into the city. Whose fleet is this? So overbearing. These vampires don't dare to go up and collect money. I know that flag, it should be the Lin family of Dongshuan Peak. The Lin family of Dongshuan Peak. Is it the family that rescued Gold Core's ancestor's beloved daughter? That's right, it's him. 30 bloody Chengdu physical practitioners, each one is comparable to the Qi refining late stage. It's really a big deal. Sigh, I don't know when my Li family will be able to have such a grand scene. Li family. Which Li family? Li's butcher shop on East Street. Oh, I'm at Tichi Yi's house on Shabei Street. Nice to meet you. Maple Leaf City is not a big city and can only be regarded as a medium-sized Shushanfang city in the hinterland of Qi State. The reason why Lin Sheng wanted to stay here was because he received news that there will be an auction in Maple Leaf City in half a month. There is nothing important at the moment, and Lin Sheng is not in a hurry to rush to Evergreen Sect, so he plans to stay here for a while. You might be able to buy a foundation building pill at this auction. Qingshan Inn is the property of the Lin family in Maple Leaf City. In the medium and large Shushanfang City, the Lin family opens the most shops and inns. Most of the shops that need competition, such as Spirit Medicine Pavilion, are opened by the Lin family in places that are looked down upon by the big family territory. It can be said that the Lin family's pillar industry in the major Shushanfang cities is the inn. Although the income is not high, it is more stable. Before the convoy reached the inn, a middle-aged man and several waiters came to greet them. Lin Qingzi meets fifth brother. Several guys also saluted quickly. Lin Sheng stepped out of the carriage with a smile on his face. Uncle Qing, please stop seeing me outside. Just call me Xiao Wu. Lin Qingzi is a collateral disciple with average qualifications. He only reached the 6th level of Qi refining when he was in his 40s. He felt that he had no chance of immortality, so he gave up his path to immortality and managed the family property with peace of mind. Lin Qingzi smiled slightly. Haha, fifth brother, the rules cannot be broken. I have prepared the room for you. Lin Sheng nodded slightly and did not force anything, and led Lin Ji towards the inn. As for Wu Dao and others, it was up to them to do their own thing. Those who wanted to practice should practice, and those who wanted to be happy should be happy. Night. Lin Sheng took Lin Ji to the night market. The night market in Maple Leaf City was much worse than that in Qinghai County, perhaps because there were fewer people. After walking around, I didn't find anything weird. It seems that I really didn't miss the chance. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, and did not stop now. He led Lin Ji to open a cave mansion with rank 2 earth fire in the Alliance stronghold to carry out the great work of alchemy. Daddy, the aura of this cave mansion is so rich, much richer than the cave mansion in Qinghai County. Lin Ji said with joy on her face. Of course, the north is just a bitter cold place, and it takes a lot of energy to gather spiritual energy. Maple Leaf City itself is located on a rank 1 spirit vein, and a little spirit gathering array is naturally not comparable to that of the north. Lin Sheng said as he took out a storage bag and threw it to Lin Ji. The bag contains the recipe for Jing Yuan Dan and some medicinal materials. From now on, you can try to refine Jing Yuan Dan. Don't be afraid of wasting medicinal materials, just go ahead and refine the elixir. I hope you can successfully refine the Jingyuan elixir when you leave here. Lin Ji's face showed determination when he heard this. Don't worry, Godfather, I will definitely refine the Jingyuan pill. Well, I believe in you, don't let me down. Lin Sheng nodded slightly, took out another storage bag and handed it over. There are some exotic cucumbers in here. You can eat them when you get bored of making alchemy. You can also play with them if you miss me. After saying this, Lin Ji blushed and reached out to take the storage bag. Daddy, aren't you staying in the cave mansion? Why should I stay here while you are refining the elixir? It will easily distract you by then, so you can just refining the elixir with peace of mind. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he turned and left. I will definitely refine the Jingyuan pill. Lin Ji walked straight into the alchemy room with a determined expression. Lin Sheng returned to the inn and called Lin Qingzi into the room. Uncle Qing, do you know if there is any black market opening outside Maple Leaf City recently? There is still half a month before the auction starts, so Lin Sheng has nothing to do, so he plans to wander around. Bai Yuaning can buy the Jadao Color Codex from the black market. This shows that there are good things in the black market. The inn has always been the place where most information circulates. As the innkeeper, Lin Qingzi would have some clues even if he didn't know. Lin Qingzi looked thoughtful, and after a while he said in a deep voice, Fifth brother, there is no black market around Maple Leaf City, but I heard that there has been a lot of black market news recently in the meat fragrance market 50 miles to the west. The meat fragrance collection. This name is so strange. The place is filled with the fragrance of meat all year round. It is also a market, so it is called the meat fragrance market. I heard that slave trade is often done there. Lin Qingzi explained. Slave cultivators, as the name suggests, are monks who have lost their personal freedom. They are generally bought and used as cauldrons. They are both men and women. However, in the immortal cultivation world of Chi State, this behavior is expressly prohibited, but it often happens in private. So that's it. If there is a slave cultivator trade, then there must be a black market. Lin Sheng said with a look of emotion on his face. If fifth brother goes, he must bring the red snake demon hunting team with him. I heard that there are many rogue cultivators over there. If they take action, Lin Qingzi reminded in a deep voice. No need, bring the demon hunting team with you, then you will go killing people instead of visiting the black market. Lin Sheng waved his hand. I know this well, don't say any more. Lin Qingzi nodded and said no more. The next day, Lin Sheng said hello to Lin Qingzi and left the inn. Then he casually turned into an alley. A moment later, a black-faced man walked out of the alley. The black-faced burly man was naturally Lin Sheng. He used the law weapon to change his appearance. As for the change in body shape, as a physique cultivator with great energy and blood, it is easy to change the body shape. In the normal state of physical cultivation, the mastery of qi and blood is equivalent to that of a monk in the qi refining Dzogchen, followed by the gathering of blood to condense into a 6-foot golden body, which is equivalent to the foundation building overhaul. As for the higher realm of physical cultivation, Lin Sheng does not know. It's a pity that the blood qi method formula is only at the 7th level. If there is a higher formula, it is not impossible to build a physical body. After leaving Maple Leaf City, Lin Sheng suppressed the mana fluctuations to the middle stage of qi refining, then launched his flying sword and flew to the west. After flying for 30 miles, Lin Sheng saw a ray of light coming from the north. Judging from the direction of travel, it was probably the meat market. Lin Sheng had no intention of going up to say hello, but the escaping light took the initiative to approach him. This fellow Taoist is going to the meat fragrance market. Why not go with him? He's poisoning people in low grade. Master Pindu looks extremely young and handsome, wearing a jade crown, a pink gown, and qi refining late-stage mana fluctuations. Poison master. Could it be a poisonous cultivator? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought secretly in his heart, and deliberately raised his voice and said, the Sa family is used to walking alone, and they don't like to walk with others. Upon hearing this, Master Pindu looked Lin Sheng up and down, and then grinned. That's fine, if fellow Taoist doesn't want to, I won't force it. After saying that, Master Pindu walked away with his sword. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. This person came and left quickly. He was too familiar, which was really confusing. After flying for more than 10 miles, a market appeared in Lin Sheng's sight, and a faint smell of meat began to float in the air. Is this place the place where meat is gathered? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, and instead of flying directly into the market recklessly, he landed on the ground and walked towards the market. The market is not big, and you can see it all at a glance. There are butcher shops on both sides of the street. A black pot is set up at the door of each shop, and the meat and bones are boiling in the boiling water. Lin Sheng glanced at it and then looked away. The shop was full of mortals, and the meat in the pot was normal animal meat, and there was nothing wrong with it. It's strange, why is there not a single monk here? Single quote. Lin Sheng walked from the street to the end of the street and found nothing unusual, not even the drug master from before. Is it because I didn't find the real entrance? Single quote. Lin Sheng frowned slightly and continued to wander around the market, but after walking around for several times, he couldn't find any entrance. Just when Lin Sheng was about to give up, a leisurely voice came from a nearby shop. I've been watching fellow Taoist for a long time. What are you looking for here? Are you looking for me? Master Pindu held an animal hoof in his hand and chewed it with a mocking look on his face. Yes, the Sa family is indeed looking for fellow Taoist. Lin Sheng nodded and admitted. He was sure that there must be a black market for Rushangji, but he couldn't find it without the guidance of an acquaintance. The drug master in front of me looked like a regular customer here. He must have known how to enter the black market. Fellow Taoist can't find the entrance to the black market, right? Master Pindu said and threw away the animal hoof he had bitten a few times. Yes, fellow Taoist, can you teach me? Of course, but well, what's in it for me? Lin Sheng casually took out a handful of low-grade law weapon and threw it to Master Pindu. This item is given to fellow Taoist. Master Pindu couldn't handle this scene. He looked at the flying sword law weapon in his hand with a confused face. He originally just wanted to extort a few spiritual stones, but why did he suddenly get a law weapon? What do you think, fellow Taoist? Lin Sheng smiled slightly. Master Pindu looked solemn when he heard this. If this person can casually send out a low-grade law weapon, he must have a deep background. I am afraid that the cultivation level in the middle stage of qi refining is all fake. While thinking, he said in a deep voice, "Okay. Fellow Taoist is really generous. I am determined to be a friend of yours." As he spoke, he took out a token and threw it to Lin Sheng. The token was completely black and had the word, "Meet," engraved on it. This is an invitation token. Only with the token can you sense the location of the black market. However, the black market has not yet opened. We have to wait until the time comes. Lin Sheng nodded slightly. Thank you so much, fellow Taoist. Master Pindu smiled. You are so polite, fellow Taoist. May I ask the name of fellow Taoist? Sa Jia Ding De Zhu. Can you handle it? What a good name. It turns out to be Brother Ding. Thank you for meeting me. Master Pindu showed admiration on his face. It's still early now. Brother Ding, you might as well come in and have a chat. You and I can share our cultivation experiences. Lin Sheng thought for a while and then nodded in agreement. The person in front of him was obviously a frequent visitor to the black market, and he might be able to get some other information. Fellow Taoist, please. Master Pindu waved his hand and poured 2 cups of tea. The Sa family doesn't like tea. Lin Sheng shook his head and took out 2 bottles of spiritual wine. How about fellow Taoist try my spiritual wine? This spiritual wine was naturally obtained from the storage bags of the disciples of the Wan family. The Wan family is famous for its wine. This wine is called Drunken Immortal Brew. The qi refining monks can only drink a pot of 8 taels, otherwise they will get drunk. Drunk Immortal Brew. Master Poison Master's eyes lit up. He picked up the jug and started drinking. He was not afraid of being poisoned. He was really arrogant and made Lin Sheng feel ashamed. In the blink of an eye, a bottle of fine wine fell into my stomach. A blush rose on Master Pindu's face. He burped and said, I was lucky enough to drink this wine at Zuimengfang. Does Brother Ting know Zuimengfang? In Fang City, Qinghai County, the wine there is delicious and juicy. You'd better say it's really wine. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and pushed another pot of wine on the table in front of Master Pindu. Fellow Taoist, if you like it, drink more. Sajia is curious, how can this wine be so delicious and juicy? Please tell me in detail. It was late at night, and all the mortals on the street had closed their stalls. Master Pindu walked out of the shop with a blush on his face. His steps were unsteady, and he was obviously drunk. Lin Sheng casually threw a few pieces of gold to the mortals in the shop, and walked out of the shop with the latter's gratitude. Lin Sheng gained nothing from this exchange of cultivation experiences. He only listened to Master Pindu discussing how to make the wine delicious and juicy. When the discussion got aroused, Master Podu took out a few camera beads for him to look at. Lin Sheng naturally refused. There were so many camera beads in his storage bag that he couldn't even finish them all. Fellow Taoist, where is this black market? Lin Sheng held the black token in his hand, but could not sense anything special. Now that the ugly time has come, the meat and fragrance collection remained unchanged from the daytime. Ah, Brother Ding, don't worry, it's quick, it's coming out soon. Master Pindu said while burping from wine. Lin Sheng secretly frowned. This poison master is too casual. Such a person can practice to the qi refining late stage and still live well. If he is not a lucky person, he must have a treasure. Is it an overhaul of the foundation building that traveled through the world of mortals? Single quote. Lin Sheng suddenly came up with a bold idea and glanced at the dancing Master Pindu. This seemed to be really possible. Just as Lin Sheng was making random guesses, the black market token in his hand suddenly became hot, and then a black light emerged from the token and enveloped his whole body. The entire meat fragrance collection began to become illusory, and a passage slowly emerged. Illusion array. Lin Sheng was surprised. Master Pindu, who was also shrouded in black light, waved his hand. The black market has opened. Brother Ding, hurry up and follow. After saying that, he immediately walked into the passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Sheng did not hesitate when he saw this, and quickly walked into the passage. The next second, he appeared in a cave. Looking back, the rock wall was elusive, and other monks walked out of the rock wall from time to time. Looking at Brother Ding's appearance, this must be his first time in the black market, right? Master Pindu looked frivolous and pointed at the cave. There are many good things here that cannot be bought in the market, but most of them have questionable origins. Be careful not to buy stolen goods. Lin Sheng's heart moved slightly, he nodded and walked towards the depths of the cave. At present, there are many monks setting up stalls in the black market. Most of the monks wear masks to cover their faces. There are all kinds of strange things on the stalls. There is a sign next to each stall, writing down what they want to buy, things. Fellow Taoist, didn't this black market just open? Why are there so many monks who have already set up stalls? Lin Sheng asked in a low voice with a puzzled look on his face. Master Pindu responded in a low voice, this black market does not have only one entrance. The entrance to Rushangji starts at the ugly hour, but the other entrances do not. I see. Lin Sheng looked astonished and glanced at the goods on the stall. Most of them were artifact refining materials and elixir talismans. Brother Ding, if you have items you need to buy, you can also set up a stall and put up a sign, and someone will trade with you. Master Pindu reminded. Remember not to inquire about the origin of the items, this is a black market taboo. Fellow Taoist seems to be very familiar with this place. Could it be that he often visits the black market? I don't walk very often, but as long as there are good goods in the black market, I will definitely go there. This time the black market will hold a small auction, and I am also invited to come. Small auction. Can the Sa family participate? Lin Sheng was curious. Master Pindu shook his head. I'm sorry, brother, but the black market auctions are by invitation only, and outsiders are not allowed to participate. Then just invite the Sa family. No, the auction is all invited by the organizer of this black market. I can only invite you to the black market, but not to the auction. Then how can the Sa family be invited? Brother Ding only needs to come to the black market a few more times, and the black market token will be recorded. Then someone will naturally invite you through the token. I see, this black market operation model is somewhat different. Operation model. Master Pindu looked confused. Lin Sheng grinned. Haha, it's just the Sa family's catchphrase. Since the Sa family can't participate in the auction, let's just visit the stalls. Master Pindu showed a clear look on his face and took out a few messenger pigeons and handed them to Lin Sheng. Brother, please contact me if you need anything. Lin Sheng nodded and took out a few messenger pigeons and handed them to Master Podu. Fellow Taoist often travels to the black market and must be well informed. If you have any good goods, you can also contact the Sa family. Brother, don't worry, let's just say goodbye. Master Pindu nodded repeatedly, put away the carrier pigeon, turned around and walked deeper into the cave, and then disappeared into a rock wall. It's quite interesting. Single quote. Lin Sheng smiled slightly, turned around and walked towards the stall. Although he was inevitably a little disappointed that he could not participate in the black market auction, it was a worthwhile trip to be able to meet an interesting fellow Taoist. Lin Sheng walked around the stalls but didn't find anything he wanted in particular. He was not short of the alchemy, talisman, law weapon, let alone the artifact refining alchemy materials. I'm afraid everyone here combined didn't have as much material as he did. He simply found a piece of land to set up a stall. He had a lot of stolen goods in his storage bag, so it was a good time to get rid of them in this black market. The appearance of dozens of law weapons at the booth caused quite a commotion. After all, everyone specializes in weird materials, but no one can produce so many law weapons at once. After a while, many monks gathered in front of Lin Sheng's stall, but everyone was restrained and quiet, no one made any noise, and they looked at the various law weapons. A monk who can take out dozens of law weapons at once is either a master of artifact refining or a rogue cultivator. No matter what kind of person he is, he cannot afford to offend him. Fellow Taoist, how many spiritual stones does this flying sword cost? A young man in the early stages of chi refining asked as he picked up a flying sword. 405. All law weapons are uniformly 405, no two prices. Lin Sheng glanced at the young man and then changed his gaze. How many spiritual stones can a monk in the early stage of chi refining have? The low-grade law weapon in Shushanfang City must have at least 500 low-grade spiritual stones. Although he got a 10% discount, it is not something that ordinary monks can afford. The price of 400 and 550 was quoted, and many monks showed expressions of excitement. The price of this law weapon was more than 50 low-grade spiritual stones cheaper than the market price. If you bought it and resold it, wouldn't you have made $50 out of thin air? A low-grade spiritual stone. Even if it is stolen goods, compared with the benefits, this kind of risk is still within the tolerance range. 50 low-grade spiritual stones will take 10 years of farming to earn. The only thing that limits their movement is their pockets. Most of the cultivators are poor cultivators. Even if they occasionally appear as rogue cultivators, they won't be able to accumulate so many spiritual stones. The only one who can be robbed by a poor cultivator is another poor cultivator. Can fellow Taoist make it cheaper? Another middle-aged monk asked. If you can't afford it, get out. Lin Sheng glared at him, no longer suppressing his realm, and the chi refining perfection cultivation fluctuations burst out instantly. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, and the middle-aged monk who was scolded in front of him became even more pale. He lowered his head and walked away without daring to show a trace of anger. Immortal Cultivation World, the competition is about whose fist is bigger. After a while, most of the monks surrounding the stall were gone. The monks who wanted to fish in troubled waters obviously had the self-knowledge to leave, and those who could stay must be real customers. Lin Sheng's expression softened slightly. He took out a few stacks of Vajra talisman and light body talisman and threw them on the stall. He said solemnly, buy the law weapon and get a talisman as a gift. You can choose between the two. Such a scene left everyone gathered in front of the stall dumbfounded. For a moment, they felt that the stall owner in front of them was simply unfathomable. Could it be that he was pretending to be undergoing an overhaul of the foundation building? Lin Sheng didn't care what they thought. He closed his eyes and nurturing spirit. He wasn't afraid of these people snatching it. He wanted to see who would dare to take action. Fellow Taoist, can you stay here for a while I collect spiritual stones? Finally, a monk couldn't help but asked. Lin Sheng felt relieved after hearing this, and then nodded and said, okay, the Sa family will only stay here for one day, and we will not wait until the time comes. Fellow Taoists, please move quickly, the Sa family is still waiting to go out to kill people. These murderous words made many monks turn pale. After all, they were only low-level monks. The few chi refining late-stage monks were also secretly shocked. The stall owner had an amazing evil aura, and it didn't look like he was telling lies. Most of the monks left quickly, presumably to collect spiritual stones. Now if you buy them, you will make money. This kind of good thing doesn't happen often. Lin Sheng looked at the few people who were still in front of the stall, then closed his eyes again and started nurturing spirit. These people's eyes hesitated and they didn't know what they were thinking, but Lin Sheng didn't care. Not false. Fellow Taoist, do you think I can exchange this with you for a law weapon? A monk from the chi refining late stage suddenly spoke up, took out a bottle of elixir and handed it over. Exchanging the elixir for the law weapon. Could it be that you have a rank 2 elixir here? Lin Sheng looked suspicious, took the elixir bottle and poured out an elixir. He looked at the pink elixir in his hand and was surprised. This elixir is not a good elixir at first glance. It must be some evil elixir. Otherwise, how could the color be so weird? This pill. The middle-aged monk smiled and said nothing. He took out a jade slip and handed it over. Dream Desire Pill. When monks eat, they will be intoxicated in dreams, and they will get whatever they want, and they will be as happy as gods. If they eat for a long time, they will become addicted. If they don't eat for a day, they will feel weak and lack of energy. The spiritual poison of the Immortal Cultivation World. Single quote. Lin Sheng was secretly shocked and couldn't help but look at the middle-aged monk. This man even had such a poison pill. What do you think, fellow Taoist? The middle-aged monk had a look of pride in his eyes, obviously very confident in his elixir. What grade is this elixir? How many fellow Taoists are there? If only one bottle is not enough. Lin Sheng originally wanted to ask about the origin of this pill, but when he thought about the rules of the black market, he changed the topic. This elixir is a rank 1 elixir. I don't have much in stock, but I would like to exchange this elixir for a law weapon. Lin Sheng thought for a while and nodded in agreement. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged monk took out a page of ancient paper and handed it over. At the same time, he took a law weapon from the stall and left in a hurry. I left in such a hurry, could it be that the prescription given to me was a fake one? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, carefully checked the prescription, and immediately showed a look of surprise on his face. No wonder I left in such a hurry. It turns out that the most important medicinal ingredient is desire. Single quote. Desire. It cannot be seen or touched, and requires special techniques to condense it. For example, the Qing refining technique of the Zonqing sect is to condense desires and cut them off. If ordinary monks get this elixir, they will definitely not be able to refine it. However, if major families get this elixir, it is not particularly difficult to use some means to condense desire. The Lin family Zuimengfang is a place that can produce desire, but this kind of desire is lust, but it is the same. Using it to refine pills can at most make the pill eaters become more lustful, and it will have little impact. It is probably difficult to sell Meng Yu Dan in ordinary stores, but this is not necessarily the case in Zui Mengfang and major concubines. They are all monks who come to have fun. It is reasonable to take some Meng Yu Dan. I have found another special product for my family. I am indeed the son of heaven. Single quote. Lin Sheng was secretly happy, and he felt more and more that he had come to the black market at the right time. He had never heard of the dream pill before, so he thought it was the middle-aged monk who got lucky and got it from the ancient cave mansion. In a good mood, Lin Sheng no longer looked fierce. When monks asked about the price, he responded kindly. As for those who counter-offered, he still scolded them away. Finally, I got tired of being asked, so I simply put up a price sign stating that I declined any counter-offer. As time flows, many monks also want to barter for things, but most things are disdainful to Lin Sheng. Even if they want to exchange a few attractive items for a low-grade law weapon, it is not enough. In the Immortal Cultivation world, spiritual stones are king. Half a day passed by in a flash, and the first group of monks to leave rushed back. Judging from their pale faces and the way they were walking in a hurry, it was obvious that they had spent a lot of mana. Fellow Taoist, please count the spiritual stones in this storage bag. The storage bag must be returned to me. A monk handed over a storage bag and at the same time reached out and picked up a law weapon. Apparently he was afraid that Lin Sheng would steal his spirit stone. Lin Sheng glanced at it casually, and found about 4 or so coins. Even if there were a few missing, he didn't care, so he just put them away in the storage bag. Sajia is too lazy to pour out spiritual stones, so I'll give you 3 more diamond talismans. 3 diamond talismans were enough to buy an ordinary storage bag. Naturally, the monk would not refuse. He took the law weapon and the talismans and left in a hurry. Seeing that someone's transaction was successful, the others no longer hesitated, handed over the collected spiritual stones, took their favorite law weapon and disappeared into the crowd. Nowadays, no one who cultivates immortality has friends or relatives. One person cannot afford so many spiritual stones, but a group of people can. In a short time, all 30 law weapons were sold out. Sure enough, no matter what world we are in, fundraising is the way to go. Single quote. Lin Sheng had a look of emotion on his face, having harvested more than 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones, but he didn't feel too excited. He felt sad when he remembered that he had to save money for a few spiritual stones. Seeing that all the law weapons on the stall were sold out quickly, some of the monks who were still hesitating looked regretful. They were poor cultivators after all, and they must have been reluctant to take out so many spiritual stones at once. Lin Sheng understood this, and in order to give them another chance, he took out 10 more low-grade law weapons from the storage bag and placed them on the stall. Fellow Taoists, these are the last 10. Take action when your heart strikes your heart. Don't wait until you are in your old age to recall this matter and regret it in your heart. Fellow Taoist actually has a law weapon. Many monks' eyes lit up, and in response to Lin Sheng's words, their hearts trembled, they stamped their feet, handed over the spirit stones they collected, replaced them with a low-grade law weapon, and left happily. This time the 10 law weapons sold out faster than the previous 30. They were sold out almost as soon as Lin Sheng took them out. You fellow Taoists are so enthusiastic. Hey, there are actually 10 more. Lin Sheng pretended to be surprised and took out 10 more law weapons and placed them on the stall. Fellow Taoists, don't look at me, look at law weapon, and quickly choose your favorite law weapon. If you are slow to start, others will take it away. The 10 law weapons were sold out within a short time of being on the stall, but compared to the previous 10, the sales this time were slower. The monks were not fools, and they could tell at a glance that this person must have many law weapons, and maybe the price would be lowered if we wait a little longer. Seeing the bright eyes of everyone, Lin Sheng hesitated for a moment, took out 5 law weapons and placed them on the stall. These are the last 5, we will close the stall when they are sold out. This time, no one bought the spirit stone. Everyone was silent and had different expressions. No one bought it. Then Sajia will close its stall. Lin Sheng said as he put the law weapon into his storage bag. It was a seller's market in itself. If it couldn't be sold here, it would just go to other places to sell it. 50 law weapons have been sold, and almost all the poor cultivators in Maple Leaf City have been harvested. Seeing that Lin Sheng was about to leave, someone in the crowd suddenly said, "Fellow Taoist, wait a minute, I am willing to eat all these 5 law weapons." Lin Sheng was slightly surprised and followed the sound to look at the monk who was speaking. A monk who could eat 5 law weapons at the same time was definitely not a poor cultivator. I saw a short-haired young man in white walking out of the crowd. He looked quite handsome, but there was an evil glint in his eyes. The young man smiled and said, "If fellow Taoist is willing to get 50 low-grade spirit stones for each law weapon, I will eat them all." It's pretty beautiful to think about. Single quote. Lin Sheng sneered, turned around and left without paying any attention. Each law weapon was already 50 cheaper than the market price, and now it was even cheaper by 50. If you take it out and resell it, you can make $100. This person must have property in Shushanfang City. He is not a disciple of the Alliance, but also a member of a certain force. Unexpectedly, the man not only did not retreat, but chased after him. "Fellow Taoist, wait a minute. If you don't want to be cheap, it doesn't matter. You just need to tell me the origin of these law weapons." Lin Sheng still ignored him and continued to move forward. "Fellow Taoist, those law weapons look familiar to me. Could it be that you killed people from the Alliance of 100 Clans? You are quite courageous." As soon as he said this, Lin Sheng frowned slightly, turned around and said, "Which disciple are you from?" "Bai family." The young man had a look of pride on his face. Lin Sheng nodded slightly and looked at the stall owner who was watching a show next to him. "Can people kill people here?" The melon-eating stall owner looked stunned, thinking that he had heard wrongly, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. The young man from the Bai family looked cold. "What a thief, you killed the disciples of the Alliance, and now you dare to speak so brazenly." Lin Sheng ignored him and still looked directly at the stall owner. "Can people kill people here?" Obviously it's not allowed. But if fellow Taoist is confident in his own strength, he can ignore these rules. The melon-eating stall owner said cautiously. The young man from the Bai family was speechless at this time and looked at Lin Sheng with a sneer. He didn't believe that this person dared to take action against him. "That's it." Lin Sheng showed a look of surprise on his face, and pointed at the young man of the Bai family, and the sword of resentment burst out instantly. "What a thief. Now I'm going to protect myself and fight back. I also ask all fellow Taoists to bear witness for me." The young monk shouted loudly. A magic barrier appeared around his body, and he launched a flying sword, law weapon, to attack Lin Sheng. "It turns out to be the middle-grade law weapon. No wonder you dare to trouble me." Single quote. Lin Sheng felt the mana fluctuations on the flying sword, and with a flick of his hand, the resentful sword flew, knocking the flying sword away easily. "You, a chi-refining late-stage monk, dare to take action against the Sa family. I don't know where you got the courage. I will teach you a lesson today." Seeing this scene, the young man of the Bai family was shocked. Previously, he dared to trouble Lin Sheng because he had the middle-grade law weapon by his side. But now that the law weapon has failed to make any contribution, he immediately wants to quit. He quickly took out a few diamond talismans and stuck them on his body, shouting, "Fellow Taoist, please go and inform the person in charge. This person is so powerful that he must be here for the black market." Responsible person. Even Bai Yuaning can't save you. Lin Sheng sneered and pointed again, and more than a dozen resentful swords flew out at the same time. The resentful demons could not come out, and the lethality of the resentful swords was greatly reduced. The first resentful sword was blocked by the magic barrier. Nowadays, more than a dozen resentful swords are flying at the same time. I don't believe that this young man from the Bai family can catch them. Do you know my ancestor of the Bai family? The young man from the Bai family looked panicked. Before he could finish his words, the mana barrier shattered instantly, and his body was pierced by more than a dozen resentful swords, killing him on the spot. Humph, we know each other more than anyone else. Lin Sheng grinned, waved his hand to take out the soul on the corpse, opened his mouth and swallowed it into his belly. Now he was able to use the 4 desire demon skills more and more smoothly. I originally wanted to go fishing, but now that I have killed someone, I am afraid that the fish will be frightened, and I guess I will not be able to catch it. Being impatient will ruin the big plan, and Lin Sheng will inevitably have some regrets in his heart. This move made the scalp of the melon-eating monk next to him numb. He killed people and swallowed souls. He was definitely a demon. Didn't he just teach him a lesson? When did killing people and swallowing souls become just a lesson? The battle happened so fast that the battle was over before the monks from far away arrived. Everyone looked at each other, at a loss, with a common thought in their hearts. No wonder this person can produce so many law weapons, his strength is really terrifying. Single quote. Lin Sheng showed a cruel smile to everyone, then turned and left. Wasn't it just to kill a chi refining monk? It was simple. If he was willing, he could easily slaughter the entire black market. Naturally, no one dared to resist Lin Sheng's departure. Even the black market thugs who came over were indifferent, their eyes flickering. Seeing that Lin Sheng was about to reach the exit of the rock wall, a middle-aged monk wearing a gilt robe flew out of the crowd. Fellow Taoist, wait, do you also want to be taught a lesson? Lin Sheng turned to look at the middle-aged monk with an indifferent expression. Ha, fellow Taoist, please calm down. The owner of the village is here to invite you. If fellow Taoist doesn't want to go, I naturally don't dare to stop him. The middle-aged monk smiled and shook his head, with a sincere expression. Master, Lin Sheng looked surprised. Yes, he is also the person in charge of this place. The owner of the village has held a small auction. Would fellow Taoist be interested in participating? Lin Sheng thought about it for a while and then walked back. The person in charge might have been watching him in the dark. If he didn't invite him before, he was afraid that he would go out and kill him. Now that his strength has begun to show, he immediately changed his attitude. He has spiritual stones and strength. Who can he invite if he is not invited to the auction? No matter when and where, it's still about who has the bigger fist. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and kept up with the pace of the middle-aged monk. Lin Sheng followed the middle-aged monk as he walked deeper into the cave. After passing through the rock wall barrier, a 2-story wooden building appeared in front of him. The auction will be held in this wooden house. Fellow Taoist, please come in. I won't go in, the middle-aged monk said and pointed to the wooden house. I'd like to see what tricks you're up to. Lin Sheng sneered in his heart and walked towards the wooden house. As soon as he entered the wooden house, he was greeted by a monk wearing black attire and a rabbit face mask. I am in Shajutang, one of the organizers of this black market. Do you know the name of fellow Taoist? Sa Jia Ding De Zhu. Lin Sheng said carelessly, his eyes swept across the room. In addition to Jutang, there were 9 people sitting on wooden chairs, 6 men and 3 women, including the poison master. Everyone had different expressions, some were curious and some were confused, and most of them had indifferent expressions. They took a glance and then looked away. Only Master Pindu had a look of astonishment on his face. It turns out to be Ding, fellow Taoist, please take a seat. Jutang's voice contained no sadness or joy, and he turned around and walked up to the first seat. Lin Sheng glanced at the few empty wooden chairs, then chose a wooden chair near the door and sat down, looking at everyone calmly. Among the 10 people, 3 are chi refining Dzogchen practitioners, and the others are chi refining late-stage monks. The 3 chi refining Dzogchen monks are a red-faced strong man with a somewhat irritable expression, a gorgeous and plump woman, and an old man in black robe who keeps looking down at the ground. As a black market organizer, Jutang is only a chi-refining late-stage practitioner. When the plump woman saw Lin Sheng looking at him, she actually winked at him. It seemed that she was another female cultivator practicing the charm technique. Is everyone here? How long do I have to wait? The red-faced strong man said impatiently. Master Zhoujiawang, will this auction still be held? If not, I will leave. The plump woman held a small bronze mirror in her hand and said while dressing up. Jutang glanced at everyone. Fellow Taoists, don't worry, please wait a moment. I will wait another quarter of an hour. If no one comes, Master Zhoujiawang must not delay any longer. The red-faced strong man said solemnly. Then the room fell into an eerie silence. Lin Sheng had just arrived and didn't know what was going on. But listening to the words of these people, it seemed that there were still people who hadn't arrived yet, so he waited patiently. A quarter of an hour passed quickly, and still no one came. Everyone looked at Jutang in unison. Okay, since no one has come, I will announce that the auction will begin. Jutang said as he took out the array disc and fired a few spells. A gray light curtain emerged, covering the entire wooden house within the array. Feeling the fluctuation of the spiritual power of the formation, it should be the rank 2 formation. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. If this formation had killing spirit patterns, it would be easy to trap and kill the chi-refining monks. However, except for Lin Sheng, who was a little surprised, everyone else did not pay attention to the shroud of the formation. They were obviously very familiar with it. After Jutang set up the formation, he took out a flying sword and glanced at everyone. This sword is called Yinmang, high-grade law weapon. It was once the sword of a foundation building overhaul. The starting price is 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. 3,000. The old voice sounded, but it was the old man who had been looking down at the ground. However, even when bidding, he still did not raise his head looking at the ground. After the old man finished quoting the price, the room fell into silence again, with no one following the price. Is there anyone else bidding? Jutang glanced at everyone, and finally stopped at Lin Sheng. This sword has 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. It is indeed not expensive, but not everyone can afford it. Although I am not short of spirit stones, I am not a swordsman, so it is useless to buy it. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and ignored Jutang's gaze, imitating the old man and looking down at the ground. Okay, since no one follows the price, this sword belongs to fellow Taoist. Jutang said and threw the flying sword to the old man. After the latter took the flying sword and inspected it, he took out a storage bag and threw it back. This second item is suspected to be an ancient sword repair technique. Its origin is unknown and its power is unknown. The bidding starts with 500 low-grade spiritual stones. Looking at the red sword-shaped jade pendant in Jutang's palm, everyone had different expressions. This preaching jade pendant without specific information was like opening a blind box and could only be judged by its appearance. This sword-shaped jade pendant may be a swordsman, or it may not be. To say it is an ancient swordsman is undoubtedly to deliberately raise its value. I want this preaching jade pendant. The red-faced strong man glanced at everyone. I hope you fellow Taoists will give you face and don't compete with me. Jutang frowned slightly when he heard this. Honghui, what you said is against the rules. Snort. Red Ghost snorted coldly, took out the storage bag and threw it to Jutang. Master Zhoujiawang, don't talk nonsense, give me the jade pendant quickly. Jutang's face darkened, and he glanced at everyone. Seeing that no one was bidding, he could only throw the preaching jade pendant to the red ghost. Lin Sheng originally wanted to bid, but now he was very interested in these preaching jade pendants because of the Jadao color code. However, since the red-faced strong man warned him, he gave up after thinking about it. Now that I'm here for the first time, it wouldn't be nice if I have a conflict with someone. Judging from the appearance of the red ghost, he is obviously a frequent visitor here. Let's observe and observe first, and don't rush for a while. This third item is also a missionary jade pendant. It comes from the Profound Heaven Sword sect. The specific recording method is unknown. The bidding starts with 300 low-grade spiritual stones. Everyone looked at the round jade pendant with different expressions, but did not bid immediately. The Profound Heaven Sword sect is famous for its faceless swordsmanship. Will this Profound Heaven Sword sect contain faceless swordsmanship? This Taoist jade pendant should not contain the Wushang sword technique. If the wushang sword technique had been learned by his disciples long ago, it would be impossible for it to be spread. Lin Sheng secretly guessed. Seeing that no one bid, Jutang took back the preaching jade pendant and took out the fourth lot. Master Zhouzhuang, wait a minute, I want this jade pendant. Master Pindu suddenly said. Lin Sheng looked surprised when he saw this. There was obviously something wrong with the Profound Heaven Sword Sect's jade pendant. Couldn't Master Pindu see it? Jutang smiled when he heard this, threw the preaching jade pendant to Master Pindu, and completed the third transaction. This fourth item is 3 bottles of Tranquil Heart Pill refined by the Li family of the 100 Clans Alliance. As the auction progressed, various items that were rarely seen in the Shushanfang market were taken out by Jutang. The prices ranged from high to low. Most of them were bought by everyone, and a few failed to be auctioned. But surprisingly, there was no competition. As long as someone quoted a price, no one would compete for it. It was said to be an auction, but it was more like a trade fair. Everyone was friendly and kind. Almost everyone made a deal, but Lin Sheng was the only one who never bid once. Although the items Jutang brought out were all good, he felt that they were of no use and he just left them to gather dust after buying them. After watching dozens of transactions, Lin Sheng felt a little sleepy. This is an invisibility cloak, a high-grade law weapon. Wearing it can cover your body and breath. Even the Foundation Building's spiritual consciousness can block 1 or 2, starting with 5,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Jutang's voice sounded leisurely. Hearing this, Lin Sheng, who was dozing off, immediately became energetic. He had found an item of his choice. This invisibility cloak is a powerful law weapon capable of murder and arson. Lin Sheng himself does not know any extremely fast escape spells. If he has this law weapon, he will no longer have to worry about the Foundation Building overhaul coming when he fishes in the future. 5,000. I want this thing. I hope fellow Taoists will show you face. Lin Sheng said in a deep voice, looking at everyone. HMPH, what kind of face do you have? Red Ghost looked disdainful. 5,001. Huh, are you looking for death? Whose belt was not fastened and you were exposed? Lin Sheng's face turned cold and he opened his mouth to curse. Previously, he just didn't compete with this person for the preaching jade pendant, but now he dared to jump out. No one is grabbing other people's items, so why is it my turn that someone else is bidding? Seeking death. The Red Ghost was furious, and his magic power turned into a huge palm and grabbed Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng sneered in his heart. Just as he was about to raise his finger, he suddenly felt something, so he stopped moving and watched as the giant mana hand came to grab him. Before the giant magic hand could get close, it was destroyed by the wind blade of the formation. Red Ghost, are you going to violate the rules of this place? Jutang held the array plate in his hand, showing a bad look on his face, but he was extremely happy in his heart. When the Red Ghost saw that his magic hand was broken, his expression became extremely ugly. His eyes were fixed on Lin Sheng, but he did not take action again. Okay, 2 fellow Taoists, please calm down. This is an auction. The one with the highest price will get it. If fellow Taoist can't afford the price, why bother humiliating others? The plump woman said softly. The first half of the sentence was still trying to smooth things over, but the second half of the sentence was very subtle. Lin Sheng snorted coldly, glanced at the woman, and said in a deep voice, 6,000. 7,000. Red Ghost sneered and continued to follow the price. 8,000. 10,000. The Red Ghost quoted a high price directly, with a sneer on his face. If you can't keep up with the price, get out of here as soon as possible. All cats and dogs can participate in the auction these days. When Lin Sheng heard the words, he did not immediately retort. He glanced at everyone. Everyone had playful expressions, as if they were watching a good show. Only the Poison Master frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing that Lin Sheng didn't speak, Jutang narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the Red Ghost. If you keep talking nonsense, I will throw you out. Fellow Taoist is specially invited by me, so you can just be a spectator, of. Could it be that Master Zhouzhuang can't invite other colleagues? The plump woman covered her mouth and snickered, her words full of sarcasm. Jutang didn't say anything after hearing this, and looked at Lin Sheng. Fellow Taoist, please don't pay attention to them. Are you still bidding on this law weapon? Bidding? Are you afraid that you are playing a game? Single quote. Lin Sheng sneered and shook his head. Ha ha ha, how many spiritual stones do you think you have? It turns out you are a poor ghost. The red ghost laughed and mocked, took the invisibility cloak and threw it to the plump woman. This is for Madam Kiki, thank you, husband. The plump woman smiled sweetly and put away the invisibility cloak. Swear it, scold it, you won't be able to do it later. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and simply closed his eyes. Jutang's eyes flashed when he saw this, and he took out new items. The Xingja specially made a Yin Thunder talisman. Now that the talisman is perfected being, the Xingja controls the output of this talisman. I believe all fellow Taoists know the value of this Yin Thunder talisman. The bidding starts at 500 low-grade spiritual stones. 500. Lin Sheng suddenly opened his eyes and said. 1,000. Red Ghost sneered, naturally following the price closely. Can fellow Taoists still bid? Jutang asked in a solemn voice. Haha, 10,000. Lin Sheng raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a cruel smile. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed slightly. No matter how expensive this Yin-Lei talisman is, it costs less than 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is this person reporting the price randomly? Jutang's face darkened, and he subconsciously picked up the array disc. 10,000. How dare you, a poor man, talk so shamelessly here? Red Ghost's eyes flashed. He glanced at Jutang and said solemnly, if he likes the Yin-Lei talisman, give it to him. I don't want it anymore. Jutang stared at Lin Sheng closely, as ding fellow Taoist joking. The rules of the black market do not allow you to go back on your quotation. You quoted a price of 10,000, so you need to pay so many spiritual stones. Of course, it's just 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Sa family has a lot of spirit stones. Lin Sheng said, taking out a storage bag and throwing it to Jutang. Jutang checked the storage bag with a hesitant look on his face. There were indeed tens of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones in it. Why didn't the village owner give me the Yin-Lei talisman? Lin Sheng looked confused. Jutang looked solemn. Well, the Yin Thunder talisman is too dangerous. In order to consider the safety of the fellow Taoists present, this talisman will be handed over to the fellow Taoist after the auction is over. Oh, so that's it. Lin Sheng had a look of surprise on his face, said nothing, and sat quietly on the wooden chair. Jutang looked slightly relieved when he saw this, put down the array plate and took out new items. This thing. Before he finished speaking, he saw from the corner of his eye that Lin Sheng took out a talisman and threw it towards him. Yin-Lei talisman. Single quote. Jutang's expression changed greatly, and his body suddenly became illusory. He escaped the attack of the Yin Thunder talisman. Just as he was about to curse, he saw a new Yin Thunder strike, and the next second, he was beaten into the air. It was ashes, leaving only the storage bag and the array tray falling to the ground. This scene happened so fast that no one could react. When they came to their senses, Jutang in the scene had been completely destroyed. Whoever moves will die. Lin Sheng shook a bunch of Yin-Lei talisman in his hand, looked at everyone, and his voice was as cold as ice. Master Pindu's face was full of shock, and he was sitting on the wooden chair a little at a loss. Many people had the same expression as him. They were fine just now. Why was the person in charge of the black market beaten up so quickly? Ding fellow Taoist, why is this so? The old man who had been staring at the ground also raised his head at this time. His face was solemn, but not panicked. Sajia is happy. Lin Sheng sneered. Fellow Taoist, please put your hands where the Sa family can see. If anyone dares to make the slightest move, this Yin-Lei talisman is not very discerning. The red ghost's face was gloomy. When he saw the fierce light in Lin Sheng's eyes, he knew that this matter could not be solved and there would be a disaster today. Right now, his mind was racing, thinking about how to break the situation, but he didn't dare to make any movement with his hands. Most of Lin Sheng's attention was on him. The group of people in front of them were obviously not ordinary monks who could participate in the auction. They might have some trump cards in their hands, but Lin Sheng paid a lot of attention. He glanced at Master Pindu and said in a deep voice, Fellow Taoist, please collect everyone's storage bags. When he suddenly heard his name being called, Master Pindu was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately realized that he and Lin Sheng had had a good time drinking and talking, and even gave each other carrier pigeons, so they were considered friends. Since they are friends, their lives must not be in danger. Maybe he could get some benefits from it. After all, Lin Sheng gave him a low-grade law weapon. What an opportunity. Definitely a great opportunity. Thinking of this, Master Pindu looked happy and stood up quickly. Brother Ding, don't worry, I'm the best at finding storage bags. I promise to check these people inside and out. Lin Sheng grinned. Let's start with that old man. Fellow Taoist, don't blame me. I dare not disobey what Brother Ding said. Master Pindu apologized, but his hand movements were merciless. After a while, he took out 5 storage bags. The old man's face was calm, not angry, and finally he simply closed his eyes. But other people did not have the old man's calmness. Many of them had angry faces, and some even completely ignored Lin Sheng's warning words and reached for the storage bag. Seeking death, Lin Sheng shouted coldly, took out the Yin Thunder talisman and smashed it over. The red ghost, who had been thinking hard about how to break the situation, looked happy and rushed towards Lin Sheng with a loud shout. Fellow Taoists, why don't you take action? The Yin Thunder talisman can only attack one person. When it is not activated, it is full of deterrence. But when it is activated, the deterrent effect disappears immediately, and everyone fights back. Isn't it good to just sit still? If you don't, you're looking for death. Lin Sheng's eyes revealed a bloody and fierce light, and the demonic appearance instantly appeared. On the demonic appearance's body, the resentful face armor plates opened their mouths and howled, and the close-range law weapon spells were easily received by the demonic appearance. Such a scene shocked many people. After practicing for so many years, when had they ever seen such a terrifying magic technique? The red ghost only had one encounter before his limbs were cut off by Lin Sheng's sword of resentment, casually, and he lay on the ground like a dead dog. The other monks were pierced by the resentful swords flying in the field, and died before even using their trump cards. In the blink of an eye, only the plump woman was left in the field. The plump woman's face was full of fear, and she was trembling slightly with the flying sword in her hand. When she saw her husband on the ground like a dead dog, she didn't even have the courage to draw the sword. She fell on the wooden chair and didn't dare to resist anymore. Lin Sheng looked at the old man with closed eyes on the wooden chair, his heart moved slightly, and with a finger, the resentful sword passed through his chest. Unexpectedly, the old man suffered this blow, like a deflated rubber ball, and turned into a dry piece. Baba's human skin. A clone. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, no wonder this man looked calm and unconcerned, it turned out to be just a clone. Ding. Brother Ding, this. Master Pindu held the storage bag in his hand and looked at a loss. Fellow Taoist, turn around and avoid it. Lin Sheng grinned evilly and looked at the plump woman. The reason why Lin Sheng kept her alive was naturally not out of kindness. This woman, Qi Refining Zochan, was the most suitable person to use as a cauldron. Master Pindu's heart moved slightly and he turned around quickly. He had already guessed what Lin Sheng was going to do. He rolled his eyes and raised his hands to cover his ears. You, what are you going to do? The plump woman's face was full of fear, and she couldn't help but retreat. What to do? Asking questions knowingly, Lin Sheng smiled evilly and pounced on him. Isn't it easy for him, who is so powerful, to surrender to a cultivator? The plump woman couldn't resist at all, so she was forced to lie on the table with her arms tied behind her back. Hiss. The dress is torn. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Lin Sheng stared at the red ghost on the ground and cast a spell vigorously. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of wooden chairs echoed in the room, mixed with some indescribable sounds. The red ghost's eyes were bloodshot and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "You beast! I won't let you go. Lin Sheng kicked out his tongue and teeth with one kick, and his ears suddenly became much quieter. He was now concentrating on picking up the great cause. The only sounds left in the room were the woman's pleading and cursing, and the violent shaking of the wooden chair. For a long time, Lin Sheng was so refreshed that he patted Master Pindu on the shoulder. Brother Ding, are you finished practicing? Master Pindu turned around carefully and glanced at the woman lying unconscious on the table. It's okay, but the Qi refining female cultivator can no longer help me. I have to find the foundation building female cultivator. Lin Sheng's face showed a look of unfinished content. Under the Jadao color code, the plump woman's body has been completely replenished by him, but there is not much improvement in strength. At most, the mana has increased a little, and it is not obvious. Foundation building overhaul. Listen, is this what people say? Master Pindu thought to himself. Lin Sheng grinned. Does fellow Taoist know how to collect tonic? I understand a little bit. Master Pindu nodded. Lin Sheng nodded slightly with a look of satisfaction on his face, and pointed at the plump woman on the table. Well, this woman is still breathing, so I will give it to you. This. What? Can't you do it? Lin Sheng looked surprised. No, brother Ding, keep an eye on it. I'm the best at collecting tonics. Master Pindu hurriedly stepped forward to cast the spell. At this time, the plump woman had taken in more air and was outgoing less air. She was indifferent to Master Pindu's spells. How's it going, Red Ghost fellow Taoist? Is this a great show? Lin Sheng squatted in front of Red Ghost with a smile on his face. At this time, the Red Ghost's entire face was distorted, his eyes were bloodshot, and his mouth was opening and closing as if he was cursing. Why do you think you are so good at provoking me? Are we all so harmonious and angry? Lin Sheng had a look of regret on his face. Today you are seeking death on your own, but you can't blame me. I let you have a big show for free, and you have earned it, he. Lin Sheng smiled and looked at Master Pindu. Be more vigorous. Red Ghost fellow Taoist thinks you are lazy. Woo. The Red Ghost let out a choked roar, and then his head was crushed by Lin Sheng's kick. A good auction has turned into a massacre. Why bother? It's all on my head. It's really too long, Lin Sheng said with emotion on his face and put away all the storage bags on the ground. After a while, Master Pindu walked up to Lin Sheng with a flattering look on his face. Brother Ding, are you satisfied with my performance? Lin Sheng glanced at the mummy on the table and said in surprise, you are too cruel, fellow Taoist. Hey, learn from Brother Ding. Master Pindu looked shy. Fellow Taoist, are you really not an overhaul of the foundation building? Lin Sheng said with a half smile. Master Pindu showed a wry smile. Foundation building overhaul. Brother Ding, you think so highly of me. If I were in foundation building overhaul, why would I hang out with a group of chi refining monks? It makes sense. Lin Sheng nodded slightly, took out a storage bag and stuffed it into Master Pindu's hand. The 5,000 low-grade spirit stones in it will be given to fellow Taoist. Please ask fellow Taoist for matters here. You must bear it. Each of these dead monks was worth a lot of money, and they looked like they had backgrounds. Killing someone was easy, but dealing with the aftermath was troublesome. But now that Master Pindu is around, Lin Sheng naturally doesn't have to worry. This. Master Pindu showed hesitation. Does fellow Taoist consider me a friend? Of course it is. Then you must bear this matter. ... After friendly negotiation, Master Pindu finally agreed, and the formation dissipated, and a figure flew out and rushed into the entrance of the rock wall in an instant. Many black market thugs looked at each other and were at a loss. When they reacted, the figure had disappeared. Seeing the corpses on the ground in the wooden house, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Who is that person who escaped? A monk shouted. He seems to be a master of poisoning. That's right, that's him. A monk checked the many corpses in the room. Go and notify Ancestor. ... The crowd was so chaotic that no one noticed that a body disappeared. The chaos in Rushangji had nothing to do with Lin Sheng at this time. He secretly changed his face and walked out of the black market openly. The escape speed of this poisonous master is quite mysterious, he can actually run so fast. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself as his eyes scanned the several escaping lights flying across the sky. This group of people was destined to be unable to catch up with high-grade's poisonous master. It's good to run fast, but if you can't run away, if you can't fight, it seems I have to find a way to collect an escape method. Single quote. Lin Sheng withdrew his gaze, took out the invisibility cloak, and put it on himself, flying towards Maple Leaf City. This trip to Rushangji was really worthwhile. Suddenly, an extremely powerful wave of mana flew from the sky, and the wind and clouds changed color. Before anyone arrived, an even more powerful spiritual consciousness swept over the people who left. It's the foundation building overhaul. Single quote. Lin Sheng was startled and quickly landed on the ground, using his breathing technique to the extreme. I saw an old man with a gloomy face and gray hair standing proudly in the air. His consciousness swept across the ground. All the monks swept by his consciousness turned pale and did not dare to resist. This person looks very familiar. Isn't he the foundation building overhaul of the 100 Clans Alliance? Is he the independent cultivator? This black market actually has the background of foundation building overhaul. Single quote. Lin Sheng looked up at the old man in the air, feeling secretly frightened. The consciousness swept over him without stopping at all, apparently not noticing him. The breath-gathering method combined with the invisibility cloak is simply a must-have skill for killing people and grabbing treasures. Law weapon can't even be found when the foundation building is overhauled. The white-haired old man glanced around with his consciousness, his face darkened, and then he looked in a certain direction, and he chased after him with his sword at high speed. The major renovation of the foundation building came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Many monks felt relieved and left in a hurry. Seeing the direction of the foundation building overhaul flight, Lin Sheng showed a look of regret on his face, and silently mourned for Master Pindu in his heart. Yu Dao is a dead fellow, but a poor fellow is not dead. I hope he can escape the pursuit. Then he hummed a small tune and headed towards Maple Leaf City. After flying for about 10 miles, Lin Sheng suddenly saw a quaint inn in the barren mountains. A red lantern hung high on the courtyard wall, emitting a strange red light, which was extremely conspicuous in the dark mountains. How could there be an inn here? Single quote. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised and stopped in the air. He had passed by this road before, why didn't he find this inn? Moreover, there is no village or shop in this place. How could anyone build an inn here? The red lantern swayed in the wind, and the bright red light looked particularly strange in the dark mountains. There are many strange things in the Immortal Cultivation world. Leaving aside Dongzhou, there are several strange things in Qi that cannot be traced. However, these strange things all appear too accidentally and disappear inexplicably. Over time, the monks stopped paying attention and just stayed away from strange things. Now, the Lantern Inn in the barren mountains looks like something strange. Lin Sheng is self-aware of his own strength. It is naturally impossible for him to jump in something that other monks keep away from. Without much hesitation, Lin Sheng avoided the sky above the inn and continued flying towards Maple Leaf City. There are many strange things in the Immortal Cultivation world, so you must improve your strength as soon as possible. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself. The red light in front of him became more and more dazzling, and before he knew it, he landed in front of the Lantern Inn. Looking at the red lantern swaying in the wind on the eaves, Lin Sheng looked dazed, raised his hand to push open the inn door, walked straight in, and closed the door. The lights in the lobby were bright, and figures in groups of 3 or 3 were sitting in the hall, drinking and drinking from cup to cup, but their mouths were filled with blood. Is this Maple Leaf City? Lin Sheng murmured to himself, his eyes blurred, and the 4 demon seeds in his dantian suddenly trembled. Lin Sheng suddenly woke up and his expression changed drastically. Where is Maple Leaf City here? This is clearly that weird inn. How could I walk into this inn out of nowhere? His eyes swept over the people in the hall, including monks and mortals. Their eyes were in a trance, as if they were trapped in an illusion. Should I stay in a hotel as a guest officer? A numb voice came from the side. Lin Sheng looked around and saw a middle-aged monk dressed as a waiter looking at him with lifeless eyes. He was obviously a dead man. Can you actually see through the invisibility cloak? Lin Sheng frowned and raised his hand to launch the resentful sword, but the 4 demon seeds in his dantian trembled violently, and an inexplicable heart palpitation suddenly emerged. Can't take action. Single quote. Lin Sheng stopped the attack abruptly and slowly lowered his arm. Is it better to be a guest or stay in a hotel? The waiter repeated, his numb expression unchanged. Lin Sheng's heart moved slightly. This place was strange. Whether he was working as a police officer or staying in a hotel, there would definitely be dangers. He didn't answer at the moment, turned around and pushed the door open. Looking at the woods shrouded in red light, Lin Sheng's expression softened slightly. It would be nice to leave. As soon as he took a step forward, his consciousness fell into a trance. When he came back to his senses, he appeared in the inn again. Do you want to be a guest or stay in a hotel? The waiter's numb words sounded around him. At this time, Lin Sheng's face became extremely ugly, and the throbbing in his heart became more and more intense. The 4 demon seeds in his dantian trembled more and more violently, and he smelled the breath of death. The guest officer has given me a tip. Tip the tip. Before the waiter could finish speaking, Lin Sheng immediately interrupted, and with his reply, the devil in his dantian immediately calmed down, and the palpitations in his heart disappeared. Sir, follow me. After the guy finished speaking, he walked towards the lobby. Every step he took was stiff and seemed to require a lot of effort, and his joints made a crackling sound. Is this inn weird, or is someone pretending to be a ghost? Single quote. Lin Sheng frowned, keeping up with the waiter, and glanced at the people in the hall. These people had no reaction to his passing and drank the wine in their glasses. The wine was as red as blood and extremely charming. Sir, please take a seat. The waiter pointed to a wooden chair and stood there without moving, as if waiting for Lin Sheng to sit down. Lin Sheng did not sit down immediately. He glanced at the wooden table and found that the word, 17, was engraved on the table. There was also a middle-aged monk sitting in front of the wooden table, drinking good wine. Sir, please take a seat. The waiter reminded him again. At the same time, Lin Sheng felt the 4 demon seeds in his dantian trembling again, and the throbbing feeling in his heart reappeared. Here comes this feeling again. Single quote. Lin Sheng was slightly startled and quickly sat down. Following his actions, the demon species in his dantian immediately calmed down, and the throbbing feeling in his heart disappeared. Do you have to listen to this guy's orders? Single quote. Lin Sheng had some enlightenment in his heart and turned his head to look at the guy next to him. Your Majesty, please have a drink. The waiter brought out a bowl of wine from nowhere and placed it in front of Lin Sheng. Looking at the extremely bright red liquid in the bowl, Lin Sheng's mood immediately sank to the bottom of his heart. This fine wine had no aura and no smell, but it looked very permeable. You must never drink this good wine. Your Majesty, please have a drink. The man's words rang in his ears, the familiar throbbing feeling reappeared, and the demon in his dantian began to tremble again. What will happen if you don't listen to this person's instructions? Single quote. Lin Sheng's face was solemn. He picked up the fine wine, his mind was racing, and he thought about all the trump cards, how to break the situation. Your Majesty. Bang. The door was kicked open. The waiter paused and looked up. And at this moment, Lin Sheng snatched the empty bowl of the monk next to him with lightning speed and stuffed the jade bowl filled with good wine into the monk's hand. At this time, the man just lowered his head and looked over again. Yeah, it tastes good. Lin Sheng pretended to be intoxicated and put down the empty bowl, while the middle-aged monk's eyes flashed with confusion. He paused with the arm holding the wine, and drank it all in one gulp. Fellow Taoist, don't blame me. Since you like to drink, please drink more. Single quote. Lin Sheng felt a little ashamed and looked at the man next to him calmly. The throbbing feeling in his heart disappeared. It was obvious that he had escaped this disaster. At this time, there was a trace of confusion in the waiter's dull eyes, as if he was a little confused. However, this confused look did not last long before he was interrupted by a rough voice. Who is pretending to be a ghost here? Lin Sheng looked at the 3 people who broke in. They were all wearing gilt black robes. They should be black market thugs from Rushangji. 1 was a chi refining late stage and 2 were in the chi refining mid stage. The guy didn't stay too long beside Lin Sheng and walked towards the 3 black market thugs. Do you want to be a guest or stay in a hotel? Stop your mother. You're going to die for me because of your pretense. One of the big men yelled angrily and raised his hand to grab the man. As soon as the giant magic palm caught the man, a horrifying scene appeared. The big man and the giant magic palm disappeared in an instant, as if he had never appeared before. This scene made Lin Sheng's scalp numb, and he was secretly glad that he didn't do anything at that time. The 2 black market thugs from the middle stage of chi refining turned around and ran away. They just ran out of the inn, and the next second they appeared in the inn out of thin air. Sure enough, once you come in, you can't leave. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and scanned the people in the lobby. These people might have entered the inn by mistake. Is it better to be a guest or stay in a hotel? The waiter's numb voice sounded again. The 2 black market thugs looked at each other, not knowing what to do. One of the thugs showed a firm look on his face, stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "The junior entered here by mistake and collided with the senior. I hope the senior will calm down and let me go." The waiter looked numb and had no reaction to the thug's words. He still asked, "Is it better to stay in the hotel?" As soon as he finished speaking, the two black market thugs disappeared instantly, leaving nothing behind, as if they had never appeared at all. "Will you die?" After saying 3 sentences, Lin Sheng was shocked. He suddenly thought of a strange story he read in the book, Chiguji Yi. It is said that there was once a village where there would be a knock on the door every night in the middle of the night, accompanied by a deep female voice asking, "Is there anyone in the house?" If the answer is yes, the knocking on the door will disappear and a woman's cry will be heard outside the door. If the answer is no, the door will be pushed open and a woman's laughter will sound in the room. Both answers will only lead to strange events but are not fatal. If you do not answer, after the third inquiry, if there is anyone in the house, you will die on the spot without any sound. When Lin Sheng saw this story, he just thought it was a ghost story and felt it was extremely ridiculous. With all the great power in one body, how can a monk be afraid of things involving gods and ghosts? No matter what kind of ghost it is, the monk can kill it with one palm. Now it seems that the ghost story recorded in Chiguji Yi is somewhat similar to the inn in front of me. It is also a 3-sentence inquiry. If you don't speak, you will die. Although the monks just disappeared, Lin Sheng would not think that they were still alive. This inn was so weird that the black market thugs who came there were probably dead. 3 inquiries, but nothing more than 3. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and scanned the people in the lobby. These people should have seen the signs, but they had no choice but to drink this good wine, and lost their minds. What on earth is this place? Why have you never heard of it? Single quote. While Lin Sheng was thinking about countermeasures, a bell suddenly rang. The clerk took out a small copper bell from somewhere and rang it 3 times, and then he disappeared. Everyone in the lobby suddenly looked shocked when they heard the sound, and clarity appeared in their eyes. As if there was a tacit understanding, everyone stood up and ran upstairs quickly. The middle-aged monk at the same table was about to run, but Lin Sheng grabbed his arm. "Where is fellow Taoist?" The middle-aged monk looked slightly stunned. Only then did he realize that there was someone beside him, new here. "Come into the room quickly, the lights are about to be turned off." "Turn out the lights." Lin Sheng frowned slightly. He could feel the panic that the middle-aged monk inadvertently exuded when he said these 2 words. At the moment, he didn't bother to ask any more questions. He followed the middle-aged monk and ran upstairs. The lights in the inn began to dim. Lin Sheng ran up to the 2nd floor and saw a huge red wall. On the red wall were carved vivid pictures of beauties taking a bath. There were 9 women in the picture, with majestic peaks and luxuriant grasses. Each one of them clothed the moon and shamed the flowers, which was as beautiful as the moon. Celestial immortal. The crowd kept walking, bumped into the red wall, and disappeared into it. Lin Sheng was confused by this scene, so he could only hold the middle-aged monk and ask, "Where is the room? Why are these people hitting the red wall?" "Red wall." The middle-aged monk looked surprised, turned around and asked, "Can't you see the room?" "What room?" Lin Sheng's face darkened, and he immediately had a bad feeling in his heart. "Are you going to work or stay in a hotel?" "Tip the tip. Then you're done. You don't have a room. You can find a way to hide it yourself. If they find it, you will be dead." The middle-aged monk showed a look of gloating on his face, broke free from Lin Sheng's hand, and rushed into the red wall. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that the middle-aged monk could break free from his hand, but he couldn't think about that much at this time. The originally brightly lit inn was now completely plunged into darkness. Lin Sheng stood in front of the red wall, neither advancing nor retreating. He could only use the breath-gathering method to the extreme, hoping to hide through it with the invisibility cloak on his body. Faint laughter came from the red wall. Lin Sheng frowned and glanced across the red wall. The monks had excellent eyesight and could still see things even in the dark. I saw that the 9 girls in the picture actually changed their movements. They were originally in the bathing pool, but now they walked out of the 4th bathing pool and came to the shore to get dressed. Could they refer to these 9 women? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and slowly backed away, but the woman in the painting made no further movements, as if she was frozen in the scene of dressing. Isn't it this painting? Single quote. Lin Sheng's expression moved slightly, and he saw a flash of red light floating in his peripheral vision, and quickly turned his head to look. I saw a red lantern slowly moving in the lobby, as if someone was holding the lantern behind. Resentful soul. Single quote. Lin Sheng looked surprised. Although he couldn't see the person holding the lantern, he could feel the strange movement of the sorrow demon in his dantian. He could swallow the invisible person. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng no longer hesitated and immediately put away his invisibility cloak. As expected, the red lantern wandering in the lobby headed towards the stairs and floated towards him. Seeing the red lantern getting closer and closer, Lin Sheng was surprised to find that there was actually a soul burning in the lantern. As the lantern approached, an inexplicable pressure suddenly appeared on the body, making people breathless. Lin Sheng no longer hesitated, the Four Desires demonic skill exploded, and the invisible person was swallowed by him in one gulp, while the red lantern disappeared. Where's the lantern? Single quote. Lin Sheng looked surprised and subconsciously looked towards the lobby. At this moment, a new red lantern suddenly appeared and floated towards him. Interesting. Single quote. Lin Sheng grinned, opened his mouth and swallowed the person who came to his door. The red lantern also disappeared, this time under Lin Sheng's eyes, just like those black market thugs. The third red lantern then appeared, also floating towards Lin Sheng, but this time Lin Sheng did not swallow the person. He looked straight at the red lantern floating in front of him. He raised his hand and grabbed the red lantern. When he took the lamp pole, nothing happened. The red lantern was held in his hand, and the aura of the person disappeared. The moment he took the red lantern, Lin Sheng suddenly saw a dense crowd of people around him. They were close together, with sad expressions, looking directly at him, and some of them were even close to him. At this scene, even as a monk, Lin Sheng was startled and his scalp felt numb. However, these people did not take any further action, they just stared at him. Lin Sheng held a red lantern and illuminated the people around him, and unexpectedly saw three familiar figures among them, who were the black market thugs who had disappeared earlier. The sorrow demon seed in Dantian was trembling crazily, not with fear, but with excitement, and this excitement infected Lin Sheng. Looking at the dense crowd of mourning souls, Lin Sheng grinned, stretched out his hand to grab a mourning soul and swallowed it into his mouth, chewing it. The many mourning souls were as honest as sheep, none of them ran away, they just stared at him. This mourning soul is much more delicious than the resentful soul in the ancient treasure, and it won't even run away. Lin Sheng ate hundreds of wisps of mourning souls in a row, and the densely packed figures in the room did not decrease at all, but became more and more numerous. Is this inn also an ancient treasure? Single quote. Lin Sheng was thinking secretly in his heart, but his hands kept moving, grabbing and swallowing each one. The mourning souls in front of him seemed to be queuing up for him to eat. After a while, thousands of mourning souls entered the belly, and after the resentful and angry demon forms, a 10-foot-tall white mourning demon form emerged. The demon of resentment is a sword, the demon of anger is a sword, what is the demon of sorrow? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, but there were no enemies at all at the moment. He couldn't even think of an epiphany. Attacking these mourning souls was no different from attacking the air. There was no excitement at all. However, now that the mourning demon phase has been completed, it is only a matter of time before he realizes the divine ability. Lin Sheng is not in a hurry and takes out the soul cup to start collecting the mourning souls for reserve. Unfortunately, only 100 strands were taken out, and the soul cup could no longer hold it. I don't know if it was because of the peach petals in it. Lin Sheng swallowed dozens of peach petals along the way, and there are still dozens more that he will have time to swallow in the future. I couldn't help feeling a little regretful. If I had known better, I should have asked Bai Yuaning how many more soul cups he wanted. Ordinary law weapons cannot store divine souls, only special horcruxes can, and such horcruxes are rare on the market. It's not that it's difficult to make, but there are simply no artifact refiners to make them. Everything related to the soul has a great cause and effect. The monks are afraid of death under the law of cause and effect, so they naturally avoid it. Only Lin Sheng is not afraid of death, and he doesn't know why. Not only does he live well, but the more he lives, the more nourished he becomes. Now that the mourning souls could no longer be collected, Lin Sheng held up the lantern and turned around, kicking away any morning souls that blocked his way. The inn is not big, with only 2 floors. The second floor is blocked by a huge red wall, making it difficult to pass. Lin Sheng could only wander around on the first floor with a lantern. He went to the kitchen first, but to his surprise, there was no morning soul in the kitchen. The kitchen is not big, there is only 1 stove, and there are 2 steamers on the stove, which are still steaming. Lin Sheng's heart moved slightly, and he stepped forward and opened one of the steamers. He saw 9 white-faced steamed buns placed in the steamer. The smell was so rich that it whetted his appetite. Can this steamed bun be eaten? Single quote. Lin Shengxin held a steamed bun in his hand, holding it softly, and couldn't help but look at the second steamer. As the second steamer was lifted, a bowl of red liquid was revealed. Wine, or blood. Lin Sheng looked surprised. He put down the steamed bun and picked up the jade bowl to examine it. The liquid in the bowl was somewhat different from the wine the waiter asked him to drink. Not only is it extremely thick, but it also exudes a rich aroma, which is 3/3 more fragrant than that white flour steamed bun. It's strange, what are these steamed buns and this red liquid? Lin Sheng frowned slightly, put down the jade bowl and picked up the steamed buns to look at it. Can I eat it? Lin Sheng murmured to himself, suddenly thought of something, and looked at the red lantern in his right hand. As the red lantern was thrown away casually, it disappeared immediately, and the white-faced steamed bun in his left hand also turned into a human head. Tisk, 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 is this a human head or a steamed bun? Lin Sheng said to himself, looking at the head in his hand. He saw that the facial features should be that of a man's, there was no trace of decay, and the aroma was fragrant and mouth-watering. I actually have the desire to devour a human head. Lin Sheng smiled hoarsely, glanced at the steamer, threw the head back, and then looked at the red liquid in the jade bowl. The only thing that remained unchanged was the liquid in the jade bowl, and he didn't know what the liquid was. Lin Sheng thought for a while, then put the sealing talisman on the jade bowl and put it away. Maybe other monks would recognize it. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Lin Sheng suddenly thought of something. He frowned slightly and turned around to look at the steamer. He stepped forward quickly and glanced at the 9 heads in the steamer. His eyes suddenly widened, and he quickly grabbed one of the heads. Looking at the lifelike human head in his hand, Lin Sheng was shocked. He knew the appearance of this head and had seen it in his family's collection of books. The founder of Evergreen Sect, Shu Changqing. Chapter 91. 3,000 years ago, Shu Changqing failed to break through the realm of nascent soul, traveled to Dongzhou, and then lost his trace. Unexpectedly, he died in this strange inn. Are these 9 heads all the heads of Goldcore's ancestors? Single quote. Lin Sheng looked horrified. If these 9 heads belong to the Goldcore ancestor, it would prove that this inn was absolutely terrifying. But after all the trouble, Lin Sheng didn't feel how scary this place was. Is it because my level is not high enough and I cannot come into contact with the horror of this place? Single quote. This place definitely holds a big secret. Single quote. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng put away all 9 heads and was about to leave the kitchen when he suddenly heard singing outside the house and stopped to listen. The singing disappeared, and was replaced by a thumping sound on the floor, like someone jumping on the ground. The sound was far away at first, but slowly moved closer to the kitchen. When he arrived at the kitchen door, the knocking sound on the floor also disappeared. Lin Sheng frowned slightly and was about to open the door when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Is there anyone in the house? The woman's plain voice came from outside the house, and Lin Sheng's hair suddenly stood up. Originally, he was not afraid, but after seeing the heads of the 9 Goldcore ancestors, his confidence disappeared immediately. Even the ancestor of Goldcore died in this inn, which proves that there is definitely a great terror here. It just didn't appear just now, but it appears now. Is there anyone in the room? The woman's voice came again. Compared to the previous dullness, this time there was a hint of coldness in the voice. We can't let them find it. Single quote. Lin Sheng couldn't help but think of the middle-aged monk's previous words. Looking around, there was only 1 stove in the kitchen. Lin Sheng didn't have time to think about it, took out the invisibility cloak, put it on himself, and got into the stove. Is there anyone in the house? The woman's resentful voice sounded. I know you were in there, I saw you. Crunch. The kitchen door was pushed open. The sound of dong 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 sounded in the kitchen, but there was no sound of footsteps. Let me see where you are. I'm going to dig out your eyes so you can't see. I'm going to cut off your ears so you can't hear. I'm going to pull out your tongue and render you speechless. Where are you? Come out quickly. I see you. Dong dong dong. The sound of impact echoed in the room. Lin Sheng, who was hiding in the stove, looked gloomy and held the Yin Thunder Talisman. Now the Yin Thunder Talisman was his strongest trump card. Dong dong dong. The sound of impact sounded on the stove, and Lin Sheng's heart sank slightly. The person had already arrived on the stove. Suddenly, the sound of the impact disappeared, and the room fell into silence. After waiting for a while, there was no movement. Lin Sheng's expression moved slightly, and he was about to get out of the stove. A thumping sound suddenly sounded, this time as if the sound was close to my ears, and a figure suddenly fell to the entrance of the stove. Got you. When their eyes met, Lin Sheng saw a pale woman standing with her head down on the ground, grinning at him. The thumping sound was clearly the sound of the head hitting the ground. Without any thoughts, Lin Sheng roared and threw the Yin Lei talisman. Dang, 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 dang. The bell rang suddenly, the darkness dissipated, the light emerged, and the Yin Lei disappeared instantly along with the woman. This bell, could it be that guy ringing the bell again? Single quote. Lin Sheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The pressure from the female corpse was too much for him. He quickly got out of the stove and looked out of the house. At this time, the lobby was brightly lit, and everyone came downstairs one after another. No one was making any noise, and no one was talking. They looked in a daze, and walked to their original seats with their heads lowered. Lin Sheng put away his invisibility cloak, walked out of the kitchen calmly, blended into the crowd, and walked towards table number 17. The middle-aged monk from before was sitting in his seat, with a look of struggle in his eyes, and his face became distorted, as if he was engaged in a fierce psychological struggle. Why is fellow Taoist acting like this? Lin Sheng suddenly sat down, which startled the middle-aged monk. The look of shock in his eyes turned into confusion the next second. Have you lost your sense of self? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself. His eyes swept over the people in the lobby calmly, and he saw that everyone looked confused and in a daze. The more serious ones were like a walking corpse, unable to feel the slightest signs of life. When the lights are turned off, everyone regains consciousness, but when the lights are turned on, will the consciousness sink again? Single quote. If Lin Sheng realized something, he looked at the middle-aged monk next to him. This man obviously fought against the strange bell, but unfortunately failed, and his consciousness fell into sinking again. The waiter who disappeared earlier appeared again. He brought out bowls of fine wine, and placed them in front of everyone. Almost as soon as he put down the fine wine, everyone picked it up and drank it with intoxicated expressions on their faces. Not long after, the waiter walked to table 17, took out a bowl of fine wine, and placed it in front of the middle-aged monk. The middle-aged monk picked up the fine wine, and drank it all in one gulp. The waiter then took out another bowl of fine wine, and placed it in front of Lin Sheng. Lin Sheng didn't hesitate at all. As soon as the waiter put down the wine, he forcibly exchanged the jade bowl with the middle-aged monk. He moved very quickly. The middle-aged monk looked slightly stunned, but without too much hesitation, he picked up the good wine, and drank it in one gulp. As he drank 2 glasses of good wine, the look of confusion in his eyes became even worse. This scene happened under the eyes of the waiter, but the waiter had no reaction. Seeing that the bowl was empty, he took out the small copper bell and struck 3 times. Clang clang clang. After the 3 bells rang, the silent crowd immediately became lively. Although everyone's eyes were in a trance and confusion, they began to talk to each other, talking about family affairs and interesting things about cultivating immortals. Someone was so excited that he picked up the jade bowl. The originally empty jade bowl immediately showed good wine, and the man raised his head and drank it. This scene made Lin Sheng frown. Just as he was about to stand up, his arm was suddenly held down by a middle-aged monk. Which major sect is fellow Taoist a disciple of? The middle-aged monk's eyes were blurred and lifeless, but he asked seriously. Lin Sheng was slightly moved. Maybe he could get some information, so he calmed down and replied, Evergreen sect. I wonder what sect fellow Taoist is. I am Pengxin sect. The middle-aged monk shook his head and said. Pengxin sect. Single quote. Lin Sheng's face slightly condensed, but he had never heard of this sect. He thought it was a small sect, so he continued to ask, may I ask the name of fellow Taoist? Is he a disciple of the Alliance of 100 Clans? My name is. A trace of struggle flashed in the middle-aged monk's eyes, but Lin Sheng caught it. He was overjoyed and shouted loudly, fellow Taoist, why don't you wake up soon? This loud shout did not attract anyone's attention in the noisy environment, but the middle-aged monk suddenly woke up from the loud shout and looked sideways at Lin Sheng with shock on his face. You. Lin Sheng smiled slightly. It seems that fellow Taoist has woken up. The middle-aged monk frowned slightly and glanced at the empty bowl in front of Lin Sheng. Why didn't you fall into an illusion? Because you drank my wine. Single quote. Lin Sheng was thinking secretly, but did not answer. Instead, he asked, where is fellow Taoist here? What is this, fine wine? What are them, you mentioned earlier? The middle-aged monk glanced at everyone in the lobby and said in a deep voice, this is a place of laws. Doesn't fellow Taoist know the reality of this place when he comes here? The land of laws. Single quote. Lin Sheng was confused by this answer. This was the first time he heard the words, land of laws. Seeing Lin Sheng's expression, the middle-aged monk looked solemn. Does fellow Taoist not know the land of laws? What does the land of laws mean? I really don't know. Lin Sheng looked confused. Didn't you come in on your own initiative? Of course not. I was flying to Maple Leaf City, and somehow I flew into this inn. That's it. The middle-aged monk had a look of surprise on his face, and immediately frowned. Where is Maple Leaf City? Have you never heard of fellow Taoist from Maple Leaf City of Qi? Lin Sheng's heart moved slightly. This person may not be a monk from Qi. The middle-aged monk shook his head. Qi State. I only know about Wei Dynasty, but I have never heard of Qi State. Da Wei. Single quote. Lin Sheng was shocked and hesitated. The fellow Taoist is talking about the Fengxian Wei Dynasty in Dongzhou. The middle-aged monk nodded repeatedly. Exactly. That was 5,000 years ago. Now there are only 3 countries in Qi, Zhao, Yu, and Qi. Lin Sheng said with a faint look. If this person was not telling lies, then he should be a monk 5,000 years ago. Why can he live until now? 5,000 years ago. Have I been here for so long? The middle-aged monk murmured to himself with a look of astonishment on his face. A Qi refining monk from 5,000 years ago was actually sitting in front of him. Lin Sheng suddenly felt that this weird inn might be scarier than he imagined. It's not a good place to stay for a long time. Must leave quickly. Fellow Taoist, how do I leave this place? Lin Sheng asked in a solemn voice. The middle-aged monk shook his head. Since you entered this place by mistake, don't even think about leaving. You can survive 1 night, but you cannot survive the 2nd night. Look at those mortals. They were once monks. They were there before I came. Now, 5,000 years have passed, and they are still there. After saying this, Lin Sheng's face turned extremely ugly and he remained silent. The middle-aged monk smiled. I went to this inn to get the law fragments for the sake of immortality. I didn't want to get lost here. Now 5,000 years have passed. In this inn, I have a different kind of immortality. Ha ha ha. Law fragments. Lin Sheng frowned slightly and heard a new word. The middle-aged monk smiled slightly. Ha ha, looking at your expression, I guess there is no nascent soul true monarch in Dongzhou now, right? Yes, the strongest in Dongzhou is the gold core ancestor. No wonder you don't know that if a monk wants to achieve the nascent soul true monarch, he must obtain the law fragments. The middle-aged monk said with a look of reminiscence on his face. There are countless dharmas in this world, some are strong and some are weak. I achieved nascent soul true monarch at the age of 347, but due to the weakness of the dharma I could not soul formation. So I looked for dharma everywhere, and by chance I came here. The dharma here is very strong, but it's a pity that I can't get it. Are you the nascent soul true monarch? Lin Sheng's face was full of shock, and his heart was filled with turmoil. Even the nascent soul true monarch was trapped here, how could he escape? So what about the nascent soul true monarch? It's just a bigger ant in the immortal cultivation world. The middle-aged monk said with a wry smile. Look what this says, you are just a bigger ant, then who am I? Ant legs. Single quote. Lin Sheng cursed in his heart, feeling a little desperate about the situation in front of him. The nascent soul true monarch had fallen. What could he, a small qi refining monk, do? Just when Lin Sheng was thinking wildly, the bell rang. Different from the previous times, the bell did not stop this time. What happened? Lin Sheng's face turned gloomy. He didn't know the situation here. The nascent soul true monarch in front of him had been here for 5,000 years, so he should be clear about it. Someone moved the steamer. The middle-aged monk looked solemn. Suddenly he thought of something and looked at Lin Sheng. You won't take away the contents of the steamer, will you? Yes, that steamer contains the head of the founder of my evergreen sect. I cannot turn a blind eye and treat myself as an unfilial disciple. Lin Sheng said righteously. Although he has not yet joined the evergreen sect, he can still be considered half of it. Haha, that's not a human head. The middle-aged monk showed a strange smile. If you try to obtain the Dharma, monk, if you fail, your blood and essence will turn into wine, and your bones and flesh will turn into steamed buns. Mortals will die suddenly if they eat it, but monks will do a lot of good if they eat it. Why don't you eat the human head after you've taken it? Senior, it's quite simple. I'll give you one as a gift, just eat it and watch. As Lin Sheng said this, he was about to take out the human head, but his arm was held down by the middle-aged monk, who looked solemn. It is imperative that no one's head is visible when the lights are on, otherwise a great terror will occur. What's so scary? Lin Sheng looked confused. This middle-aged monk obviously knew a lot of things, and he had to find a way to get him to tell them all. Terror is terror. Anyone who sees terror will die. Of course I don't know. The middle-aged monk let go of his hand and shook his head. Is there a female corpse with her head on the ground? Huh, the middle-aged monk looked surprised. Have you seen her? Not only did I see her, I also met her face to face. It was a waste of my yin lei talisman. The middle-aged monk smiled dumbly. Haha, she is also the nascent soul true monarch. She only took half of the Dharma, and became a part of this inn. If you can meet her and she is not dead, it seems that you are also the one favored by luck. Quote. But that won't be the case tonight. If you meet her face to face, she will definitely come looking for you. You won't be able to hide. Those who die in her hands will all lose their facial features. Lin Sheng's expression changed slightly. According to what the senior said, this female corpse has half of the Dharma in her body. The middle-aged monk looked stunned. He thought Lin Sheng would be scared, but he didn't expect to ask this question. He hesitated, nodded and shook his head. She has Dharma in her body, not only the Dharma of this inn, but also her own Dharma. Senior, do you think it's possible for me to remove the Dharma from her body? Absolutely impossible. The middle-aged monk vetoed decisively. Regardless of the fact that she has become a part of the inn, even with her nascent soul true monarch cultivation, she can press you to death with just a finger. To put it this way, this matter is really disappointing. Lin Sheng smiled bitterly and looked at the red wall on the second floor. Can I discuss with the shopkeeper to stay in a hotel instead? Can I pass this red wall? Already. Don't think about it. Dejin can't live in the store. That guy is a dead man and won't pay attention to you. The middle-aged monk was somewhat gloating about his misfortune. The red wall blocking the door of the room is called the Rakshasa picture of the desire woman, which is the natal spirit treasure of the female corpse. Quote. Back then, she wanted to use this to prevent people from entering the room to accompany her to get the Dharma, but it was of no use. Under the rules, the spirit treasure is useless, but you are a top player and are not under the rules, so you will naturally be stopped. Lin Sheng was surprised and said in a solemn voice, it seems that the senior knows many secrets about this place. I wonder if I can tell the junior more. Haha. The middle-aged monk smiled strangely and was about to speak when the bell that had been echoing suddenly disappeared, and the waiter staggered out of the kitchen. The bell has disappeared. I don't know what will happen. Lin Sheng said in a deep voice, staring at the clerk closely. Just look at the people in the hall and you will understand. The middle-aged monk looked amused. Lin Sheng looked puzzled when he heard this, and glanced at the lobby. He took a quick look and found nothing special. But after careful observation, Lin Sheng's brows immediately wrinkled, as if there were a few people missing, and he was not sure. What can you see? The middle-aged monk's eyes were dark. and without waiting for Lin Sheng's answer, he continued, 9 people are missing in the hall, and they went to make steamed buns in the steamer. Lin Sheng's expression was a little uncertain when he heard this. The good-looking person was taken directly to the steamer. He had previously thought that danger was only in the dark, but he did not expect that under the light, it was even more dangerous than in the dark, and the murder was invisible. The middle-aged monk looked playful. You don't need to worry. Those who are qualified to enter the steamer are at least gold core miner cultivators. You, a chi refining cultivator, are not qualified. When he first heard this, Lin Sheng felt a little relieved. Although he was despised by nascent soul true monarch, he was extremely happy in his heart, as long as he didn't get into the steamer. Besides, haven't you seen nascent soul true monarch say that gold core is all minor repairs? There is no shame in being despised by him. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I wonder what your surname is. Lin Sheng said with a respectful expression. Although the middle-aged man in front of him is now just a chi refining monk, he was once a nascent soul true monarch after all, so he still needs to give him the necessary respect. Maybe this person has some backup plans. He is probably not a simple person who can live here for 5,000 years. Ha ha ha, you are quite interesting as a junior. I know what you are thinking. The middle-aged monk said with a half-smile, if you can survive the second day, we can talk in detail. Lin Sheng frowned slightly when he heard this. This person definitely knew many things, but he just didn't want to say what to do. Clang clang clang. The bell rang, and the waiter walked into the hall with a small clock and struck 3 times. Everyone who was confused immediately woke up. They were so numb that they glanced at their companions and got up and walked towards the second floor. I'm afraid these people have lost themselves. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself that he originally wanted to find a helper, but looking at the expressions of these people, he knew that they were no different from the Walking Dead. Some people look alive, but they are already dead. Take care of yourself. If I can see you next time when the light comes on, I will help you figure it out. The middle-aged monk smiled strangely and followed the others towards the second floor. The lights in the inn began to dim quickly, and after a while, darkness enveloped the inn again. Without any hesitation, Lin Sheng took out the invisibility cloak and put it on himself. He glanced around but did not notice the red lantern appearing. In the lobby, there was a clear view, and there was no place to hide. Lin Sheng thought for a while and ran into the kitchen again. Now that there is the threat of a female corpse, he doesn't dare to wander around anymore. He will hide away for a night and ask about the situation here. On the stove, 2 steamers were steaming. The middle-aged monk said that wine and steamed buns were great tonics for monks. Lin Sheng only believed half of this. These 2 may be really helpful to the monks, but it is definitely not as simple as opening their mouths and eating them. Otherwise, why would no one in this group come to take the head? However, considering the rarity of wine and steamed buns, Lin Sheng unceremoniously opened the steamer, put the 9 human heads and the jade bowl of red liquid on the ceiling talisman and put them away. It doesn't matter if you don't take it, because the ones who died anyway are the walking zombies outside who have lost their self-awareness. Now they have turned into wine and steamed buns and can be regarded as shining brightly. Lin Sheng put away the wine and steamed buns and glanced at the stove. He was hiding in the stove yesterday. He was still well hidden in the front, but the female corpse behind him jumped to the ground and discovered him. I don't know whether the female corpse knew that he was in the stove and jumped to the ground to catch him, or she didn't know that he was in the stove because she jumped to the ground and saw him instead. Taking into account the characteristics of the female corpse with her head on the ground, Lin Sheng raised his head and glanced at the beams. With a move in his heart, he jumped up and jumped onto the beams. The female corpse was with her head on the ground, so her field of vision must be limited. If she relied on her vision to catch people, she would definitely not be able to see the beams. Lin Sheng had no choice but to take a gamble. If he made a mistake, he would have to fight to the death. Life or death depended on this. I hope God will bless you. Single quote. Lin Sheng prayed silently in his heart and used the breath-gathering method to the extreme. In the darkness, it was unusually quiet, and you could hear a needle drop. Lin Sheng waited for a while, but no female corpse appeared. Just when he thought the female corpse would not appear this time, a thumping sound on the floor suddenly sounded outside the house. It was extremely harsh in the silent environment. The sound came closer and closer, and disappeared in front of the kitchen door. Dong dong dong. Is there anyone in the house? A cold female voice sounded. Lin Sheng held his breath and stared at the wooden door. At this moment, the life in his body was completely cut off, as if he was truly dead. This was the highest state of the breath-holding method. Dong dong dong. Is there anyone in the house? The woman's voice became resentful. I know you're in there, I see you. No one responded. Dong dong dong. Is there anyone in the house? After the third inquiry, the wooden door creaked and was slowly pushed open, and a figure appeared at the door. Lin Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly. This time he looked at the female corpse carefully. The female corpse's head was on the ground, bleeding from 7 holes. Her legs were turned 180 degrees. She was wearing a long white dress with various stains on the skirt. Less blood. I saw you, you were hiding in the stove again. The female corpse said as she jumped towards the stove, her head banging on the ground, leaving a dark trail of blood. I'm going to dig out your eyes and use them to light a lamp. I'm going to cut off your ears and decorate them as hanging willows. I will pluck out your tongue and use it as a stick of incense. I see you, he he he. The female corpse jumped in front of the stove and suddenly stopped moving, and the room fell into silence again. This time Lin Shengshe was smarter. He didn't even take a breath and stared at the female corpse with his eyes. After a long time, the female corpse suddenly jumped onto the stove, then jumped to the ground, and then spun around in the room. Where are you? Why can't you find me? I see you, come out quickly. After jumping for a while, the female corpse suddenly turned over and stood directly on the ground with her legs. Lin Sheng was stunned by this scene. Only then did he realize that the female corpse's legs were not turned 180 degrees, but her head was turned 180 degrees. At this time, the female corpse raised her head slightly, looked towards the rafters, and grinned. Got you, grass. Seeing this horrifying scene, Lin Sheng immediately threw out the Yin Thunder talisman that he had prepared. Unexpectedly, the Yin Thunder hit the female corpse without any reaction. Lin Sheng's heart sank, and when he was about to continue throwing the talisman, his body suddenly turned upside down uncontrollably. Originally, he was standing on the beam, but now his body was upside down, with his head on the beam. At this time, the female corpse had a strange smile on her face, stretched out her arm and waved to Lin Sheng, and he couldn't help but fly towards the female corpse. You'll definitely die if you get too close. Single quote. In desperation, Lin Sheng directly ignited the resentment demon seed, trying to counteract this inexplicable suction with the resentment demon phase. Unfortunately, the shadow of the resentment demon phase appeared and was also upside down. The resentment sword flew and hit the female corpse without any reaction at all. No. At this critical moment, the Eximo species in Dantian seemed to feel the danger of death and spontaneously burned. The burning red phantom of the happy demon phase suddenly appeared, and Lin Sheng suddenly realized a new divine ability. Happy umbrella. There was a loud bang. Lin Sheng's body forcibly turned over in midair. A large red umbrella opened in front of him, and wisps of happy soul hung from the eaves. The invisible pressure on his body suddenly disappeared, and then fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, a trace of confusion flashed in the lady's eyes, and then she was buried in resentment. I caught you. I'm going to dig out your eyes. Die. Lin Sheng roared, and the white ghost of the morning demon appeared. A pale white iron chain flew out from his palm and tied it to the female corpse. Each iron ring was a ray of morning soul, and the rings were interlocked. Morning chain. This is the divine ability of the sorrowful demon. It is another divine ability that Lin Sheng suddenly realized after breaking the control of Happy Umbrella just now. Unlike the useless resentment sword, the morning chain tied up the female corpse in an instant. A strong pulling force came from the female corpse, and Lin Sheng couldn't help but grab the morning chain and pull it back. It was obviously a white iron chain tied to the female corpse, but a phantom of a woman who was struggling desperately was pulled out from the female corpse. Lin Sheng could see at a glance that the phantom was a soul, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Happy Umbrella protects the Lord, and Morning Chain locks the soul. These two types of divine ability brought more surprises to Lin Sheng than the Resentful Sword and Wrathful Sword. The two divine souls are so difficult to collect, and the divine ability they bring is indeed much stronger. The female body, which was currently weak against the resentment sword, was bound by the mourning chain and could only struggle. As time went by, most of the woman's soul had been pulled out of the body by the mourning chain. If I swallow this woman's soul, I don't know what good it will do. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and pulled harder and harder. Clang clang clang. The bell suddenly rang, and Lin Sheng's consciousness fell into a trance. When he came back to his senses, the female body was gone, the night disappeared, and the lights appeared again. Time actually flies by so fast. Single quote. Lin Sheng frowned slightly, always feeling that something was wrong, and immediately walked out of the kitchen. At this time, many people in the lobby were walking down the stairs one after another with doubts on their faces and sitting on their seats. Seeing Lin Sheng appear in the lobby intact again, the middle-aged monk, who was also full of doubts, looked slightly surprised and looked at the bell ringer without making a sound. Lin Sheng didn't say anything when he saw this, he just sat down on his seat and watched the waiter serving good wine to everyone. The situation was just like yesterday, everyone lost their minds after drinking good wine. The middle-aged monk picked up the wine in front of him and looked at Lin Sheng, frowning slightly, as if waiting for Lin Sheng to drink. What are you looking at? You kid still doesn't drink, right? If you don't drink, neither will I. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, and looked at the middle-aged monk expressionlessly while holding the wine, and beside him was the waiter with a numb expression. Your Majesty, please have a drink. This was already the second time the man had said the line. The middle-aged monk looked hesitant. Finally, before the man could say it a third time, he raised his head and drank the good wine, and then lost his mind. Humph, I thought you could handle it. Lin Sheng sneered, snatched the empty bowl from the middle-aged monk's hand, put the wine into his hand, and did not forget to turn to say hello to the waiter. See, I drank it all. As he spoke, he shook the empty bowl in his hand. The waiter didn't pay attention to Lin Sheng. After seeing the empty bowl, he turned around and staggered towards the kitchen. It seems there are many loopholes in the rules here. Single quote. Lin Sheng was thoughtful and looked at the confused middle-aged monk. This person has been trapped here for 5,000 years as the nascent soul true monarch and has yet to see through the loopholes. I don't know if it is because he is too timid to try or for other reasons. Single quote. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng reached out and pushed the middle-aged monk. Are you still sleeping? Wake up quickly, the Wei dynasty is dead. This time the middle-aged monk obviously woke up slower than last time, and he was in a daze for a long time before he gradually came back to his senses. Why did you wake up so quickly? Are you really a chi-refining monk? The middle-aged monk frowned, his eyes scrutinizing. Lin Sheng grinned. Of course I am a chi-refining monk. I don't know why I woke up. Senior said yesterday that if I can survive the second day, he will answer my questions. Now I have a question, what exactly is this wine? What's the difference between it and the fine wine in the steamer? As soon as he finished speaking, the clanging bell rang. The middle-aged monk's face darkened. Did you take away the things in the steamer again? Ha ha ha, I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. Lin Sheng smiled shyly, but his expression was unapologetic. The middle-aged monk looked helpless and sighed deeply. There is not much difference between the two. The good wine in the steamer is made from the blood of the high-ranking monks, and the good wine on this table is. If I'm not wrong, it should be the essence and blood of low-level monks. Lin Sheng added with a solemn expression. Not only the essence and blood, it should be said that each bowl of fine wine is a low-level monk. The middle-aged monk said calmly. Lin Sheng looked heavy when he heard this and remained silent. The middle-aged monk smiled. The clock struck early today. What did you do last night? I fought with that female corpse. I was able to take her down, but the bell interrupted me. Lin Sheng did not hide anything and told the truth bluntly. Take down the female corpse. The middle-aged monk looked shocked, and then he seemed to have thought of something, and said hesitantly, do you know how to attack the soul? That's right. Lin Sheng nodded and admitted. Judging from the appearance of the middle-aged monk, he obviously knew the female corpse very well. If that's the case, I'm afraid you can really leave this place. The middle-aged monk had a complicated look on his face when he heard this. Lin Sheng looked solemnly and said, please ask me, senior, to teach me. I originally thought that your ability to survive the second day would be your limit, but I didn't expect you to be able to fight that female corpse. The middle-aged monk looked gloomy. Since you can defeat that female corpse, you must go find the female corpse as soon as possible after the lights go out tonight, otherwise you will never have a chance again. Senior, what do you mean? The middle-aged monk said slowly. The clock struck early today. Obviously the inn doesn't want you to take the female corpse. The female corpse contains half of the Dharma here. If you can capture her, you will become half the owner of this place, but you only have one last night left. Daijing is different from staying in a hotel. Daijing means staying for a short period of time. If you can survive for more than 3 days, you will automatically leave this place. That's it. Lin Sheng's face showed a look of surprise. Since you can leave from here, you are qualified to know my name. Have you heard of True Monarch? The middle-aged monk showed a hint of pride. No. Lin Sheng's expression was a little embarrassed. He wanted to say that he had heard of it, but he really hadn't. After 5,000 years of vicissitudes of life, not everything would be passed down. The middle-aged monk's expression did not change. He was still proud. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. Have you ever heard of Wang family duobao? Lin Sheng nodded and shook his head. I have heard of the Wang family, but I have never heard of duobao. I dare to ask the senior's name, but is it Wang duobao? That's all. You know the Wang family. Please give this storage bag to the descendants of my Wang family. Wang duobao said as he took out a storage bag and pushed it in front of Lin Sheng. Only the blood of a descendant of my Wang family can open the storage bag. If the ban is forcibly broken, the items inside will be annihilated. Lin Sheng frowned slightly and looked at the storage bag but said nothing. He was naturally unwilling to help someone deliver the express. Seeing Lin Sheng's expression, Wang duobao naturally understood and took out another jade slip and pushed it in front of Lin Sheng. This method is called treasure planting technique. I became famous by this method, and I regard it as a reward for this trip. Quote. How did nascent soul True Monarch become famous? That must be baby. Single quote. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up and he put away the jade slips and storage bag. Seeing this, Wang duobao smiled and was about to speak when he heard Lin Sheng say, Senior, as a nascent soul True Monarch, he must have many techniques. This, treasure planting technique, should be a kind of magic. Isn't it a realm technique? Quote. This junior has low abilities. He is at the lowest level in the Immortal Cultivation world of Chi State. If he is not careful, he will die. It would be better if the senior can give him a few realm skills. The requirements do not need to be too high. If you can practice it, just nascent soul. Lin Sheng had a beautiful thought in his mind. If he could get the nascent soul method from this nascent soul True Monarch, and also worship the Ghost Evergreen sect, wouldn't Evergreen sect be just a sect opened by the ancestor of Gold Core? Now the head of the founder of Evergreen sect is still in his storage bag, but the Wang duobao in front of him has lived for 5,000 years. Who is stronger and which is weaker? Can you understand this clearly? After Lin Sheng finished speaking, Wang duobao looked thoughtful. He had lived under the control of the inn for 5,000 years and had already become a part of the inn. The nascent soul method was no longer important to him. But now he was giving it to an outsider casually, but he felt a little unwilling to do so. Wang duobao couldn't help but look at Lin Sheng. This person can defeat the female corpse by relying on the chi refining realm. He must be a very talented person. If he leaves this time, he may not be able to search for his clan members with all his heart, so he has to find a way. Single quote. Lin Sheng was a little frightened by Wang duobao's strange gaze, and he quickly waved his hands and said, Senior, if you don't want to, forget it, I didn't say anything to you later. Ha ha. Wang duobao chuckled, took out a red round evangelist jade pendant and handed it over. This is the Gold Core Nascent Soul Sutra, Foundation Building Gold Core Nascent Soul. Each level can transform into a demon body. Quote. Unlike other clone methods, the demonic body of this method has no independent consciousness, and the consciousness and perception are still controlled by the subject. In short, the demon body is your independent limb, which amplifies your consciousness and various senses. When fighting with others, you use more to defeat less. Even if the demon body dies, it can still be recondensed. Are you satisfied with this nascent soul method? After Wang duobao finished speaking, his face showed a look of pride. He had gone through a lot of hardships to obtain this method. At that time, he was the most invincible person at the same level. How many body clones are there in each realm? Are the senses controlled by the subject? What if I do some supplementation? Single quote. Hiss. Lin Sheng took a breath of air. Good. This is good. I will practice this technique from now on. No one can stop it. Just practice it. Thank you for the gift, Senior. Lin Sheng looked solemn and carefully put away the preaching jade pendant. Wang Duobao smiled. Haha, don't be too happy. This jade pendant can be used 3 times. This first time you can get the foundation building method. As for the last 2 times, I locked it with a secret method. Only the blood of descendants of my Wang family can unblock it. If you can't find descendants of the Wang family, you won't be able to learn this method, he. As a nascent soul true monarch, he is so insidious, and the most basic trust between people is gone. Single quote. Lin Sheng was secretly unhappy and said in a deep voice, Senior, do you have any bloodline guidance method? There are 3 in the King of Cheese family, and there may be more in the entire East continent, and maybe there are some who have gone to other immortal cultivation worlds. Wang Duobao shook his head. You have to find it yourself. As long as it is the blood of my people, the jade pendant can be unsealed, otherwise it is not. Forgive me, Junior, but what if the Senior's clansmen are annihilated in the long river of time? Then prove that you have no connection with this nascent soul method. Go and seek other nascent soul methods. Lin Sheng frowned slightly and sighed inwardly. It seems that this technique cannot be practiced for the time being, so you still have to go to Evergreen Sect. If you can't find the Wang family, there is the Gold Core method in Evergreen Sect that can be used to get the solution. Single quote. A monk can practice any technique that enhances his realm, but techniques with different attributes cannot coexist, because the magic properties brought by different attributes are different. If he practices a new technique, he needs to spread the technique. Sangong does not have a big impact on the qi refining stage. After all, qi refining stage only opens up the meridians and condenses the mana. It is Sangong, but the mana disappears, but the meridians that have been opened and expanded are still there. It only takes a little time. Practice again. But when the realm reaches a high level, the impact will be very serious. For example, if you are practicing foundation building, you have to re-foundation building, and you have to go through the gate of hell again. Therefore, most monks do not practice exercises indiscriminately, but look for exercises that fit their own spirit root. The Lin family's qi and training technique is a neutralizing exercise that can be applied to all 5 element attributes, combine. But just by looking at the name of the Sutra of Nourishing Demons with a Dry Heart, you can tell that it definitely does not belong to the 5 elements attribute, and the condensed magic power must be filled with demonic energy. Lin Sheng now has the foundation building around the corner. He can choose the foundation building at any time. However, he does not have the foundation building pill. If he fails, he will die. You can't just fall in love with other exercises at that time, and just relax and then start foundation building again, right? Lin Sheng's dream is to become the ancestor of Gold Core. If he does this once, his path to immortality may be cut off. If you can't find the Wang family, you will never be able to practice this Sutra of Raising Demons with a Dry Heart. Lin Sheng sighed in his heart, glanced at Wang Duobao, and suddenly felt that this man was so evil that he even used magic skills to seduce him. If he really wanted to practice this skill, he might stop practicing it in the future and look for the Wang family everywhere. Although Wang Duobao didn't know what Lin Sheng was thinking at this time, he could roughly guess some of it. I'm afraid he was dissatisfied. After thinking for a while, he took out a palm-sized small blood-colored sedan and handed it to Lin Sheng. This is the law treasure, blood puppet palanquin. I got it by chance. It escapes very fast. Normal nascent soul true monarch cannot catch up with it, so I will give it to you as well. Quote. Lin Sheng looked slightly surprised. He took the blood puppet sedan and looked it over. He couldn't figure out the reason, so he put the sealing talisman on it and put it away. Now he is just a qi refining monk, so he can't use the law treasure for the time being. Thank you, Senior. This treasure looks okay, but it is far inferior to the ancient Tai Chi treasure I saw last time. Lin Sheng was naturally very happy to get a law treasure for no reason, but he couldn't show it right now. He had to pretend to be dismissive, and maybe he could get more wool. Tai Chi ancient treasure. Wang Duobao's face slightly condensed. That's right, it's an ancient Tai Chi treasure. I almost died there. Lin Sheng nodded and pretended to be casual. Many people died at that time, and all their savings were left there. Archi refining monks have hundreds of low-grade spiritual stones, which are considered valuable. Senior, as a nascent soul true monarch, how many low-grade spiritual stones do you have? I don't have low-grade spiritual stones. Wang Duobao said with a half-smile, my worst ones are all middle-grade spiritual stones. Middle-grade spiritual stones, how many seniors do you have? I'll trade them with you. Lin Sheng's eyes lit up and he kept saying. Middle-grade spirit stones must be at least rank 3 spirit vein to have a probability of being produced. The higher the spirit vein level, the higher the probability of producing middle-grade spirit stones. However, generally few people mine spirit vein. Although spirit vein is a renewable resource, it takes a long time to accumulate and develop. Excessive mining will lead to the loss of spirit vein grade, which outweighs the gain. Most people find that the spirit vein is all about enclosing land, setting up families or sects, and guarding the spirit vein to develop slowly. Without the spirit vein, a larger family with 1,000 monks would not be able to afford the annual salary alone. The Lin family has inns in all major cities and towns, barely achieving a balance of income and expenditure, while some small families can only sit on their hands and have nothing to do, either being merged and eliminated or losing everyone in the long river of time. Nowadays, most of the low-grade spiritual stones in Immortal Cultivation world are circulated by various major forces. Some forces are still desperately mining spirit vein, while some forces have taken the initiative to add spiritual stones to spirit vein. As time goes by, the spirit vein will slowly advance. The monks artificially adding spirit stones to it will naturally speed up this process. A monk's practice cannot be separated from spiritual energy, just like a fish cannot be separated from water. A foundation building overhaul requires at least rank 2 spirit vein to practice breakthroughs. Put him on rank 1 spirit vein, and of course he can practice, but the speed will be slower. The aura concentration cannot support a breakthrough. Naturally, the other Qi refining monks are not even qualified to practice. With the foundation building overhaul, where can they absorb spiritual energy? There is only so much spiritual energy in the rank 1 spirit vein. If some people eat more, then naturally some people will eat less or not eat. Nowadays, the common currency of monks in Dongzhou is spirit stones, and they are low-grade spirit stones. You can't even see middle or high-grade spirit stones. The aura concentration of a middle-grade spirit stone is approximately equal to 100 low-grade spirit stones, but the purchasing power of a middle-grade spirit stone is equal to 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Nothing else, just because the nourishment of the spirit vein by the middle-grade spirit stone is not comparable to that of the low-grade spirit stone, let alone the high-grade spirit stone. Oh, how do you change it? Wang Duobao said, taking out 3 middle-grade spirit stones and shaking them. He felt the rich spiritual energy fluctuations. It was unmistakable. They must be middle-grade spirit stones. Lin Sheng considered it and said, 100 for 1, what do you think, senior? After a pause, he added, Senior, you won't need it in this inn. I will go out to find the Wang family. It will cost a lot of spiritual stones for food, clothing, housing and transportation. Especially if I hire someone to find it, it will cost more spiritual stones. He. Wang Duobao chuckled, took out a storage bag and threw it to Lin Sheng. There are hundreds of middle-grade spirit stones here. I don't need you to exchange them with me. You just need to make an oath to find the Wang family as much as possible. Okay, senior, feel free. I have sworn this inner demon oath. Lin Sheng raised his hand to swear the inner demon oath and put the storage bag away very quickly. This decisive response made Wang Duobao look stunned, and after a long while he nodded and said, Okay, my little friend is really quick to talk. Lin Sheng grinned and couldn't help but look at the people in the hall. These people probably have a lot of treasures on them, if they can be searched. Wang Duobao guessed it immediately when he saw this, and showed a strange smile. Don't think about it anymore. Fighting is not allowed in the lobby. If you rob, it will cause great terror. What is this great terror? Lin Sheng looked surprised. Great terror is great terror. You are just a chi refining cultivator now. Knowing this is not helpful but harmful to you. Wang Duobao shook his head and continued. When you achieve the gold core realm and prepare to form a baby, you will naturally know what the great terror is. If you really have Ningying one day, you may be able to come to this in again. The Dharma here is the strongest I have ever seen in my life. Lin Sheng was confused when he heard this, and he cursed in his heart. These high-level monks all like to be riddlers and let others guess. Isn't it a sense of accomplishment? Suddenly he thought of something and said in a solemn voice, what is the Dharma on the female corpse? Is it upside down? Wang Duobao shook his head. To be precise, it should be chaos, including the body, spells, and law treasure. It seems that the spells have attacked her, but in fact, under the influence of law, the space in front of her has been affected, can't hit her. The only thing that cannot be confused with this Dharma is the spell that attacks the soul. This girl used the Rakshasa picture of the desire girl to block the attack of the soul and perfect the Dharma in her body. Unfortunately, by coincidence, she used this picture taken out. Quote, otherwise you wouldn't be alive today. It seems that you are really lucky. Spells to attack the soul are rare, but you chi refining Xiaoshou can actually do it. Lin Sheng fell into deep thought after hearing this. The previous attacks with the resentment sword and the yin thunder talisman had no effect. He thought it was because of the strong body of the nascent soul true monarch and ignored it. It turned out to be because of the influence of Dharma. If he swallowed the soul of the female corpse, would he gain the woman's Dharma? Thinking of this, Lin Sheng's eyes lit up and he was about to ask. The bell that had been echoing in the inn suddenly stopped, but this time, there were 18 people missing in the lobby, and the entire lobby looked much empty. Wang Duobao glanced at the lobby, with a look of surprise on his face, and turned to look at Lin Sheng. There may be changes tonight, you have to be careful. What change? Lin Sheng was slightly shocked. He also noticed the changes in the lobby. I don't know. Clang clang clang. After 3 bells, the man disappeared into thin air. The lights gradually went out and darkness slowly fell. If Wang Duobao hadn't told lies, tonight would be the last night. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and glanced around the lobby. Neither the red lantern nor the female body appeared, and the hall was very quiet. It's strange to say that the red lantern appeared on the first night, but then disappeared. I don't know why. Could it be because it swallowed the morning soul? Lin Sheng couldn't figure it out, but the female corpse didn't appear. He had a rough guess in his mind, and without hesitation, he kicked open the kitchen door and opened the 2 steaming steamers. This time there were 2 bowls of fine wine, and 18 heads in the steamer. Lin Sheng naturally accepted them all with a smile. Then he walked out of the kitchen and looked back at the entire lobby. After about a while, there was a loud banging sound on the floor. Lin Sheng looked for his voice and saw that the thumping sound came from outside the inn, as if from the backyard. Now that he knew that the morning chain could deal with female corpses, Lin Sheng was naturally unafraid and walked directly forward and opened the back door. What he saw was a small courtyard with an ancient well in the courtyard and 3 independent cabins behind the well. The bang dong dong sound came from the cabin in the middle, deliberately attracting my attention. Single quote. Lin Sheng hesitated, his eyes paused at the ancient well, and then fell on the 3 cabins. If he wanted to get close to the cabins, he had to pass through the ancient well. The female corpse did not show up uncharacteristically today. She might have been trying to lure her away. Both the ancient well and the wooden house looked very strange, and it was unclear whether there were any traps inside. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng turned around and returned to the lobby. It was too risky to find the female corpse. Even the nascent soul true monarch failed in this inn. This inn may not be that simple. Even if there was Dharma on the female corpse, Lin Sheng would not rush to look for it if she didn't show up on her own initiative. He was just a chi refining monk now, and his desire for Dharma was not strong. It didn't matter if he had it or not. Want to use your greed against me? But he underestimated me. Single quote. With a sneer on his face, Lin Sheng found a bench and sat down, staring at the back door of the inn. As long as the female corpse dared to appear, he would immediately take action to capture her. Time passed minute by second, and except for the continuous sound of impact, the female body still did not appear. At some point, a woman's singing suddenly sounded in the lobby, and the source came from the second floor. Lin Sheng turned a deaf ear and stared at the backyard gate. Amidst the singing, the banging sound became much softer. On the dark second floor, soft footsteps suddenly sounded, then a red light lit up, and a red lantern floated out of the darkness. The lantern appears again. Single quote. Lin Sheng was slightly surprised and looked at the red lantern. The next second, his eyes widened. Behind the red lantern, I saw a naked long-haired woman with a charming appearance and a graceful and soft figure. With a smile on her lips, she was strolling down the stairs holding a lantern. Seeing that I'm not fooled, you're using a honey trap instead. Single quote. Lin Sheng grinned. This girl looked very familiar to him. He recalled it carefully and immediately thought of the red wall, the Rakshasa picture of a desire woman. This woman must be one of the people in that picture. How dare she appear so openly? I really don't know how the word, death, is written. Without hesitation, Lin Sheng raised his hand and tied the mourning chain out. Unexpectedly, the mourning chain went directly through the woman's body and was automatically taken back. Lin Sheng suddenly remembered Wang Duobao's words. The Rakshasa chart of desire women was designed to restrain spells that attack the soul, and the mourning chain was useless to this woman. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng quickly took out the Yin Thunder talisman, but the lantern in the hall suddenly disappeared, along with the woman. Lin Sheng looked solemn, holding the Yin Thunder talisman and looking around. Suddenly, a cold breath emerged from his back. He was shocked. He was about to explode, but found that his body had lost control. Two white arms stretched out from behind him, one hugged his waist, the other hugged his chest. The beauty's head appeared on the side of his head, the red lips opened slightly, the red tongue teased, and the earlobe suddenly suffered heavy losses. Lin Sheng's eyes were in a trance, and his clear consciousness was instantly filled with desire. However, at the last moment of his sinking, he forcibly ran the Jidao code. The person has lost consciousness, but his body is acting according to instinct. In the lobby, the sound of water suddenly sounded. If you listen carefully, you will find that it is an extremely suppressed moan. After a long time, Lin Sheng suddenly came to his senses, and he immediately got angry and fired his resentful sword in all directions, leaving the hall full of holes. The woman had long since disappeared. Am I being raped by the female ghost in that picture? Single quote. Lin Sheng was slightly startled. He glanced around and felt the surging mana in his body. The female ghost in the picture obviously failed. If the female ghost didn't succeed, then I was the one who harvested the female ghost. Single quote. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng's expression changed slightly, and he jumped up to the second floor. Suddenly he felt a cool breeze under his crotch, and then he realized that he had forgotten to put on clothes, and he hurriedly jumped back to the lobby. Although there was no audience at the moment, Lin Sheng, the bachelor, still felt a little uncomfortable. After a while, Lin Sheng came to the red wall again. Really, under the eyes, only 8 of the 9 women on the wall were left, and the one missing was the female ghost just now. Now these 8 women were hiding in the pool, with only their heads exposed, and there was some fear in their eyes. It seems that I really took the supplement from the female ghost. This Jidao Saiyan is really extraordinary. It even took the supplement from the ghost. Lin Sheng murmured to himself that the 9 girls in this picture might be transformed by treasure spirits, or they might be female ghosts raised in captivity. No matter which one they were, he had undoubtedly achieved a new achievement and reached a new height in his life. There is Ning Kaichen in front of me, and I, Lin Sheng, are behind me, but why is this female ghost missing? Could it be that I harvested it alive? Single quote. Lin Sheng secretly thought to himself, always feeling that something was wrong. At that moment, he recognized himself and discovered that a picture of a beautiful woman appeared on his back. The beauty in the picture looked sad, hiding her face and crying. Lin Sheng listened carefully, and there was a woman's low cry in his ears. What's going on? Single quote. Lin Sheng's face looked uncertain for a while. The female ghost turned into a picture and lay on his back. He didn't know if it had any effect. He reached out and touched his back, but felt nothing. Is it the reason for the extreme code, or the Rakshasa picture of a desire woman? Lin Sheng had no clue, and he had no choice at the moment. Just carry the picture of the beauty on his back. If she dared to come out, she would be raped again and again. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng instantly felt much more relaxed. He had just taken some female ghost supplements, and the mana in his body was much thicker. He felt like there was something missing in his mana, but upon closer inspection, there was no difference. I really couldn't figure it out, so I stopped thinking about it. Thinking too much was burning my brain. Lin Sheng looked at the red wall in front of him. This was the spirit treasure of the female corpse. It would be great if he could take it away. Unfortunately, his level was too low and he couldn't even take a picture of it. Move. Crunch. The sound of the wooden door opening was extremely harsh in the quiet inn. Lin Sheng's eyes flashed with light, and he suddenly jumped down from the second floor. He saw everything clearly in the air. Sure enough, it was the female corpse that opened the back door. However, the female corpse was not facing the ground at this time. No wonder the sound of the impact on the floor disappeared. Without any hesitation, the mourning chain was thrown out in the air and tied to the female corpse. When the female corpse saw the mourning chain, a hint of fear flashed in her malicious eyes. She turned over, hit her head on the ground, and jumped towards the backyard. The movement of the female corpse was very fast, but Lin Sheng was even faster. The mourning chain was tied to the body of the female corpse in almost the blink of an eye, and it was suddenly pulled back. Most of the female corpse's soul was immediately pulled out, but only the last small part was left. Lin Sheng couldn't pull it out no matter how hard he pulled it, as if he was pulling a huge mountain, motionless. I have to swallow you up today. Lin Sheng shouted angrily, and the sorrow demon seed in his dantian instantly burned. The 1-foot-tall sorrow demon seed immediately rose to 3 feet high, and blazing white flames rose up. Crack, click, click. The sound of the chain breaking emerged, and the soul of the originally motionless female corpse began to be gradually pulled out. Lin Sheng looked happy and was about to pull out the soul of the female corpse in one go. Clang clang clang. The bell rang just right. His consciousness was in a trance for a moment, and when he came back to his senses, he saw the woods in the night, and he was back in the mountains again. Lin Sheng suddenly looked back. There was no trace of the inn in the barren mountains. He immediately stopped burning the sorrow demon seed. In just 10 breaths, only 100 strands of the 1,000 sorrow souls were left. Just a little bit different. Single quote. Lin Sheng looked ugly. The clock definitely struck early today. This inn clearly did not allow him to get the F.A. Under the rules of this inn, no one could get the F.A. Pity. Single quote. Lin Sheng sighed slightly in his heart, but he was not too uncomfortable. After all, he was just a small chi refining monk. Although he had not obtained the Dharma, he had also obtained a lot of good things. Not to mention anything else, just the law treasure, blood puppet sedan. Lin Sheng feels like dreaming just thinking about it now. I have to ask around when I get back. Nascent soul true monarch Wang Duobao should not be an unknown person. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought secretly in his heart, and flew towards Maple Leaf City with his flying sword. Maple Leaf City is a bit deserted at night. There are almost no pedestrians on the road and there is no night market. I think all the monks have gone to Fang City in Qinghai County, so Maple Leaf City is naturally lonely. Perhaps 100 years later, when Dongjiaopo Secret Realm is closed, Maple Leaf City will regain its former glory. With fewer monks, the business in that city will naturally decline, and the Lin family's Qingshan Inn will naturally be affected as well. However, compared to the deserted streets, Qingshan Inn was full of people and very lively. Shop manager Lin, now half a month has passed and the 5th brother has still not returned. We'd better go to Rushangji to look for him. Wu Dao looked solemn. The monks sitting in the lobby now are all members of the Red Snake Demon hunting team, and their expressions are very solemn. Lin Qingzi had a sad look on his face, shook his head and said, "The Rushangji has been blocked by the Alliance for investigation. What's the point of going there? Are you going to fight with others?" Wu Dao frowned. What should we do? First Xiaoji disappeared, and now 5th brother has disappeared again. If Uncle Six knows. Lin Qingzi said solemnly, "I will take care of this matter. You don't need to worry. The meat fragrance collection is now at the forefront of the storm. We must not jump out and wait until the situation calms down to investigate. Wait every day. When will you wait? According to my wishes, just kill him." In the crowd, a strong bald man said with murderous intent. Kill whoever dares to stop us. There are 30 of us and we can't get out of the Foundation building. Who can stop us? Fifth brother must be trapped somewhere, just waiting for us to rescue him. Wu Dao had a look of emotion on his face when he heard this. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a voice coming from outside the door. Yes, your boy has a future. What is his name? Lin Sheng opened the door, glanced at the crowd, and immediately locked onto the bald man. His whole body exuded qi refining late-stage cultivation fluctuations, and his aura was a little unstable. He must have just made a breakthrough. Everyone in the hall was stunned at first, and then immediately became excited. Greetings, fifth brother. Fifth brother, you are finally back. I've been thinking about it day and night, and finally I've got you back. ... Lin Sheng smiled and nodded at everyone, looked at the bald man, and asked again, what's your name? Me. The bald man pointed at himself, with a trace of embarrassment on his face. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. Upon seeing this, Wu Dao reminded, fifth brother, he is an orphan and has no name, so he is called Bald Head. Even though he is tall, he is actually only 16 years old. 16 years old. What is spirit root? Lin Sheng looked surprised and glanced at the bald man who was nearly 2 meters tall. He was already qi refining late stage at the age of 16. This talent was terrifying. Wu Dao also looked at the bald head and explained, middle grade fire spirit root, average qualifications. Then why does he practice so quickly? Because he ages faster. Wu Dao explained with a smile, his eyes flashing. Lin Sheng's heart moved and he roughly understood. In the Immortal Cultivation world, there is a kind of body called Tianyan spirit body. People with this kind of body have mediocre qualifications, but their cultivation is very fast. However, their lifespan is not long, they cannot live more than a century, and they cannot foundation building. This bald man should have this kind of physique, and his current cultivation level may have been gained through his lifespan. I'm the youngest. The bald man looked bitterly and looked at his teammates, who nodded repeatedly. I'm 30, and no one will doubt you if I say you are my father. Everyone in the hall laughed when he said this, and Lin Sheng also had a smile on his face. It's better to be older, you won't be easy to mess with, and you won't be bullied. Wu Dao nodded, convinced that this bald man had a sinister face. Ever since he broke through the qi refining late stage, no one dared to take another look at him while walking. Since you don't have a name, just take Lin's surname. From now on, you will be called Bald Lin and be the deputy captain of the demon hunting team. Lin Sheng said and looked at Wu Dao. What do you think? Wu Dao nodded repeatedly. It all depends on the fifth brother's orders. That name doesn't sound too good. Bald Lin muttered in a low voice, but after a gentle push from his teammates next to him, he finally realized what he was saying and quickly thanked him. Lin Sheng nodded slightly. Haha, now the demon hunting team can be considered to have 2 qi refining late stage masters, not bad. Fifth brother, what happened to the Rushangji? I heard that the alliance has sealed off the place. Lin Qingzi, who had been silent until now, suddenly asked. It's nothing serious. He's just an independent cultivator who is a master of poison. He killed people and took away treasures. You two will come with me. Lin Sheng said and glanced at Wu Dao, then walked upstairs. Lin Qingzi and Wu Dao looked at each other, their expressions moved slightly, and they quickly followed Lin Sheng's footsteps. The 3 of them went upstairs, and the lobby immediately became lively. Many people gathered around Bald Lin to entertain him. In the Lin family, status means salary. Now that the Lin family is rich, the deputy captain of the demon hunting team has 50 low-grade spiritual stones in his annual salary. Bald Lin had a naive smile on his face. Please, please, but it only counts the money for the drinks. Girls, you pay for it yourself. ... Inside the room, after Lin Sheng deployed the rank 2 formation, he looked at Lin Qingzi. Uncle Qing, what big thing happened in Maple Leaf City recently? It's nothing major, but 3 teams came from the 5 Elements flag of the Alliance. 1 team was stationed in the city, and the other 2 teams went to Rushangji. After Lin Qingzi finished speaking, he paused and then said, there have been fewer monks in Maple Leaf City recently, and the business of the inn has also dropped a lot. It seems that Rushangji's black market background has something to do with the alliance of hundreds of clans. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought thoughtfully after hearing this. The Five Elements Alliance flag is the strategic force of the 100 Tribes Alliance. It is distributed in Shushanfang City, a key city in Qi State. There are currently 7 flags in total, each with 5 teams, named after the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. There are 30 people in each team, and the minimum entry standard is Qi Refining Level 5. The captain must be a Qi Refining Dzogchen monk. The main members are from the top families, and the salary is borne by the alliance. There are also members of the Lin family in the 5 Elements banner, but not many, only a dozen or so, and most of them are disciples of a few head families. Thinking of the foundation building overhaul that day, Lin Sheng's heart moved slightly and he said in a solemn voice, "Is there any foundation building overhaul in Maple Leaf City?" Lin Qingzi shook his head. There is nothing on the surface, but there is no way of knowing whether there is something hidden in the dark. How long has the Rushangji black market been open? I don't know the exact time, but it's been 3 months since I heard about it. The black market has been open for such a long time. It seems that the foundation building overhaul is not from the alliance and is also involved with the alliance. Single quote. Lin Sheng secretly thought to himself that there might be a lot involved in the black market of the meat incense market. Fortunately, there was no clue left. Now that he was free, he didn't care about the flood. Uncle Cheng, have you ever heard of Duobao True Monarch? Duobao True Monarch, Nascent Soul True Monarch. Lin Qingzi looked slightly stunned, then shook his head. Never heard of it. Lin Sheng was a little disappointed when he saw this, and looked at Wu Dao again. Wu Dao spread his hands and said helplessly, "Fifth brother, shopkeeper Lin doesn't know, and it's even less possible for me to know. Before I entered the immortal path, I didn't even leave the mountains. There has not been a nascent soul true monarch in Dongzhou for thousands of years. Fifth brother, is this Duobao true monarch you are talking about, but is it from other immortal cultivation worlds?" Lin Qingzi looked questioning. "No, this person is the nascent soul true monarch of Dongzhou. He has died long ago." Lin Sheng said one sentence and said no more. Wang Duobao's matter should not be made too clear. Upon seeing this, Lin Qingzi knew that the matter might be involved, so he stopped asking any more questions. Lin Sheng thought for a while and said in a serious voice, "Uncle Cheng will pay more attention to the information about the Wang family in the future. This Wang Duobao should be the Wang family. I want to find his descendants and ask about the situation." Lin Qingzi nodded in agreement, and when he saw Lin Sheng waving his hand, he stood up and left. Seeing Lin Qingzi leaving, Wu Dao said in a deep voice, "Fifth brother, what is the origin of this true monarch?" "It's a big story, it's deeply involved." Lin Sheng looked calm. He couldn't find the Wang family, so he couldn't practice the Withered Heart Nourishing Demon Sutra. He obviously had the nascent soul method in hand, but he couldn't practice it. It was really uncomfortable. Wu Dao was thoughtful when he heard the words, and he didn't know why the fifth brother was involved with the nascent soul true monarch. Is it related to the black market of Rushangji? Thinking of this, he looked slightly stern and lowered his head. Lin Sheng glanced at Wu Dao and had an idea. Why did he have to find out who was Wang Duobao's descendant? Wouldn't it be enough to just bring someone over for a blood test? The descendants of Wang Duobao must be surnamed Wang. Even if they change their surname, they must have been surnamed Wang. As long as a person named Wang is brought in, the person who can open the storage bag must be a descendant of Wang Duobao. If it doesn't open, it definitely isn't. Thinking of this, Lin Sheng said solemnly, "Wu Dao, from now on the demon hunting team no longer needs to follow me to arrest the Wang family." "What?" Wu Dao looked stunned, thinking that he heard wrongly. "Go and arrest the Wang family. Let's start with the Shoxian family surnamed Wang. Regardless of whether they are currently surnamed Wang or were once surnamed Wang, capture 2 of their direct bloodlines for me." Wu Dao looked grave. "Fifth brother, if we go directly to the monk family to arrest people, I'm afraid it will cause disputes." Lin Sheng frowned slightly and glared. "I am not asking you to use force directly to arrest me. Is it okay to be polite before fighting? Go and invite someone over to be a guest. It means using force. Is kidnapping okay? Who asked you to rob it directly?" Quote. "I understand." Wu Dao quickly lowered his head. Lin Sheng's expression softened slightly. The 3 royal families in the 100 Tribes Alliance are all low-ranking families. If you go directly to invite people, they will naturally know the importance. Mainly those families who are not popular monks. Wang is a common surname. I can't tell how many families there are in Qi. But since they are cultivators, you can find them if you want to ask around. It just takes a little more time. Lin Sheng said and took out a storage bag. There are 5,000 low-grade spirit stones here. Give 100 to each member of the team, and you can deal with the rest. Whether it's recruiting people or asking for information, I don't care at all. I only want the Wang family, do you understand? I understand. Wu Dao looked solemnly and took the storage bag. Lin Sheng nodded slightly. Go and do the work. I won't stay in Maple Leaf City for long. Then take people to Evergreen Sect to find me. Promise. ... After Wu Dao exited the room, Lin Sheng began to take stock of the gains from this black market trip. The first was a few storage bags obtained from the black market auction. Now that Lin Sheng's cultivation level had greatly increased, it didn't take much effort to erase the restrictions in several of the storage bags. After careful inspection, Lin Sheng frowned slightly. The storage bags of several people combined were only worth 8,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Among them, the old man who took the silver light, high-grade flying sword was in the storage bag. There are 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The remaining 7,000 low-grade spirit stones include the 3,000 low-grade spirit stones that the old man spent, excluding the 300 low-grade spirit stones that Master Pindu spent on the Profound Heaven Sword Sect Jade Pendant. Jutang, Hongui and others only had 3,700 low-grade spirit stones in total. They spent a long time taking photos there, and it was a lonely time. Sure enough, it's a game specially set up for me. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, took out the jade pendant that was said to be an ancient sword repairing technique, and shook it hard, and the jade pendant instantly turned into powder. It's indeed fake. With a sneer on his face, Lin Sheng took out the Yin Thunder talisman from Jutang's storage bag. As the mana was poured into it, the talisman immediately shattered, which was also a fake. After careful inspection, except for some elixirs, other law weapon exercises and other items were all fake, and there were only 2 items that were real. One is the silver light, flying sword that the old man took, the other is the invisibility cloak, and the Profound Heaven Sword Sect Jade Pendant that Master Pindu took away is probably also a fake. Wait a minute, Master Pindu is not in the same group as Jutang, is he? Single quote. If Master Pindu and Jutang are together, it would be dangerous to stay in Maple Leaf City right now. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself, feeling a sudden sense of crisis. After saying a simple farewell to Lin Qingzi, he hurried to the Alliance Cave Mansion. Cave Mansion, the alchemy room, Lin Ji was concentrating on refining the elixir. In the hot room, her clothes were soaked with sweat and clung to her graceful body. Lin Ji immediately noticed the activation of the cave mansion formation and thought that his godfather must have arrived. However, he was currently at an important stage of refining the elixir, so naturally he could not be distracted. Lin Sheng glanced at the hot alchemy room and did not come forward to disturb him. He waited in the hall. He was about to leave Maple Leaf City, and he didn't miss this time, just in case the furnace elixir was refined. With nothing to do, Lin Sheng carefully examined the treasure planting technique presented by Wang Duobao. The full name of this method is 5 Elements Planting Treasure Technique, and requires the foundation building realm to be used. Take the 5 elements law weapon seeds and cultivate them in your own spirit root. The longer the cultivation time is, the stronger the power of law weapon will be. It is not impossible to advance to the original law treasure over time. Taking the law weapon into the body is an ability that only gold core ancestors have. It is nourished with elixir fire, which allows the law weapon to advance to its original law treasure. Each gold core ancestor will only have 1 original law treasure. Using Dan fire to cultivate 2 law weapons at the same time will only result in not being able to cultivate even 1 law treasure. This 5 elements planting treasure technique allows foundation building monks to have the ability to insert weapons into the body, and the more spirit root attributes a monk has, the more law weapons he can plant. Those with the 5 elements spirit root can plant 5 law weapons. If they become a gold core ancestor in the future, it is equivalent to cultivating 6 law weapons at the same time. If they all advance to the basic law treasure, then one person will have 6 law weapons. Give birth to law treasure. No wonder it's called Duobao True Monarch, this method is a bit scary. Single quote. Lin Sheng secretly smacked his tongue, fighting with others, and took out 6 law treasures at once. Thinking about that scene is terrifying. This method is simply tailor-made for him. Although he is a middle-grade golden spirit root, it also has slight attributes of wood, water, fire, and earth mixed in. Although it is not a 5-element spirit root, it is still barely complete with all 5 elements. This method is very promising. Single quote. Lin Sheng secretly thought, although this method is good, it also has some drawbacks. The more law weapons planted, the more spiritual energy is consumed. With each law weapon, the spiritual energy consumption will be doubled. For example, Lin Sheng's current spiritual energy requirement for cultivation is 1. If he plants a law weapon, his spiritual energy requirement becomes 2. If he plants another law weapon, his spiritual energy requirement will be 4, and so on, after planting 5 law weapons, that is, 32. For ordinary daily practice of foundation building overhaul, Rank 2 Spirit Vein can meet daily needs. If the spirit root is planted with 5 law weapons, I am afraid that I will have to find Rank 3 or even Rank 4 Spirit Vein to meet daily needs. There are only 2 known Rank 3 Spirit Veins in Qi State, one is in Zonqing Sect and the other is in Evergreen Sect. All roads lead to Evergreen Sect, as if they were destined. Lin Sheng frowned slightly and glanced around, always feeling like he was being spied on. This path to immortality seemed to have been set. Am I the reincarnation of some ancient boss? Single quote. Lin Sheng thought thoughtfully, now along the way, there are no dangers, and all kinds of dangers can be avoided just right. If so many coincidences are put together, it is no accident. Just as Lin Sheng was thinking wildly, the stone door of the alchemy room opened, and Lin Ji walked out wiping the sweat from her forehead. Godfather. Lin Ji lowered his head and called out softly, not daring to look directly into Lin Sheng's eyes. Looking at this, Lin Sheng knew that the rank 2 elixir must not be refined. It doesn't matter, good things come in a long way. Clean up and we'll leave right away. Seeing that Lin Sheng was not angry, Lin Ji felt slightly relieved and raised her head with confusion. Are you leaving now? Of course. Lin Sheng nodded, looking up and down Lin Ji's wet and delicate body, then shook his head and said, you can leave later. Lin Ji naturally understood what her godfather meant, and her pretty face turned red. Juror, take a bath first. No, that's it. The next day, a group of mortal caravans left Maple Leaf City, and Lin Sheng was naturally among them. The Blood Puppet Sedan, presented by Wang Duobao, was law treasure. With his current state, he could not control it at all. With the mana poured into it, law treasure could not react at all. No. Now that the Red Snake Demon hunting team has gone to look for the Wang family, he can only follow other caravans and sleep in the open air with the monk caravans. It is better to follow the mortal caravans and become an uncle. Knowing that the immortal master wanted to take the ride, the caravan leader directly gave up the largest carriage and arranged for 2 pretty maids to accompany him. Lin Sheng naturally smiled and accepted it, as he was not an ascetic monk. Before transmigration, there was no chance to move bricks. After transmigration, it is natural to experience the decadent life of a pastry painter. Only by experiencing it personally can we criticize with a critical eye. If you endure more hardship today, you will have less hardship in the future. Do you understand? Lin Sheng leaned in Lin Ji's arms with his upper body naked, his eyes frivolous. The 2 maids pouted and nodded repeatedly. They knew that Lin Sheng was the immortal master. They played, and sang. They were trying their best to please him. If they could catch the immortal master's fancy, they would immediately fly up a branch and become a phoenix. Lin Ji squeezed Lin Sheng's shoulders. Godfather, the tattoo on your back looks so scary. That woman just smiled at me. Don't worry about her. Lin Sheng was talking about knowledge itself, and at some point the woman covering her face and crying behind her turned into covering her mouth and snickering. Listening carefully, there was indeed a woman's faint laughter in his ears. Why are you here in me? Single quote. Lin Sheng tried to communicate with his spiritual consciousness, but there was no feedback. However, the woman suddenly gave him a look with resentment on her face. Unable to communicate, maybe because he was not mature enough, Lin Sheng gave up after thinking about it. He took out an exotic cucumber from his storage bag and started chewing it, which made the two little maids salivate. Lin Sheng grinned when he saw this. Hey, you can't eat this. It's a strange fruit. Mortals will explode and die if they eat it. It's not good for you. These words are naturally meant to scare people. Lin Sheng is not clear about other exotic fruits. The effect of this exotic cucumber is pure mana. Mortals are powerless and there will be no reaction after eating it. It is just like eating fruit. Giving them cucumbers would be a waste. Although Lin Sheng was rich now, he couldn't be extravagant. How could the two little maids know this? What the immortal master said must be true. There was a trace of fear in their eyes. They turned away and did not dare to look at the cucumber. Seeing the scared look on the two little maids' faces, Lin Sheng smiled hoarsely, took out a dozen gold ingots from his storage bag and threw them to them. You can take these gold ingots and spend them. You can buy whatever fruits you want to eat in the future. Mundane things were of little use to Lin Sheng, but it was different for the two little maids. They were so happy that they put away the gold ingots and started serving him even harder. After stopping along the way, 1 month later, the caravan arrived at Linked Cloud City in the southern part of Qi State. It did not encounter any dangers along the way. Compared to the unrest of the Immortal Cultivation world, the lives of mortals were quite harmonious. Bandits and horse bandits are almost extinct in Qi State. This is not to say that the security of Qi State is very good, but that some demonic cultivators like to secretly use the blood sacrifices of evil people to practice their martial arts. All the decent disciples turn a blind eye to this kind of thing. Demonic cultivator cannot be eliminated in the Immortal Cultivation world. Strictly speaking, it is just different personal cultivation concepts. There is no distinction between good and evil, but it does not rule out the preference for murderous people. In the eyes of most monks, mortals are also human beings, but in the eyes of some people, mortals are just a cultivation resource. Even if mortals have cultivation resources, they can't just cut them off if they want. In the Immortal Cultivation world of Qi, a place where righteousness and prosperity are prosperous, there is an unspoken rule. As long as the demonic cultivator doesn't do random killings, no one will take it down. Hunt down demonic cultivator everywhere. If you want to kill some evil mortals secretly, no one will care about them, they will be used as waste. If you want to slaughter the mortal towns openly, without the help of the alliance of hundreds of races, the experienced disciples of the various sects will be enough for you to drink. But I'm looking for a whetstone everywhere. Lin Sheng casually threw down a piece of nugget gold, and with the caravan leader's gratitude, he led Lin Ji towards Qingshan Inn. Linked Cloud City is the largest city in the south of Qi State and the largest Shushanfang city in the south. It is more than 10 times larger than the current city of Qinghai County. It is next to the Linked Cloud Mountain, and Evergreen Sect is located in the Linked Cloud Mountain, among. The talker in Linked Cloud City is Evergreen Sect. Unlike other Shushanfang cities, monks and mortals live together in Linked Cloud City, with a permanent population of up to 3 million mortals. Monks need to pay spirit stones to enter the city, but it is free for mortals. There are many big mortal families in Linked Cloud City, and the major royal families like to move to Linked Cloud City to settle down after they abdicate. The Lin family planted 2 flags in Linked Cloud City, Qingshan Inn and Spirit Medicine Pavilion. The business of Qingshan Inn is okay. After all, monks have to stay in the hotel when they come and go, but the business of Spirit Medicine Pavilion is extremely poor, and it is almost closed, because there is no competitiveness among the fellows. To buy talismans, you can go to the Xingji store. To buy elixirs, you can go to the store supplied by the Li family. To buy utensils, there are also specialized utensil selling shops, not to mention other materials. The Spirit Medicine Pavilion can hardly even drink soup. Otherwise, the Lin family would not have sent Lin Sheng to open a store in Qinghai County in the north. After all, there was no competitiveness there. Originally, the Lin family wanted to open Zuimengfeng, but Evergreen Sect only issued 3 licenses for this type of love industry, namely to Huanpai, Wu family, and Bai family. The Heihuan sect is a big sect. Its strength is only inferior to Evergreen Sect and Zanqing Sect. This sect is composed entirely of female cultivators. They practice the dual cultivation method. The leader is a major cultivator of the foundation building. It is reasonable to get a license, and no one will fight for it. The Wu family is now one of the top 10 goalkeepers in the 100 Tribes League. The reason why they can get a license is because they have a backend. The concubine of the law enforcement elder in Evergreen Sect is a Wu family member. She is very popular. She blows the pillow and wipes her tears when she has nothing to do. Isn't this license just like that? Here we come. As for the Bai family, they completely took over the Li family. The license originally belonged to the Li family. When the Li family withdrew, the Bai family immediately took over. Bai Yuaning had friends in Evergreen Sect, so it was reasonable to get the license, and no one dared to compete. Apart from these three companies, anyone who dares to open a love business will have their hands and feet chopped off. This is what Yunju, the law enforcement elder of Evergreen Sect, said personally. Lin Sheng wants to join Evergreen Sect, so he naturally knows something about Evergreen Sect. Evergreen Sect has approximately 30,000 registered disciples, that is, handyman disciples. These registered disciples do odd jobs such as planting spirit fields and raising monsters. Their annual salary is 6 low-grade spirit stones, which is slightly higher than other sects. Registered disciples have extremely poor talents and are mostly in the early stage of qi refining. If they can break through to the middle stage of qi refining, they will have the opportunity to participate in the sect conference and become an outer disciple. The outer disciples do not need to do some chores. The sect will issue some tasks every year and require these inner disciples to complete, such as slaying demons, searching for people and exploring secrets, guarding a place, or rescuing comrades. There are only tasks that you can't think of, and there are no tasks that the sect cannot issue. Most of the outer sect disciples spend most of their energy on performing tasks. They have less time to practice and have an annual salary of 15 low-grade spirit stones. Task rewards are calculated separately. Evergreen Sect has 3,000 outer disciples, most of whom have mediocre qualifications. If they can break through to the qi refining late stage, they can participate in the sect conference and become inner disciples. Inner sect disciples are no longer forced to perform sect tasks. Of course, they can take them on their own and earn some rewards. More time can be spent on training and managing the sect. For example, law enforcement disciples and industrial managers are all held by inner sect disciples. When it comes to the inner disciples, they are the core of Evergreen Sect, with an annual salary of 50 low-grade spirit stones. There are roughly only 300 inner disciples in Evergreen Sect. When inner disciples break through to qi refining Dzogchen, they can become true disciples by becoming a foundation building master, learning the foundation building method, and receiving an annual salary of 100 low-grade spiritual stones. Currently, the specific number of true disciples of Evergreen Sect is unknown. Above the true disciples, there are the elders and sect masters. There are only 3 foundation building overhauls in Evergreen Sect, namely the Elder Yunju of the Law Enforcement Hall, the Elder Jongshan of the Xuanfa Pavilion, and the Elder Purin of the Spirit Medicine Garden. The sect leader's name is Song Cheng, Gold Core Perfected Being, and the dragon often appears but never ends. Elder Yunju handles various affairs of the sect. It is rumored that these 4 people are brothers, but no one knows the truth or falsehood. Evergreen Sect is not like Saint Child Saintess. The sect's resources are open and transparent. You can enjoy as much support as you have. After joining the Evergreen Sect, you need to hand over your life soul as an outer disciple. After serving the sect for 100 years, you can decide whether to stay or leave, and settle down. The ancestor of the foundation building used to be the elder of the Evergreen Sect. After 100 years, he returned to the family. The Immortal Gate sect in Dongzhou generally follows this routine. The only difference is the length of service. Most of the qi refining disciples are bound for almost their entire lives. The sect remains and the person dies. Of course, there are also some sons of fortune who can find some ways to avoid the restrictions of life souls. Nothing is so absolute. Only after the foundation building is overhauled, people with long lifespans can survive this period, such as the ancestors of the An family, such as Li Dongqing, who turned out to be a disciple of the Profound Heaven Sword sect. Lin Hao, the second brother, became a disciple of Elder Pu Ren. Lin Sheng knew this, so the true disciple token he asked for must also belong to Elder Pu Ren. The gold core method of Evergreen Sect is Evergreen Technique. Evergreen Technique belongs to wood, which is somewhat inconsistent with Lin Sheng's golden spirit root. Although Evergreen Technique can be practiced without the wood spirit root, the speed of practice is slow. If it is not suitable for his own spirit root, his cultivation speed will be slow, and the power of his exercises will also be greatly reduced. The ones that are suitable for Lin Sheng are those that are metallic or have no specific attributes. I don't know if this Pucheng elder has this kind of foundation building method. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and led Lin Ji into Dongshuan Inn. Xiao Wu, you are finally here. I was still thinking that even if you crawled here from Qinghai County, after so many days, you should have arrived. A cold female voice sounded. Lin Sheng knew who it was when she heard the voice. He looked around and saw a cold and charming woman wearing a white-orange skirt standing behind the counter. The third aunt, Lin Baicho, is on the 7th floor of Qi Refining. I encountered some trivial matters on the way and wasted time. Is third aunt the shopkeeper of this store? We haven't seen her for many years, but she is still so beautiful. As Lin Sheng spoke, he glanced around and saw that several of the waiters were smiling. Third uncle didn't come. He went to Evergreen Sect to call Lin Hao. Lin Baicho said and glared at Lin Sheng. I knew it as soon as you got off the carriage. You were so careless and not alert at all. How many people are paying attention to you in the dark? You know. Of course I know. I thought someone's little daughter-in-law thought I was handsome. Lin Sheng grinned. There are so many people in Linked Cloud City. As a monk of Qi Refining Zochin, it's not very interesting for someone to pay attention to me. Is it normal? Just like some young wives who are beautiful and stand out in the crowd, it is normal for them to be looked at more than once. You have to be vigilant about this. How tiring it is. Hearing this, Lin Baicho chuckled and said, we haven't seen each other for many years. I still don't believe sixth brother when he says you are glib. Now it seems that sixth brother is probably exaggerating. Lin Sheng shook his head. Three aunts' words are wrong. How can this be called glib? This can at best be called eloquent. Okay, I won't argue with you anymore. I'm blocking the door and affecting my business. Go back to your room quickly. You're the number one in the world. As he spoke, Lin Baicho threw a token to Lin Sheng and looked at Lin Ji a few more times. Third aunt, Lin Ji called softly. Well, which girl are you from? You look weird and pretty. Lin Baicho looked curious. Without waiting for Lin Ji's answer, Lin Sheng took the initiative and said, besides the Lin family, which other family is there? You are the same, third aunt. You can't even remember all the Lin family members. How hurtful is it? After saying that, Lin Sheng walked upstairs without waiting for Lin Baicho's answer. Lin Ji smiled apologetically and quickly followed. A member of the Lin family. Lin Baicho looked surprised. She really couldn't remember all the Lin family members. People joined the Lin family every year, so how could she remember them all? Inside the room, Lin Ji's face was full of curiosity. Godfather, can you remember everyone in the Lin family? Men can't remember the scoring situation of women. Lin Sheng looked at the room. It was not bad, and all the furniture should be there. What's the situation? It doesn't matter if you are pretty or not. Night. Chen Jingwu had to return to the inn after a long journey. Where is Lin Hao? Lin Baicho glanced at the door, but there was no one else there. Chen Jingwu picked up the teacup and took a sip. Lin Hao is practicing in seclusion. I saw Elder Pu Ren and he asked me to bring Lin Sheng over tomorrow. Lin Baicho nodded without thinking too much. Lin Hao recently obtained a good spell at an auction, and it was normal to practice in seclusion. Where is Lin Sheng? I have to go talk to him. Chen Jingwu asked. He is in room number 1, Tianzi. Don't stay too long. Brother 6 said he has a naughty character. Be careful of being led astray by him. Leave immediately after saying this. I know it well. Chen Jingwu nodded and walked upstairs. Third uncle, I haven't seen you for many years. You have gained weight. Wenwen Township is indeed the tomb of heroes. Looking at the fat Chen Jingwu in front of him, Lin Sheng said with a mocking look on his face, I can vaguely remember how beautiful you were back then, but why are you now? Chen Jingwu is a collateral disciple of the Chen family. He married into the Lin family with poor qualifications. He is still in the middle of Qi Refining and is about the same age as Xiao Lin Baicho. Now he is in his 40s. He was quite handsome when he was young and was attracted by Lin Baicho at a glance. I won't marry anyone but him. Chen Jingwu smiled and said, Xiaowu, don't be kidding me. I'm old and out of shape. Don't forget to go to Evergreen Sect tomorrow morning. Elder Pu Ren is waiting for you. After saying that, Chen Jingwu was about to leave, but Lin Sheng held him back. Uncle, why are you leaving in such a hurry? We haven't seen you for many years. Let's chat more. Chen Jingwu looked hesitant. Your third aunt still has trouble with me. What can happen in the middle of the night? Lin Sheng looked confused, and then whispered, I heard that the Heihuan sect in this city has opened 100 Flowers House, and the female cultivators in it are all very good at martial arts. Is this news true or false? I don't know. Chen Jingwu waved his hands repeatedly. Oh, where is the 100 Flowers House? Third uncle will take me to see it. I don't know either. What about the Wu family's tea-tasting house? Xiao Wu, don't ask, I don't know anything. Chen Jingwu smiled bitterly. Lin Sheng's face showed surprise. It seems that you and I are not the same people. Forget it, I'll make some inquiries myself. I originally wanted to say that we haven't seen each other for many years and I'm treating you to a treat. Since third uncle doesn't know, then forget it. As soon as he said this, Chen Jingwu, who had already stepped out of the room with his front foot, put his legs back again. Xiao Wu, are you serious about this? What? Lin Sheng looked confused, but he was snickering in his heart. That treat. Chen Jing martial god looked a little embarrassed. Lin Sheng joked. Oh, uncle, have you remembered? I just remembered it. Chen Jingwu smiled shyly on his fat face and glanced at Lin Ji who was peeking at the table. When Lin Sheng saw this, he turned around and glared, read your alchemy book carefully. Lin Ji quickly shrank her head when she heard this, not daring to look around again. Let's go. Lin Sheng greeted and followed Chen Jingwu out of the room. Before going downstairs, Chen Jingwu stretched his neck and looked downstairs. He didn't see Lin Baichou, so he waved to Lin Sheng, telling him to run quickly. Seeing Chen Jingwu's sneaky look, Lin Sheng couldn't help laughing. This third uncle may have been living a very hard life these years. As soon as the two ran out of the inn door, a cold female voice came from behind. Chen Jingwu, where do you want to take Lin Sheng? Chen Jingwu's expression changed slightly. He turned around suddenly, and said righteously, I'm going to see the Elder Purin tomorrow, and Xiao Wu is going to buy some gifts. Yes, I want to buy a gift for Elder Purin. Lin Sheng nodded repeatedly. Seeing Chen Jingwu's serious nonsense, he almost believed it. Lin Baichou's expression was cold. Really? He is a qi refining Dzogchen monk who doesn't know how to buy it himself. Does he need you to bring it? Xiao Wu is not familiar with this place. Yes, I'm not familiar with this place. Lin Sheng nodded repeatedly, admiring Chen Jingwu's ability to adapt to changes. HMPH, let him find it for himself if he's not familiar with it. Get back here. Lin Baichou snorted coldly, and Chen Jingwu looked at Lin Sheng helplessly. Uncle, please go back. I will buy gifts myself. Lin Sheng said solemnly. He had to finish this play. Chen Jingwu looked pleased. Okay, I won't accompany you. After saying that, he walked into the inn with his head held high. When Lin Baichou saw this, he glared at Lin Sheng fiercely and turned to leave. Lin Sheng shook his head and sighed slightly. It seems that I can only listen to the music alone. Linked Cloud City is brightly lit at night, and there is no curfew. Because it is a mortal city, it is extremely lively, with people coming and going, and the smell of fireworks is strong. When he first arrived, Lin Sheng was not familiar with this place and could only ask a passerby casually. Fellow, do you know where the flower house is? 100 Flowers House. The passerby looked stunned, looked Lin Sheng up and down, and said cautiously, may I ask if it is in person with the Immortal Master? Lin Sheng nodded slightly. The mortals in Linked Cloud City were different. He saw that there was not much fear in the eyes of the Immortal Master. Immortal Master, you go from this street to the end, turn left to the end, then turn right, and walk straight ahead. You will see a large garden, and the flower house is in the garden. Thank you. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and walked towards the street. Immortal Master, walk slowly. The passers-by waved their hands. Passers-by were accustomed to this and no one paid attention. Before Lin Sheng had gone far, a handsome young man came up to him. He had been squatting near the Qingshan Inn to observe the passers-by. Does Immortal Master need a guide? All he needs is a low-grade spiritual stone. There is nothing in Linked Cloud City that the villain is unaware of. Lin Sheng glanced at the young man and shook his head. He already knew the location of Baihua House and did not need a guide. He was just wandering around and had nothing important to do. When the young man saw Lin Sheng leaving, he chased after him with some reluctance. Immortal Master, I know many secrets in Linked Cloud City. If you want to inquire about anything, I may know. Lin Sheng looked calm. Really? What do you know? Tell me. The young man rolled his eyes. He had been secretly observing Lin Sheng just now. I don't know the other information, but the Baihuawu villain knows it. I heard from my brothers that there have been a few fairies here recently. It is said that they came from the outer sea and are proficient in the art of outer sea. Immortal Master has gone. Be sure to ask for the fairies from the outer sea, otherwise it will only be the fairies from the Acacia sect. No more. Lin Sheng glanced at the boy. The young man looked at a loss. Isn't this news enough? Lin Sheng shook his head, threw a gold ingot to the young man and turned to leave. This news was not worth a low-grade spirit stone. It was just a new hire coming to the store. It was very mysterious. If you think about it, you can understand that for mortals, the arrival of a new batch of fairies is indeed a secret. The young man's face was full of disappointment. His target was the spiritual stone. Although the gold ingot was also good, he still wanted the spiritual stone. After all, he also had the dream of cultivating immortality. Now that the Immortal Master didn't give it to him, he didn't dare to ask for it, so he had no choice but to leave and continue to squat on the next target. The streets of Linked Cloud City are wide and long, and 8 carriages can ride side by side. Lin Sheng walked for a while before turning to a garden. When we arrived at the garden, there were obviously fewer pedestrians coming and going, and most of them were monks. There was a faint fragrance of flowers in the air, and an ancient courtyard was located in the garden. Lin Sheng originally wanted to go directly to the door, but suddenly he saw some surprised expressions on the eyes of the monks coming and going. His heart moved slightly, and he turned around and left, going around a small alley. When Lin Sheng came out again, he had transformed into a rugged man, and his cultivation fluctuated into chi refining late stage. This kind of pastime cannot be recognized by others. Lin Sheng may not care about face, but the Lin family cares about face. After all, they are all disciples of the family, so they still need to cover up. When Lin Sheng walked into the inner hall, he immediately noticed the difference here. There was no scantily clad Yin Yang Yan in the hall, and no one came to greet him. There were only 2 female cultivators playing the piano with light makeup. The sound of the piano is gentle and indifferent, echoing leisurely in the hall, and it feels like meeting a close friend in the mountains and flowing water. Such a scene made Lin Sheng feel a little uncomfortable. This Acacia sect's property was too elegant. After seeing too many ordinary things, he suddenly felt out of place when he saw the elegant ones. I obviously saw many monks entering the store. Why is there no one in the hall? Did they all go to the backyard? Single quote. Lin Sheng glanced at the 2 female cultivators, then walked towards the backyard, walked through the veranda, and came to the second room. There are still no other male cultivators enjoying themselves in the hall. They are also 2 female cultivators with light makeup, but they are not playing the piano, but playing the pipa. The sound of the pipa is completely different from the sound of the piano. The sound of the piano is leisurely and plain, but the sound of the pipa is full of solemn meaning. Interesting. Lin Sheng chuckled and continued walking to the backyard. He also walked through a section of the veranda and entered the third room. There are 2 more female cultivators wearing light makeup. After the chin and the pipa, a third musical instrument, the flute, appears. The sound of the flute is full of melodious sounds, making people intoxicated without even realizing it. That's right, this is the kind of music you should have. Lin Sheng grinned and commented. I saw a charming woman lifting up the brocade curtain and walking out of the back room with a smile as bright as a flower. I am a peony. I have met fellow Taoist before. Fellow Taoist looks familiar to me, but is this your first time here? Lin Sheng looked Muden up and down, and he saw that the Acacia sect was indeed quite capable. Even the welcoming female cultivators were chi refining late stage. Yes, sir, I heard that the female cultivators from the Heihuan sect are very good at martial arts, so I came here to ask for advice. Peony was so charming that she gave Lin Sheng a white look, twisted her waist and walked towards the back room. Fellow Taoist, follow me. Lin Sheng stepped up and followed him, shouting, pretending to be pretentious, just call out all the red cards. I'm going to give you 10. As soon as they entered the back room, a spacious hall came into view. Monks were scattered in twos and threes in the hall. There was a high platform in the middle of the hall, on which several female monks in cool clothes were twisting their waists to the music. Lin Sheng chuckled. Haha, as expected, elegance is vulgarity in the end. If that's all, Baihua House is nothing more than that. Now it seems that this 100 Flowers house is much worse than Zuimengfeng. It is too elegant to be played clearly, and it is not vulgar enough to play to be vulgar. Haha, fellow Taoist, don't worry, this is just a recreational place for low-level monks. Peony smiled charmingly. Do you want to go to the flower viewing house, fellow Taoist? Flower viewing room. Lin Sheng showed disdain. Go, uncle, I want to see what you have here. If you want to go to the flower viewing house, fellow Taoist must first pay 100 low-grade spiritual stones as a deposit. 100 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Sheng looked stunned, unable to tell that the consumption level of this 100 Flowers house was quite high. Peony's eyebrows were full of spring. Fellow Taoist, would you like to try it? Everyone who goes to the flower viewing room is full of praise for it. HMPH, pretend to be a ghost and lead the way. Lin Sheng threw out a storage bag. He hoped that the Acacia sect could do something tacky. Fellow Taoist, come with me. Muden took the storage bag, with a flash of excitement in her eyes, took out the transmission note and threw it out, then led Lin Sheng out of the side door, walked through the long corridor, and came to a place in front of the gate. There was already a maid waiting outside the door. She was holding a jade plate with a box of matches in it. Fellow Taoist, enter the room, light the match, and choose whatever you like. Peony smiled sweetly, opened the door and walked in, then closed the door. Choose whatever you like. Lin Sheng looked surprised. He picked up the match and checked it. It was not an ordinary match, it contained spiritual power. The maid opened the door and extended her hand to signal. Senior, please come into the room and light the match. Lin Sheng looked at the darkness inside the door. The curiosity in his heart became more and more intense, and he walked into the house without hesitation. Boom. The door closed. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. He had obviously entered the formation, otherwise the darkness would not be able to blind the monk's vision. Lin Sheng was even more curious. He didn't think the Acacia sect wanted to harm him, so he took out a match and lit it. Kai. The fire ignited and a faint light emerged. Lin Sheng saw a bright peony on the white skin, waiting to bloom, so delicate and beautiful. The faint fragrance hits your face, making you intoxicated. A tingling sensation came from the fingertips, the flame was extinguished, and a match only illuminated for a short period of 5 breaths, and the details on the peony were not clearly visible. So that's it, Lin Sheng said with a sudden look on his face. This Acacia sect is quite good at playing. The owner of the peony tattoo should be the previous peony. Kai. The fire was lit again, and the peony came into view again, but Lin Sheng did not look at it carefully. He took a step forward, and an enchanting and beautiful rose appeared in his eyes. Before Lin Sheng could take a closer look, the match burned clean again. This time, the duration of the fire seemed to be 2 breaths shorter. Kai. Another match was lit, illuminating the enchanting rose. Lin Sheng stretched out his hand, but an invisible resistance blocked his palm, making him unable to touch it. The match burned out again. Can I just watch? Single quote. Lin Sheng had some inexplicable enlightenment in his heart. He squatted down and lit the match again. In the light of the fire, he saw what he wanted to see. Peony, rose, hibiscus, jasmine. The matches burned one by one, illuminating the beautiful flowers. No wonder it's called the flower viewing house. Single quote. Lin Sheng sighed with emotion. His eyes were sore from watching the whole journey. The duration of the fire was too short, so he had to watch intently. Unexpectedly, there are many experts in this immortal cultivation world. With this 100 Flowers formation, it would be difficult for ordinary monks to resist, and they would have to surrender halfway. Only Lin Sheng could carefully observe them one by one. This flower show is really good. We can move it to Zuimengfeng. Today's trip is indeed worthwhile. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and lit the last match in his hand. In the firelight, there were only exquisite flowers, but no flowers. Hey, why doesn't this person have flowers on him? This match doesn't count, bring me another one. Which flower did fellow Taoist like? Peony's face was rosy and she poured a glass of iced tea for Lin Sheng. Is that you with the peony tattoo? Lin Sheng picked up the iced tea and drank it in one gulp. I can't tell, but you are quite capable. Muden's face was full of tenderness. If fellow Taoist falls in love with me, I only need 50 low-grade spirit stones, and I will relieve fellow Taoist from the pain of lovesickness. Lin Sheng chuckled. 50 low-grade spiritual stones, why do you deserve it? Muden bit her lip, approached Lin Sheng's ear, and whispered a warning. Lin Sheng's eyes suddenly widened. Seriously? This skill is not simple. Peony lifted up her hair and tied it up, with a charming look on her face. Fellow Taoist, do you want to try it? Lin Sheng nodded solemnly. Just give it a try, but the last match just now, I didn't see the flower, so it can't be counted as a spiritual stone. Peony smiled charmingly. The last match will be given to fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist has spent nearly 100 spiritual stones now. From now on, he will be a distinguished guest of Baihua House and enjoy. Wait a minute, Lin Sheng said with a serious face. What did you just say? It cost nearly 100 spirit stones. Peony's smile was as bright as a flower. One match has one low-grade spiritual stone. There are only 100 matches in a box. Not counting the last one, fellow Taoist has spent 99 low-grade spiritual stones. What? Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Why didn't you explain the situation to me first? Peony's smile did not diminish, with a look of admiration in her eyes. Since Baihuawu opened the store, no one has ever been able to appreciate all the flowers. The highest record is 17. Fellow Taoist's concentration is amazing. I can't blame you for this. Who knew you could look at all the flowers without changing your expression? Could it be that fellow Taoist is undergoing an overhaul of the foundation building? Or is he gifted? Lin Sheng looked calm. You think you can expose this matter by just saying a few nice words. The look on Peony's face is obvious from the looks of it. Female nuns in this kind of love industry are the best at lying, but you can't believe it. Muden had a look of resentment on her face when she heard this. If fellow Taoist is not satisfied, I will make amends to you. Isn't it just compensation? Lin Sheng looked playful, half smiling. Muden's face was full of embarrassment, and she stood up and hugged Lin Sheng. Die, I won't accept your spiritual stone this time. Lin Sheng stretched out his hand and pinched it hard. This time alone is not enough, at least. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly saw a young female cultivator passing by outside the half-open door. Her expression was suddenly shocked and she rushed out immediately. Stop! This shout startled both Peony and the female nun outside the door. What are you, fellow Taoist? Muden was a little confused and quickly looked outside. Lin Sheng, however, had already rushed out and grabbed the female cultivator's arm. The female cultivator in front of him looked exactly like Lin Meyer. Senior. The female cultivator's face was full of fear. At this time, Lin Sheng's whole body was exuding the fluctuations of qi refining's great perfection, like a man-hungry ferocious beast. This woman is not Lin Meyer. Single quote. Lin Sheng frowned slightly, but did not let go of his hand. The female cultivator in front of him was also in the early stage of qi refining, but she had no blood power in her body, but she had the face of Lin Meyer. Fellow Taoist, what happened? Muden's face was solemn. She felt the strong murderous aura emanating from Lin Sheng's body, and she quietly picked up the Yin Thunder talisman in her sleeve. Lin Sheng's eyes showed contemplation, and he slowly let go of his hand. I'm sorry, this girl looks a bit like an old friend of mine. Is she a female nun here? Peony's expression was slightly relaxed, and she put away the talisman without moving. Yes, she just came from the outer sea and just left the palace today. Fellow Taoist, the person without flowers you saw earlier is her. Lin Sheng nodded. So that's it, okay, I'll order her today. After saying that, he carried the female cultivator on his shoulders, for fear that she would run away. Muden was surprised in her heart, but her expression was full of resentment. Fellow Taoist doesn't want to choose a concubine anymore. She is still primordial yin. If fellow Taoist chooses her, he will get a spiritual stone. How many spirit stones? Lin Sheng looked sideways at Muden and raised his hand and pointed. Uncle, I have a bad temper. If you dare to kill me, I will go to your Heihuan sect to kill you. Fellow Taoist is so cruel. Peony's face was full of resentment. 25 low-grade spiritual stones. Lin Sheng did not hesitate to throw the spirit stone. There were important things at the moment and he could no longer argue with Muden. Remember, you owe me one more time. I will come to you for advice next time. I know. Peony pushed Lin Sheng into the room charmingly, and then closed the door. From the beginning to the end, no one cared about the opinion of the female cultivator who looked like Lin Meyer, including herself, who remained silent. Boom. With a sound, the female cultivator was thrown onto the bed. Lin Sheng pulled over the bench and sat down, expressionless. What's your name? Where are you from? The female cultivator still looked frightened, and she knelt down on the bed. My name is Wenxuan, and I come from Blackfire Island in the Outer Sea. The Outer Sea is to the east of Qi State, also known as the Sea of Demons. Compared with the land, the Outer Sea is extremely dangerous. There are countless monsters in the sea. A monk or a great monster with some ability can occupy the island and become the king. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Why did you come here? The Blackfire Island volcano erupted. Wenxuan looked sad. We can only escape from our home. Lin Sheng sneered. You escaped quite far from home, you fled directly from the sea to the land. The two places are thousands of miles apart. Why? The volcano has spread to Qi State. Wenxuan lowered her head when she heard this and remained silent. You'd better tell the truth, otherwise, I will show you what the art of tonic is. Lin Sheng smiled evilly, raised his finger and pointed. With your level of cultivation, you will end up just a mummy. Wenxuan looked horrified and shrank to the corner of the bed, like a frightened little animal. What? You still don't want to say it? Do you really want me to do it? Lin Sheng's face turned cold. He stood up and approached the bed. I said, don't come over. Wenxuan's face changed drastically. Then tell me quickly. I don't have much patience. I had no choice but to flee to Qi to avoid being hunted. Wenxuan lowered her head. Lin Sheng frowned slightly. Be clear. What happened? Who is chasing you? There is a 9-star alliance outside the sea. Wenxuan's face showed a look of reminiscence. The Outer Sea was originally a paradise for monks who escaped from the world, but over the long years, many forces gradually appeared, the largest of which was the 9-star alliance, which was composed of 9 large islands. 300 years ago, a monk named Shui Daoist was born and succeeded in core formation. He broke into the 9-star alliance alone, killed countless monks, and became the new leader of the 9-star alliance, a powerful force. All islands and monks who disobey discipline will be hunted down by the 9-star alliance. Blackfire Island is one of the 9 islands. You, a Qi refining monk, are worthy of gold core perfected beings' troublesome pursuit of you. Lin Sheng looked confused, feeling that the matter was not that simple. Wenxuan's voice was low. That's because of my sister. Lin Sheng's heart moved slightly. Does your sister look the same as you? Wenxuan suddenly raised her head. Have you seen my sister? Where is she? Not only have I seen her, but she died in my hands. Single quote. Lin Sheng thought to himself and nodded. What does this matter have to do with your sister? My sister was originally a disciple of the Blood Taoist. For some reason, she stole the secrets and techniques and defected from the 9-star alliance. Wenxuan said with a trace of anger on her face. Shui Daoist wiped out the Wen family in anger. I was the only one who survived by chance and escaped all the way to Qi State, which is the farthest place from the Outer Sea. As the technique your sister stole called the Blood Qi technique. Wenxuan looked surprised and nodded repeatedly. It's the blood and energy method. What's the origin of me being a Blood Qi magician? It turns out I'm just a gold core perfected being. Lin Sheng smiled hoarsely, and the shadow that had been covering his head disappeared, and he felt like he could see the sun through the clouds. Is gold core perfected being scary? He has even seen the nascent soul true monarch, and he is still trapped in the inn. The gold core perfected being is just like that, nothing scary, and it is only worth a steamed bun at most. Besides, this is the territory of Evergreen Sect. No matter how powerful the bloody Taoist is, will he dare to come to Evergreen Sect and kill people? Wenxuan asked attentively. Senior, have you seen my sister? Where is she now? What, you want to meet her? Lin Sheng asked with a faint smile. Wenxuan nodded. Well, I want to kill her. Lin Sheng looked surprised, but he didn't expect this answer. She caused the Wen family to be exterminated and my family to be destroyed. I can live until now just because I want to kill her with my own hands. Lin Sheng shook his head. The murderer is a bloody Taoist. You dare not take revenge against him. You will only escape from reality and find any high-sounding excuse. These words made Wenxuan's face turn pale, her fists clenched and she remained silent. Upon seeing this, Lin Sheng raised the corners of his mouth and showed an evil smile. And you can't see her anymore, she is dead. Dead. Wenxuan looked stunned, and a trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. That's right, Lin Sheng nodded. But if you want to see her, it's easy, just wipe her neck yourself. Did you kill her? Wen Zan asked in a low voice. Lin Sheng smiled slightly and did not answer. He began to take off his clothes. If you want to die, you have to wait a while. After all, I spent the spirit stone. I have to take the primordial yin. Seeing this, Wen Zan remained silent, with a look of resignation on her face, and took off her clothes herself. Be particular. Lin Sheng grinned and stretched out his hand to pull the person into his arms. After all the ups and downs, Lin still had to put on his clothes. He accidentally used the Ji Dao Se Yan Dian to replenish his skin. Wenxuan's face turned white as she struggled to get up. Did you kill my sister? Judging from the look on his face, it is estimated that he will need to recuperate for several years before he can return to his original state. This is the result of Lin Sheng's retention. If someone is harvested and killed in the Acacia sect's territory, things will be in trouble. Lin Sheng chuckled. Yes, I killed her. When Wenxuan heard this, a trace of hatred appeared in her eyes, which then turned into complexity and finally turned into relief. Looking at your expression, are you not ready to fight me? Lin Sheng smiled evilly and stretched out his hand to pinch Wenxuan's chin. When I saw your appearance, I thought of your sister. Unfortunately, you have completely different personalities from hers. Today is not enough fun. You must come back to me when you recover from your injuries. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he threw down a storage bag and turned to leave. Wenxuan looked down at the storage bag on the bed, her eyes flickering, wondering what she was thinking. Fellow Taoist, you came out so soon. In the hall, Muden looked surprised when she saw Lin Sheng coming over, and quickly brought a cup of iced tea to greet him. There is a thorn in your words, which makes me very unhappy. Lin Sheng looked unhappy and did not take the iced tea. Muden looked resentful. I am joking with you. Why are you still angry? Normal monks spend the night. Why don't you stay the night? Uncle, I still have business to do tomorrow. Lin Sheng glared at Muden, stretched out his hand and squeezed it hard, then walked away gracefully. Thanks for watching, please like and subscribe.